Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian. Guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerrilla cricket.
Good afternoon and welcome to game 72, I believe, of this IPL 2022.
Hence the big sigh you started with.
Hence the big sigh. We're nearly there. We're nearly there after 2 months of up and down, in and out, and
sideways
all
and
about.
backwards.
Absolutely. A lot of biffing. Over 1,000 sixes.
Yes.
6,000 runs and six. Fuck me. It's insane, I tell you, but it's nearly there. And today we have the Eliminator, which is ZZ Top album.
It was. There's their big breakthrough album.
It was indeed.
Yep.
Between Lucknow Supergiants and the RTBs. Virat Kohli, who Andy tells me finally got some runs the other day.
He finally got some runs the other day. It was good innings actually. He saw his team to a chase of 165, 170, batted through for 80, and I think that can only help him and RCB.
Yes, indeed. I was going to tell you the squads, but everything was taking so long to load up. I think I'm there now. It's this one. Come on, you stupid machine. It has been delayed because of rain. When we turned on the TV cameras, there were playing 11s down there. There were white covers covering the whole ground. They got them off. They had the toss, and they're due to start in about 5 minutes. So I'll give you the squads. The playing 11s, RCBs, who are batting first, got stuck in as Lucknow won the toss. Virat Kohli, Faf du Plessis, Rajat Patidar, Glenn Maxwell, Dinesh Karthik. That's not a bad top 6, I reckon. 5 anyway. Mahapal Lomror, Shabazz Ahmed, Harshal Patel, Hasaranga, Josh Hazelwood and Mohamed Siraj. I quite like that 11.
I think it looks like their strongest 11. They looked on paper the team with most of the bases covered in the tournament. Of course, over only 14 games, a lot can happen, but they're here and they're in the playoffs, and I would make them slight favourites today, but not by much.
Okay, and for Lucknow Supergiants, who finished above LSG, is that right?
They finished third, yes.
Yeah, okay. Quinton de Kock, KL Rahul, stunning innings by Quinton de Kock. Last week, can't remember, it was that or the week before. Evan Lewis, Deepak Huda, Manan Vora, Marcus Stoinis, Krunal Pandya, Dishmantha Chamira, Moisin Khan, Avesh Khan and Ravi Bishnoi. Yeah, I guess decent top 4, but
well, the rest of them,
the RCBs.
The rest of them haven't been needed much this season. De Kock and Rahul have scored so many runs. They've scored 1,000 runs between them, and Huda scored a bunch of runs as well. So they've either kind of chased or set totals with their top 4, or they've fallen over in a heap. So they're very dependent on those two openers. They have stuck RCB in, not much of a surprise there. They spent much of the season in the top 2. It might be a little bit disappointing for them that they just slipped out after losing to the Royals.
Well, the momentum's gone against them just at the wrong time of the season.
Well, there's no need.
Then again, they're up against the RCBs, and they can do anything.
They can do absolutely anything. Well, there's no need for any more strategizing or run rates or anything like that. These are we've got 3 straight knockout games. The winners go through, and the losers go home.
Yeah, finally, after 71 games, we got a game that actually has something on it. Not strictly true, I suppose, but it's an extraordinarily long time. Christ.
And they're talking about making it longer next year.
I know.
Well, we're only doing 1 game a week. Imagine if we're doing all of them.
Oh Christ, no! You haven't got a fucking open end and get me to do that.
We were talking about whether we should go on air at the scheduled time because it was raining, and one thing you said, Bear, is I'm not wibbling for the fucking IPL.
Exactly. Damn right.
Wibble for test matches, but not the IPL.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well,
I got to say, when we were watching yesterday's game, Andy, it had that feeling that everybody had sort of got to the stage where they were pretty tired and they'd be really glad when it was over.
It's almost
like running it for another 3 weeks would be way too.
Oh God, I know.
Well, you'll know as much as any of us, Jez, how the BBL thought it was a good idea to extend, and I think it just made the product a lot worse.
They shot themselves in the foot there. Yeah.
Totally. It needs to be short and sharp. Ideally. I mean, it's almost like the whole process. He might lose at the end because it's T20, but if that whole process of 2 months just to prove I'm in the top 4 out of 10 teams.
Well, again,
that's the achievement.
4 out of 10 is better than some of these leagues. I mean, the BBL's 5 out of 8 now, and if you get into the Pakistan or Bangladesh league, it's 4 out of 6. It's hard not to qualify.
Oh, for crying out loud!
Yeah, that's right. It's crazy, isn't it?
But anyway, the IPL is generally accepted as the
gold standard,
premier, if you like,
the gold standard of
T20 leagues.
T20 leagues, absolutely. I mean, it's got some good players in it, and you get the odd good game, but
well, it's got all the Indian players in it. They're not allowed to play anywhere else.
Well, yeah.
Well, I'm barracking for the LSGs today because of our good friend Farong being very heavily invested in them. He's even got himself some kit of theirs, so. And it'd be good to see a first-time team coming up into the final.
We should get.
Well, we've already got one. The Titan's already there.
Well, we've got some jingles to play as well. These 2 men are batting.
The Indian says signals that they'll knock us on our arse. The pitches are prepared without a sign of grass. The score is mounting quickly and they've got a talking lead. We don't mind the challenges of being we don't need. He lets loose all his shots when the bowlers are fatigued. And we wait to find the match is dead and our doom is for rat.
We also have
Duplessis, life goes on, bright, life goes on.
Who's opening the bowling? I didn't see.
It's Mohsin Khan.
Mosin Khan. Is it Mosin or Mosin? There he is. Oh, I like that. Good bit of mod punk. Right, now I need to find my bet. Yesterday I missed out on both unders for the full of the first wicket.
Well, don't do that today then.
Because I forgot about them.
Do you want to go under?
Yeah.
Faf and Kohli?
Still going under, man.
Yep.
Everyone has a swish at the beginning, you know. You got as good a chance as any.
I think that's probably factored in.
Oh, well, of course it is. You'd be surprised how many times you get it right.
Well,
25.5 they're offering on a full of the first wicket.
Well, we have had the first ball. If that wasn't a practice ball, Kohli plays it down the pitch.
And I'm supposed to be doing that, but thank you.
That's all right.
More importantly, I'm trying to get my bets on.
Practice balls aren't usually a thing. A story about when my dad played cricket was told to me. He was bowled with the first ball of the match, and he said, "Oh, that was a practice ball." And somehow they allowed him to get away with that, and then he was bowled off the first real ball, which would teach him.
That's appalling. Double golden duck. Fortunately, only goes down as one.
Ooh.
Oh, that swung. And Kohli, did he leave that?
No.
He didn't. He fenced at it and beat the outside edge through the keeper. Decent ball, and it's no run.
Well, KL Rahul won the toss, put RCB in. He was talking that there was a bit of a breeze, and he hoped it might help the ball swing in the first couple of overs, and I think that moved away from Kohli with left arm over.
Yep. Seems to be coming back in, and it sort of straightened a bit. Well, maybe that's just a camera angle. Yeah, and Faf wasn't sure, although I'm not sure if that was kidology or not.
It could have been, yeah.
Whether he said he was 50-50 on batting or bowling. Same wicket as yesterday. It's a used wicket, but it's only had 40 overs on it. That's clipped into leg side by Kohli out to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Well, the accepted stat is that teams bowling second do win more games, but I heard the other day that's not the case in knockout games. It's more equal. There's more of a scoreboard pressure on the team batting second.
Yes.
That makes sense. Yeah.
It does make sense. I'm not sure there's an advantage. I think that sometimes it's better to get the runs on the board. I guess you've got to kind of figure out whether you've
got to gauge the pitch and what's a good score. Yeah.
Yeah,
and
also
be tricky sometimes.
Is your oppo a caving opposition or not? As that's horrible ball down the leg side by Mosin. It'll be a wide. First run of the day, and it's an extra. What joy.
Wide.
It looks as if the crowd is no longer restricted by COVID. They look packed in, don't they?
I think they were packing them in quite a bit, even when they were.
It's Omicron, isn't it? No one gives a shit anymore anyway, it's war. That's a big heave by Kohli across the line. There's no one out in the deep though. It's probably going to skip on. It's not going to skip on. Oh dear. Maybe crashed into the boundary. They're going to get 3, yes. It's a big fat outside edge, goes aerial over the top of point, out towards the point boundary. It plugs, well it doesn't plug, but comes down with not much pace carrying it towards the boundary. It is fielded.
Bit of backspin.
It was a bit of backspin, but there was also, he held on to it quite a long time when he was sliding. I do think they want to check this.
It looked okay to me. I think he flicked it back up.
Yeah, no, it was okay. Yeah, he did flick it, but he held on to it rather than pat it back, didn't he? So it was in contact with him for a little bit longer, but it isn't 4. So it will be 3 to Kohli. Gets himself off the mark. Bit of a streaky shot, but he won't care.
Don't think it was where he meant to play it.
No. Faf du Plessis, baseball stance. Is facing up to Mosin. Oh, he fenced that as a big an appeal, and he's gone, and I've got my under. You see,
nice.
And Faf du Plessis has fenced at one. Oh. Was that his first ball?
Yes,
it was his first ball. He's fenced at one, going across him, and he trudges off. And that's bad news for the RCBs. Kohli's still there, but Faf du Plessis is a big wicket to take.
Captain first ball.
Absolutely.
Cut the head off the
Good
snake.
news for Bears. I'll take the opportunity to say hello to a few of our friends. Mark Zipper's with us. He's worried he's not got enough records for his big sale this weekend, so he's busy in front of a hot record cleaning machine. Roger Melly says, hello, good morning, good evening, and bollocks.
Roger Melly, I had him for a while.
He was with us last night. Idea for a jingle for Matthew Wade. Somewhere there is a Matthew Wade, a guy. Farong is with us from Mirpur. He's concerned about LSG chasing, but Eden Gardens is probably a little easier to do that. Warren is with us. Says hello to everybody. If the game is rain off, can we have a bear dice off when he bowls against both sides every over?
Oh yeah, did you hear about it yesterday? As part of the pre-show show, as Moisten is in fence snatched by the new batsman, and there is no run. Oh, I found I'm going under again.
Either a slower ball or it just really died after it went past the batsman.
Yeah, I think a bit of both, wasn't it?
So it's Patidar who's in. Now I have to find a jingle for him.
While you're looking for that, we've got a new listener, Raffles the Gentleman Thug. He says, "Evening, gents. I've just discovered your work. I'm looking forward to being royally entertained."
Thank you.
We will do our
best. Yep.
Hope you enjoy it. Oh bugger! Yes, here we go. Jay is with us. He says,
"Oh bugger, Jay is with us." I understand the sentiment.
I can only conclude that they are equally irate about the rain delay. Good shot, Alan. See, you've gone for the Gucci today.
Oh, I have. Going to want spot my T-shirt, the White Dragon Noodle Bar. If you know what that's from, tweet us in.
That was the end of that over. Oh god, Patidar. Yeah, we do have a Patidar jingle. I thought we did, but it's not in the right place. Right, but we have another change in bowling. I'm looking in the wrong place, that's why.
Oh, my old man Dushmanfer, he wears a Sri Lankan cap. He bowls it nice and quick, though his radar can be crap.
Yeah, Cody gets one on his pads. Can't bowl there to Cody, especially now he's found form. And been clipped beautifully down to deep wide mid wicket for 4 runs.
It's me, says she. It's me, says she.
Had 1,000 sixes in this tournament, and we're getting on for 2,000 fours.
It's insane, isn't it?
The boundaries on this ground aren't
tiny.
Particularly big, but there weren't a lot of sixes yesterday, were there?
No. Except for right at the end, of course. So that's left floating through to the keeper, and there's no run. 3 sixes off the last 3 balls of the game.
What did you make of Joss Butler's innings yesterday?
Well, I knew what you were going to say. You'd have been hit out, get out, but then he ended up with a decent strike rate.
He ended up okay, but it's such a big risk to run. If he'd got out 40 off 40, he really would have left his team on a hole.
Yeah, he would have done. Yeah. We were confident on that. So yesterday, so you know, I've been saying I can bowl in the IPL.
I am aware of that. Yes.
We did a thought experiment.
Right.
As that is defended by Cody. Just backward square on the offside, and there's no run. I was bowling the last over, the super over. Somehow I was bowling the super over in the final of the IPL. And we did it with dice cricket, and I got 13 for 1.
Okay, well,
and the wicket I got was Kohli.
Well, you've changed my mind. I now agree. Patidar's been in the runs pretty consistent last 4 games. He's got more than 20 every time.
Well, he is facing up, and he defends his first ball back down. No, that's Kohli. Sorry, down to mid on, and Kohli gets himself another single. Just 8 off 8. Patidar, none of 1 will face. Horrible shot by.
It's a flat-footed.
Flat-footed prod following the ball by Faf du Plessis. That is the way of T20 cricket. It isn't about foot movement, is it really? It's
well, not when you're playing a shot. It often isn't. But he's doing nothing but defending that. And you know, if you're going to defend, there's no reason why you can't defend properly.
Well, that means moving feet. That's getting in line and all that kind of stuff.
Does he still play tests, Faf?
No, he's given up. Defended behind square on the offside, and again Patidar will not get a run. No, he gave up last summer, didn't he? He was halfway through a test series, if I remember right.
Oh, did he? Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, quite sudden.
It was very sudden. It was like, right, that's it, I'm off. And Quinton de Kock did the same.
I do remember that. Yeah, that upset a few people, didn't it?
Yeah.
That's not the only way de Kock upset people last year.
Patadar drives that sweetly into the ground, bounces it over backward point.
It's going to be 4, yeah.
Towards deep backward point. The fielder, Stoinis, sort of dives after it and then does a couple of what I can only describe as front cool strokes, doesn't he? As he's sliding towards the boundary.
He was doing a bit of a...
doesn't catch up with the ball.
A bit of a Collingwood, yeah. Just for effect. He was never going to get it.
Exactly. There's a little bit of grass swimming going on at the end. There you go, nice.
He went for it with one hand and then tried again with the other one, but neither was good.
Good slide, I'll give it that.
Yeah, he was trying to win the 50 metres freestyle by 0.01 of a second.
Yeah. It's 4
so
runs
Leah
to
is with us. Says hello everyone. Today I'm with you from the start. Let's go Lucknow, because she joined us for the last delivery yesterday. She also points out that Pakistan was even worse than their first season in the PSL when only won
4 out of 5. Yeah, I think I remember that. Yeah.
And Jay says, I've had Indian friends staging an intervention due to my desire to watch a Papua New Guinea versus Samoa game as opposed to hitting the
driven airily by Kohli, just wide of the man at point. And it's a good dive, but I don't think he was actually got anywhere near it. Was it a skipper, Carol Rahul?
It was a false shot though. That ring is pretty heavily populated.
And it goes away for 4 runs. Should start playing some jingles really. Had a spliff not that long ago.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Yeah, he didn't really get anywhere near it.
No, but it wasn't a controlled shot.
Alright. Now follows that, pulls the bat away. Maybe I'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that one. Not sure though. It did seem to get big on him. Kohli lets it through to the keeper, and there's no one. 17 for 1. All length deliveries.
Yeah, it's a good passage of play, good bowling. Batsman's still trying to score.
Yep.
As they should.
I might go under now. Mosin Khan. Bowled reasonably well. 3 for 20, 2 games ago. In 4 overs, that's not bad. That's driven again. Good favourite shot of Kohli, driven square. Slightly angled back, goes down towards deep backward point. Fielder from third man. He's a bit finer, gets around, slides. I'll get 2. 19 for 1 after 2.3 overs.
Well, again, these batsmen have to figure out as quickly as possible what's a good score in the power play first, and then what's a good score in 20 overs.
Well, going by yesterday, around about 190 wasn't enough. So it is small boundaries. I mean, there was a 6 yesterday. It was 55 metres.
Royals and the bowling isn't really the strength. Rajasthan. They also only have 5 bowlers, so because Ashwin was having an off day, they couldn't bring anyone else in.
Yeah, that's played into the leg side by Virat Kohli to mid wicket. There's no run. I've gone under 43.5.
And the Royals will play the winner of this game on Friday in the whatever they call it.
It's qualifier 2.
Qualifier 2.
This is the Eliminator. Yesterday was qualifier 1.
Oh dear God. Brian joins us from a rainy and grey Northampton and reckons that you should do another super over today, Bear, too.
Well, you know, that's defended. Slower ball, I think, by Mosin.
Yes.
And just dropped into the leg side by Kohli. It gets through for a single. 20 for 1. Not a bad over. 11, well, it's gone for 11, though. 2 fours.
No, it's
and preferably without a no ball this time, Bear.
Oh, yeah, 2 overs for 11, sorry.
Appropriately enough, he's got My 11 circle on the front of his shirt. Answers on a postcard what that is.
My 11
cement.
No.
Probably cement.
Are
we thinking about blue circle?
No, I'm thinking that's some sort of
social media?
Dream cricket type thing.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
That's defended back down the track and there's no run. In fact, I think they're the people who bought Crick Tracker have got an interest in. There you go.
I'm trying to
fancy cricket.
I'm trying to think of there was one that was sponsoring some football teams, and it was all like they were. It was share prices and stuff, and it turned out to be completely hokey. I can't remember what it was called now.
Oh yeah, it was NFTs and stuff.
No, not exactly. It was before that. It was before that.
Oh right. Jay says also messages. I can't remember if I said this yesterday, but this election result. When you accept Johnson on a prison hulk, I'll be happy.
Well, yeah. Right.
Won't happen. And he also says, Raffles the Gentleman Thug, love the Viz reference, also Blade Runner.
Blade Runner's right. Well done, Jay. Yep,
right. Krunal Pandya.
If Krunal Pandya directed a Star Wars movie, would it be any good?
We'll never know the answer to that.
I can't answer that question, but it's an interesting move bringing him on for the 4th over.
Well, doesn't he just bowl right arm darts, doesn't he?
No, left arm darts.
Left arm darts.
Yeah, well, he's bowling 2 right-handers, so I guess that's the idea.
Well, only if they do something. If they're just darts.
Yeah.
Could be tricky. Well, let's see. That was a little bit of air, a little bit of loop, and it's full. It's clipped nicely by Cody out to deep, wide mid-wicket. I'd call that cow corner, but it seems almost wrong because a lot of shots go to cow corner in T20, funnily enough.
Well, they do go to wide mid-wicket, yes. Yeah.
Krunal, second ball to Padikar, and he just defended that down the track, and there's no run. I've got Paditar's jingle now, I found it.
Richard Paditar, Richard Paditar, Richard Paditar, from the top of the order.
That's quite cheery, I've never heard that one before.
No, that's a new one.
Clipped out to deep mid-wicket by him, it'll be a single, 22 for 1.
Yeah, they're just a bit of a wait and see at the moment from the batsmen. They're looking, not much intent to hit a 6, but they're trying to wait for a bad ball, I think, at the moment.
Yeah, you've got to make it a bad ball though. It's T20.
Correct, yeah.
He's got to swipe, and Cody does swipe, but there's a short mid-wicket, my God.
Captain's put himself in there, KL Rahul.
Yeah, good call, and it's hit straight to him. Firmly, but straight at him, no run. Dot ball. Haven't gone for 2 runs in 4 ball. Krunal Pandya is looking good at the moment, and that one has just dropped into the leg side square this time. Allows to get through for a quick single, almost like a test.
Well, certainly no one's tried to open their shoulders against him yet. Maybe Patidar will have a dart off this last ball, but if they get away with 4 or 5 for this over, they'll be very happy, LSG.
Damn right. Krunal Pandya is going to...
Whoop, up.
Big diamond studs in his ears.
Slip went forward to just pick up a cap, which I think had dropped out of the wicket-keeper's backside, basically. You know where they put their caps.
Yeah. Last ball, short. But dancing into the legs, that's how I was going to bowl my over in the IPL. And it's just clipped out to deep, wide mid-wicket, cow corner once again.
It was interesting. There was no short mid-wicket there. They seem to have the short mid-wicket for one batsman, but not the other. And honestly, I'd be a bit of a loss to tell you why that was.
Because Cody plays so much through there, but then if you bowl that line, there's a good chance it's going to be hit around about that region, unless they open their arms and try and smack it over the boundary.
Rain's coming down outside the window in South London. We'll hope for no more of that in Eden Gardens.
Yeah, indeed. We're going to have a change, one more over. We're going to have a switcheroo. I shall tell you who's on the next 5 overs after this. Is Tony's going to take over. Andy and Bennett will be on.
I'm on social, I think.
Yeah, Avish Khan is coming into the attack.
Yeah, he's had a decent IPL.
Hello, money. Hello, Avish Khan. Pull on the stumps, please. Pull us some maiden, please.
First ball, short. In at Patidar, tries to pull it. I'd have missed it. We've got a bottom edge into his Rindrift. And there is no run.
Ooh. I read 3 tweets before I realised I was on mute.
Oh, okay. Are you going to do them again, or is the moment gone?
Well, Jay Grover says you're a bit harsh, but fair. Anil Harris says, wow, I didn't realise I get 2 GC radio in a row. It's downhill from here for my week. You guys could have said see you tomorrow yesterday. Well, just to let you know, we'll be here Friday and Sunday as well.
We're covering all the last games. Well, this is my last game of the tournament. Avish Khan is in, hit square and high and hard by Patadar, and it's gone down to the point boundary. One bounce just inside the fence, and it will be 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, bounce!
It's a good risk to get inside that. It wasn't that wide, really, was it? I mean, it's a good height to hit, but it wasn't really that wide.
I just had a little chuckle. The 2 batsmen met in the middle of the wicket, and instead of a glove punch, Kohli kind of patted him on the head like a toddler who's just done a trick.
Yeah. Well done, son.
Oh dear. Josie Oak says, afternoon, I see the Bradman is still PM.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere. Pulled by Patadar. We're not great timing, I didn't think, but enough. There's no one out there. It's cow corner, funnily enough. And it's raced away for 4 runs. Well, there you go. Someone's opening the shoulders, Andy.
Yep. Again, as you say, he didn't get hold of that one, but it was there to be hit. And in the power play, you put it where none of your 2 deep fielders are, you should get 4.
Well, exactly. I mean, it's quite near the toe. But these bats pretty much go all the way to the toe these days, don't they?
Well, plus like 60-yard boundaries. I swear we play on a bigger boundary on a Sunday.
Yeah.
If we're on the front pitch.
Yeah, probably true.
Well, I think they needed those 2 boundaries, RCB. They were just looking
did.
a little bit fallow up to that point.
Yeah, still under 8 and over, which you want.
That's better.
Forced that on the back foot by Patadar. Beats the outside edge this time, goes through to the keeper. And there's no run. 32 for 1 after 4.4 overs. 8 balls left of power play. They'll want 50, 60, 55. Right from here they want, don't they?
Well, they've only got 8 balls.
Yeah, but exactly that. You kind of want to push on. There's no people in the outfield. You've got to try and beat the infield.
Yes.
I just got to say what a good word fallow is for commentary, Andy. I haven't heard it often, but it's just perfect.
Avish is in, and that one seemed to get up from the length it was supposed to. Played back down the pitch by Patadar to the bowler, and there is no run.
Unhappy looking Faf du Plessis. Yeah. Well, you're never happy to get the first baller.
No.
Happened to me many times opening the innings, and I'm sure it'll happen again. I got 2 in one weekend once.
Oh God. Did you bowl in any of those games?
No, I was opening the batting.
Oh, for fuck's sake, that's a dismal weekend.
It's not
a lot of fielding. That is on the back foot again. Patadar plays it up to mid-off, and there is a no run. We're going to have a switcheroo.
So, Andy, you've got socials, I think. Leah's the next one from 10 minutes ago about Faf.
Okay, thank you. I'll see if I can catch up on them.
You're going to have to come and sit here.
I will, yeah, I'll do the jingles as well.
Oh, it's going to be the Gorillas in the Studio Shuffle. Always worth watching. What a start! What a start. Goodness me. Quintin de Kock, first ball, which is why you heard the Bear and Andy chatting about that. Thank you to Messrs. 32 for 1. That one, of course, the very first ball caught behind was Faf off the bowling of Motion Khan. But we're going to see a little bit of Krunal Pandya. He's coming left arm around, and it's tickled away by Virat Kohli back with a square. They will just take a single, and it will bring Rajat Patidar back onto strike. 33 for 1. Are you all settled, Andy?
Just
have
about.
You done the chair shuffle?
Do you know where Bennett is, though?
I've no idea. He should be here. If he's not, it's you and me. If not, the Bear will come back.
Yes, he will, yeah.
And we'll work from there. As this one is slapped high, handsome, and over long on by Patidar for one of these. Can you reach one of these from where you are?
Oh, not yet, no.
You'd need to be in that chair. See if you can hail the Bear back.
He'll be back in a moment. Is
Bennett sitting in the waiting room? He just hasn't been let in. That might be one option.
No, he's not. Oh, there's another one.
There it is, up again, lofted high, lofted handsome, 4 more. And Patidar has decided that Krunal Pandya might be very much to his liking.
Yeah, he's got
8 in 2 balls and off he goes.
He's got away with the 4th over, Krunal, but it might have been pushing it a bit to have him bowling the 6th as well. There's then a sense of, well, this is the last over in the power play and we might as well tuck in here.
Well, he certainly seems to have been doing that. Good footwork though, got right to the pitch of the ball, swung his arms through it, over long on it went, and a fine effort. Well, I can see Bennett has just appeared. This one, back foot, lofted high, up and over, extra cover, that's gone for 4 as well. No, it's gone for 6, it's gone all the way, well, my goodness me. And RCB have pressed the accelerator in fine fashion here, and Andy has just slipped into the jingle chair. We might just get the 6. Or maybe not. Yes, we do.
I believe in miracles. Since you came to bat, you 60 thing, you 60 thing, you. I believe in miracles. Since you came out to bat.
What's Krunal got this time? Onto the back foot. Goes Patidar. Punches this to backward point. Punches it for 4 more. Andy, you can't relax. This has been an explosive over.
You can never relax in the IPL. Well, Bear said 55 in the power play a moment ago, and I was poo-pooing it, but just one more 4 and they'll get it.
Never poo-poo
the Bear.
A poo-poo. No, never poo-poo the Bear. That was a beautiful shot. Krunal, little bit short, but he angled the bat, drove it away backward a point. And in amongst all that excitement, Bennett has realised that he's on and appeared. Slid silently into action. How are you, Bennett?
I'm great, thank you very much. My apologies for the delay there.
It happens. I hate these rain delays. Funny enough,
it just plays havoc with your rotors, doesn't it, Tony?
I know.
We've got a timeout to catch up.
We've got a strategic. Well, Andy, here's my little fact for you, because I know you love it when I give you a fact, which you then always rubbish. 16 IPL games in 4 years here. Every single one, the captain of the winner who's won the toss has bowled.
Well, that's not that unusual.
Not always successfully, though.
Well, of course not always successfully, or it would be a stat. I mean, with the exception of day games, where people do tend to bat first a little bit more often when it's hot, it's almost like 90% of teams are choosing to bowl first these days. We've got some tweets. O'Neill Harris says it's baffling. Kohli is batting like Padikkal, and Patidar is batting like Padikkal. That might be before they sped up a bit. Leah and someone else were talking about whether Eliminator was recorded by Depeche Mode. No, that was Violator. Eliminator was
There's also an album by ZZ Top.
ZZ Top was Eliminator, yeah. Liam says, is one of your commentary team a Greyhound commentator? Sounds familiar. Not I, said the pig.
Greyhound commentator?
Whether any of you are doing any Greyhound commentating on the side, own up, please.
Other than saying, it's a dog, it's just one in front of another dog, I literally wouldn't know what else I'd be saying.
I've just lost my money. And Jay says, darn it, I thought we could have a Bear Andy Apple versus PC fight. I'm Team Chromebook now, Jay.
Team Chromebook? Ooh. Are you, by Jove?
Yep. And that's up to date.
Are we all over YouTube as well? I can tell you Brian in Brisbane said afternoon from a rainy and grey Northampton. You were here yesterday, Brian, and you said, I think you might need, I suppose you can still be from Brisbane, but in Northampton. rather than completely confuse me.
Maybe there's a Brisbane in Northampton somewhere, little village.
It's more likely the other way round. There's a Northampton in Brisbane.
Yes, usually the other way around.
Maybe Brian in Brisbane. Let us know. Is there a Northampton there, and then we can all relax.
I used to live in Canada for 4 years, and almost every city, it's actually a city from here in the UK.
Yes,
London, Ontario, Scarborough.
Well, look at New South Wales. I mean, just so many place names in New South Wales, not surprisingly, have a Welsh of origin. I mean, I've realised that's not Canada.
Everywhere we kick the indigenous out of, which is a lot of places.
Yeah, well, that's probably not going to that. I've got a question for you, Bennett.
Yeah, sure.
The Supergiants haven't yet won against any of the teams in the qualifiers. So have they been like bullies of the lesser teams and haven't yet cut it against the bigger teams? And is today they might be able to?
Yep, very interesting question, Tony. Yeah, and I think like usually in these kind of situations, I mean, today is a classic day where it will test their mettle. End of the day, it doesn't matter how you get there. I mean, it's a bit like some teams when they play in their home ground. When they play at home, they're actually unbeatable. And likewise, I mean, their strategy has been to sort of capitalize on the weaker opponents, which they have done.
We're back underway. The power play is complete, 52 for 1. This is a decent ball on the middle stump, which is worked away nicely out towards deep mid-wicket. Will be fielded. They will take 2.
What do you think of the change? 54. The change, Tony, Holder being sort of held back for Chameera?
Yeah, Jason Holder is. I'd have him in almost any side. I'm a huge Jason Holder fan.
Well, KL Rahul, just for the toss, was asked if he'd change the team, and he spent about 30 seconds saying how great Jason Holder was, and then sort of had to end it with, so he dropped him. Oh, thank you. Yes, I need that. Hang on a second.
Patidar is going to be facing. Right arm over. Big swing for Chameera, and wasn't able to get it away. Chameera bowling his second over, number 11 for him so far. Patidar, who's really got on the attack. That was just a little too quick for him. Maybe that answers the question.
It just kind of bounced off a little bit from an uneven sort of bounce, isn't it? I mean, like Holder, as much as the batting that he offers, I don't think LSG used his batting as much, didn't they? I mean, he has not been really sort of firing all cylinders from the batting point of view. And I think Dushmantha Chameera has had a very good few games earlier on. I mean, his last 2 games were not really as good.
The end to Patidar, who swings high and misses, and through it goes to the keeper, and there is no run. Well, he's from your part of the world originally, isn't he? It's Chameera. You should know a bit about him.
He is. I mean, he was initially when he came over, Tony. I mean, he was injury prone. His body was breaking down quite a bit.
Oh, get him in the England team.
Sorry?
Get him in the England team. We're looking for fast bowlers like that. We haven't got enough.
Haven't got enough to line up, haven't they? So I think since of late, over the last few years, he's going
to be in. Patidar swings. He does connect with this. I'm not sure he's got enough of it. No, he hasn't. In the end, it was rather more swing and not quite as much ding, and it just dribbled its way towards Michael Stoinis, who always seems to be playing the game with a smile on his face. He's one of these, he always looks like he's having a good time. The Stoins, as he likes to refer to himself. 55 for 1. Virat Kohli back on to strike. I just wonder if secretly Kohli was having a quiet little chuckle when Faf went first ball and went, thank God today it's not me. In comes Chameera, guided by Kohli down towards backward point. Will get himself, actually more third man, get himself another single. It's the classic avoid the dot balls, always keep the scoreboard ticking from Kohli, which worked nicely. 52 this partnership for the second wicket by Kohli and Patidar. They've certainly, Bennett, speeded things up when they needed to, haven't they?
Indeed. I mean, it must have been a huge shock losing Du Plessis right at the beginning of the very first over. He has been their mainstay, hasn't it, right at the beginning? And
he has indeed. Well, here comes Dushmantha Chameera. This is hauled high by Patidar. 2-3 bounces over towards mid-wicket and into the sponge it goes. It's 4 more.
And that's the shot that he was trying to play, wasn't he? The last of the ball. He didn't really get hold.
Yeah. Possibly didn't quite get his length as full this time, Chameera, and it just gave him enough time to haul it away, I think. Whereas the other ones had been fuller and really sort of reared up, hadn't they?
Watch that celebration, like Virat Kohli. He's celebrating every shot from non-strikers. And this is what I was saying yesterday in my little stint that I had here. It's just Kohli, how he lifts the other members, other team, how he lifts them up with his positive energy.
Well, it must. I mean, if you look at his history with RCB, remember 3 times the bride was made, never the bride for the RCBs. Maybe. I
hope he is having
this could be the year.
I hope he is having an intangible effect on the other players, because he's doing his thing 19 off 18.
Well, it's going to be Ravi Bishnoi is replacing Krunal Pandya, so we shall see what he's going to be able to serve up. He's going to be bowling to his Royal Coliness, combination of leg breaks and googlies. Let's see what he is likely to serve first. The man from Jodhpur.
A boy whose name was Ravi Bishnoi, and he had so many.
In he comes. Looked like a leg break, I think, as it was worked away by Kohli down out towards mid wicket. Will just take a single.
Have you ever seen bowling a leg break, Tony? Have you ever seen him bowling a leg break? Well, I haven't.
Well, he's listed down as a leg break and googly bowler.
Supposed to be, but I've never seen him.
Do you think it's mainly googlies that he serves up?
Absolutely, he's the googly bowler, and he bowls occasional leg spin.
But I think, but by definition, that's. I'll come back to that point. This one's a horrible ball, and it was basically straight on with the arm and started wide and went wider. But Patidar doesn't quite get hold of it, and he's able just to muscle it away out into the outfield, and will get another single. But a googly is by definition a surprise ball that doesn't do what the bowler should normally do. Yeah. So therefore, can you actually be a predominantly googly bowler? Would be my question. That's down leg and should be given as a wide. Yes, it is wide go. Umpires Jarriman's Madangapol's arms.
Well, it's the same argument as when Jay Dernbach was bowling 60-65% slow balls. Couldn't you just argue that he was bowling quicker balls?
Yeah, well, no, absolutely. It's a very good question. That one, again, looked more like a googly, and it's flicked off his legs, and it might go all the way. No, it's just going to be hauled in by the rope down at long leg.
I think, Tony, just going back to that, I think he should be called an off-break bowler who was an occasional leggy instead of leg break.
Yeah, but then he's doing it with wrist spin. So if you're bowling wrist spin, of course, that's again different. So the spin comes from the wrist. It's an interesting debate. I like Andy's analogy with Dernbach. That works for me. This one's shorter, but he really pushes it through. He's almost bowling medium pace here. And Kohli steers it towards mid-on and will just get a single, number 6 for Bishnoi, who's creating great debate. Let's have a look. Yeah, I mean, that was a leg break, but it was such a quick one, you'd almost call it, it was almost a medium pacer, wasn't it? What's he got this time? In he comes. That was a googly. Miss-hit by Patidar. Bumbles towards short mid-wicket. They do take another single. The score moves on to 67 for 1. And he, whatever he bowls, leg break, even or not, googly or not, he gets through his overs reasonably quickly.
Quite surprised there to see Dinesh Karthik still wearing his shorts. They're obviously holding him back for like the 15th over.
Ah, maybe it's the Mickey Arthur school of sartorial gear, as this one is steered into the onside. They'll take one. I think they're going to make it back for 2. Yeah, tidily enough they are indeed. Kohli moves on to 25, 22 that he's paced. Patidar, who's been the main aggressor, 42 from 25. It's 69 for 1. It's the end of the 8th over, Andy.
Warren says first they pit jinglers against each other, and now this. What next? Good gorilla, bad gorilla in the green room. We're all bad gorillas in the green room. Jay says Team Chromebook. Shit, I'm going to have to change all my tattoos now. You are. Update your records. Brian says no Northampton in Brisbane, but there is one in Western Australia. There's a Queensland in Northampton and a Brisbane in Corby, Northamptonshire.
Oh, I know Corby. That's where some of my family lived for a long time.
Well, did you know about Brisbane in Corby? Perhaps not.
I had absolutely no idea there was a Brisbane in Corby, and I would venture to say it's a lot less visitable than the one in Queensland.
In Brisbane.
Knowing what I know of Corby, but there we go. And I apologise if you're listening from Corby.
Mark Zip says Bishnoi's run-up action looks like he's running on a listing ship's deck, sideways and tipping.
He does a bit, yes, he does. I see exactly what you mean. Avesh Khan, in he comes. This one's full, slapped by Patidar. But there's a man down there at deep cover, and he will just get himself one more to his score. 70 for 1 for the RCBs. Bring Captain Kohli back onto strike, who seems to be testing the wind by picking up a little bit of grass, throwing it into the air.
Testing my patience.
Is he testing? Well, why don't you tweet him and let him know? See what he says.
I will, yeah.
So we wait for Avesh Khan, right arm over. Oh, and that was swung and missed and through very, very quickly indeed.
He was beaten for pace there, wasn't he, Tony? I mean, he was not expecting that to come through. And I think from the looks of it, the impression I'm getting here from Kohli's innings here is looking to play like the anchor, a bit like Josh Butler did yesterday. Because they've got some hard hitters around him, like Maxwell coming in, Dinesh Karthik, somebody to just hold one end going.
Yep. Well, it was tidily taken on that occasion, as you would expect, by Quintin de Kock. Oh, step back from Kohli. Lofted this high. Is there going to be a man under this? There is. Deep backward point, and Kohli, who has been testing Andy's patience, has lobbed that really straight into the bucket hands of the fielder, and he has gone for 25 off 24. And Andy Bennett, what do you make of that?
The crowd says you're out.
Good, I haven't heard that one before. Well, that's the problem. I mean, I totally understand about being an anchor.
Horrible shot.
Not a great shot. He's kind of reached for it. Might even have been a wide if he left it. But if you're going to score 30 off 23 as an anchor, that's absolutely fine. I think 25's not enough, and he's dug a hole and not dug himself up back out of it. So it's back.
Well, he got double calmed, I can tell you that.
Yeah,
Mohsin Khan was the fielder. Avesh Khan, of course, the bowler.
The two Khans in action.
Yeah,
indeed.
He's we're back to Kohli in the first half of the season. 25 to 24.
Yeah. I think Kohli has not been in the kind of form that Butler has been, isn't it? Just his last game that he sort of came out, and for him to sort of play that kind of anchor role may be a bit too much. But again, it's just like the glorious uncertainties of cricket, isn't it? I mean, that could have on another day, like Butler had so many chances yesterday, it was his day, everything that he was doing was working in his favour. Unfortunately, not to be for Kohli. And I think, Tony, this wicket that just sort of went by could be a game changer for me, because now with Patida well said, Maxwell, this is going to be an interesting part of the game, the next few overs.
Well, it is. Remember yesterday 188 wasn't enough. 74-2 is after 8.5 overs is where the RCBs stand. It is Glenn Maxwell. Hates to be called the big show. That was a lovely ball. It's full and it was fast and it was at his toes. Slightly squared up Maxwell. He just got his bat down, but there's no run. Vital dot ball.
And yes, is this man.
If I had $1 million, I'll buy you a Glenn Maxwell, then we are no longer friends.
Fastest man to ever reach 3,000 ODI runs was Glenn Maxwell at the time he did it. Onto the back foot, punched really away through extra cover, gets himself off the mark with a single. 74-2 are the RCBs, and Patidar, who's been a tad becalmed whilst he's watched all the action at the other end, gets back on to strike. So let's see what he can make of Avesh Khan. Yeah, he dropped it in short, didn't he? That one from Kohli, and he didn't use his feet much. He just seemed to thrust the bat up.
Yeah, that's because he was going away outside his stumps to sort of hit that ball.
In comes Avesh Khan. Short, pulled high. Now, is there a man down at long leg? Oh, it's not going to matter because it's gone probably 10 feet over his head. There wasn't a man there anyway. Up go the double arms of Michael Goff. And it's a 6 down towards long leg.
The number of the day really hops and kicks. The number of the day is 666.
Sorry, Bennett, there's a little bit of a delay on the Zoom and sometimes the jingle.
No, that's okay. I've been having some difficulty on my line. We changed the sort of package here on the internet, and I'm struggling a little bit. Sorry, but anyway.
Well, you're doing fine. You've been disguising it well, as they say. That was a beautiful. He picked that up
I think
magnificently.
Someone's caught it in the crowd, actually.
Well, they may well have done. Patidar continues then on his merry way. It's the end of the over, Andy. It should be you.
Yes, Leah is public shaming you, Tony. She's still waiting for your feedback on her article.
Leah, I've been so rubbish on it. I promise you. It is entirely on me. I have just had my hands full on a few other things. And the one promise I've made, Leah, which I will stick to, is when I sit down and read it properly, I will sit down and read it properly.
Okay, but consider yourself publicly shamed.
Well, I'm trying to unshame myself, or at least wriggle out, but there you go. It's clearly not worked.
Jay says, interesting question of appellation about stock balls. What percent does it need to be? How do you classify Livingston? Well, I think it's our human desire to classify and label everything. But there's always a few things that just fall through the cracks that you can't quite define. Come back to the next one.
Here is the man who caused that debate, Ravi Bishnoi. I think that was a leg break. Just as if to prove us wrong, he's probably said, right, I'm going to bowl him a leg break. He does. And it's just nudged away really into the onside, and there's no run.
Jay says Jay says he can't afford laser surgery, but using a biro, a claw hammer, some elastic bands and a portable fan motor, he's changed his forehead tattoo to Guglo Krumbuk forever. He's now bleeding heavily. Well, I respect your commitment, Jay.
Yes, I'm trying to follow that one. Oh, reverse shot and completely horlicked by Glenn Maxwell. He went through the motions of the reverse sweep. It looked a tad laboured to me. And Bishnoi sped it just that bit through, that bit too quick for him, and he missed it completely.
Fortunately for him, the ball was not coming in his stock ball, which
well, exactly. It sort of held its length really, didn't it? Outside of off stump. In comes Bishnoi again. This one is missed by Maxwell, who's looking to slap it away through point and wasn't able to do it. He's getting frustrated. 1 off 5. This is good bowling from Ravi Bishnoi. Whatever he's bowling. What did he bowl? That was a leg break, Bennett. That's 2 this over, mate.
It was indeed. His trying to prove was wrong. Something is going to happen now, Tony. Something is brewing up.
2 leg breaks this over. What's he going to do? The googly will surely come. It's just a question of when. What's he got this time? That one again was a leg break, and again it's too quick, and again it's past the outside edge of Glenn Maxwell's bat, who throws his head back in anguish and frustration.
He's playing for the
There's no run.
He's playing for the googly, and he's getting bamboozled because he's pulling the leggy.
The bamboozler. That actually should be a great name for a delivery. What's your ball? I mainly bowl bamboozlers. Bishnoi in. This time Glenn Maxwell swings through. He's got all of it. He's got it straight back over. There's a head. It's gone all the way for a straight one of these.
Beautiful shot.
Well. He bowled so well that over. Everything had been going so well so far, and then finally Glenn Maxwell connected.
But he was asking for trouble, wasn't he? He was trying to pitch it further up, thinking he's going to go for the reverse. And good old Maxwell, this time, took the aerial route right over the bowler's head.
Lapped down towards that pavilion. Absolutely, look at the anguish on Bishnoi's face. You just can't believe he'd allowed him to do that after he'd mastered him so well. 1 ball left of this over, 1 ball left of my little spell, I think. 83 for 2. Ravi Bishnoi, 4 dots but a 6. What's this time going to happen? Oh, it's slapped, but slapped straight down to long off. It will only be a single. Maxwell does keep the strike. Not actually sure that's necessarily good, Andy. But messages is going to be back. Who else is leaping into action from here? Bennett, you're taking over ball by ball, and
out.
Messers and Bear, I think. Indeed. And I shall see you in a while.
Good evening, everyone. And welcome to this stint. Lucknow Super Giants winning the toss and have invited RCB to bat. RCB at the end of the halfway mark are 84 for 2. They lost both their openers. Captain Faf du Plessis out in the very first over. Very golden duck. And this time not Kohli, it was Faf who was out for a golden duck. And Kohli just out a couple of overs ago, going for a hike on the outside the off stump and then being caught at the deep third man area. So very interesting part of the game, Bear.
Yeah, 84 for 2 is not a bad start. Wickets in hand, 10 overs to go. They want to get 10 and over gets them 184. Yesterday was a winning score. You've got to, going on yesterday's game, same ground, same pitch. You've got to be looking at that 190, haven't you? 190 upwards to be competitive.
Even 200, I reckon.
Yeah. A change in the bowling here is Kunal Pandya being brought up for the 11th over, left arm over the wicket, and this one's played on the onside towards where Marcus Tonis is, and the batsmen go through for a quick run. 85 for 2. The 2 batsmen Patida and Glenn Maxwell at the crease. They're setting up the total here. This is the Eliminator for those of you who are watching. Here it is. This again on the leg stump. There's no threat at all. Patida comfortable to go on the back foot, playing it gently away, and that's his 50.
Well
a
done.
good knock there, Bear. Good knock.
Yeah, good knock. And let's give him a little jingle for that. There you go.
Don't stop, just
you got to 50. Don't stop, treat it as a start. You can use this to get a better score.
Kunal comes in this time and he's out. Kunal Pandey's taken the wicket. This one's on the leg side, and Maxwell, trying to hike it away towards the deep square leg area, has succeeded and hitting it straight into the hands of the fielder there. Maxwell didn't look comfortable except for the 6 he scored in the last over. He couldn't get going. He couldn't get his momentum going. Loses wicket. Good first over so far from Kunal, keeping it calm. And Maxwell goes. RCB lose their 3rd wicket. Yeah?
You messed about, I caught you out. How's that?
Yeah, that's a shame. I was just betting on the run line for RCB was 182.5, and I was just going to go over that because Maxi was in. Be interesting to see what it changes to. It's dropped to 176.5 now that Maxwell's out.
I'd go over that if I were you.
You reckon?
Yep.
Yeah, I reckon so. I mean, they're in a pretty good position still, aren't they?
Yeah.
Right. So the new batsman walking in is Lomra. He has had some good, useful knocks in the last few games that he's played. Kunal Pandya getting the vital breakthrough. Maxwell, very important part of this batting lineup. RCB in a quite unfamiliar position now. Usually it's the captain Duplessis who normally anchors the innings. They've lost the 3 big names. I have a feeling today, Bear, that it's going to be Patida's day. He's been batting brilliantly, hasn't he?
Well, he has. I mean, he looked a bit rocky to start with for his first, 4 or 5 balls, but then once he started hitting those boundaries, he's not stopped since, really. And he's looked good. And he's only got, 9.5 overs to survive or face most of those balls.
Exactly. And if Patida and Lomra can actually keep their ends going without losing a wicket in the next 5 overs, there'll be a good sort of good battle later on. Here it is. Lomra plays it quite firmly on the offside, and the batsmen take 1. They come back for 2 as Lomra is off the mark. We are in the 11th over. RCB being put into bat. This is the Eliminator, ladies and gentlemen. The team losing out on this game will actually head out. They will bow out of the tournament. So it is a do or die game here, with Gujarat Titans already booking their berth in the finals. RCB looking to sort of cause an upset here with here it is, and Lomra plays it towards the leg side. The batsmen scramble through for a quick one, looking for the second, and they've decided against it as Bishnoi comes charging in.
Terrible throw. A terrible throw.
Terrible throw indeed, but certainly the charging in aspect actually caused a bit of a confusion between the batsmen there, so they didn't really take the risk of going for the second.
You got to say that shot from Maxwell as well. I mean, that boundary down there is about 50 metres, so it's pretty poorly hit by Maxwell.
And I think he was trying a few reverse sweeps in the previous over, didn't succeed. Looked a little bit unsettled though. Kunal comes in. This one's on the leg stump. Nicely played by Patida in control. Just tickles it towards the square leg area, and the batsmen go for a quick run, and Patida moves up to 51. At the end of the 11th over, RCB 90 for 3, Lomra on 3, Patida on 51. The batsmen out, Faf du Plessis, Virat Kohli and Glenn Maxwell. Over to you.
Jay Grover says, the fact that I need to qualify that I have no Pro Chromebook tattoos says nothing good about me. Well, yeah, I don't know that many of us have computer tattoos, to be honest, Jay. Farong says, been a bit of a problem from Bishnoi this IPL. Can bowl 4 good balls and over, but the other balls go to or over the boundary. 2 for 80 odd, halfway. Need some wickets, please, Bear. I actually think RCB are showing at 57% according to CricViz. I think that's generous, to be honest, because I think LSG are doing quite well here. Nice one, Bear, says Farong. Another 7, please. Will a gorilla ever do a Laker and bag 10 wickets in an innings?
Wow.
RCB certainly made it through to the eliminators on the back of Delhi Capitals losing their game. So a lot of momentum brought into this RCB team. Let's hope they can actually keep that going. Chamira comes in for his 3rd over in a row. That one's a beamer. It caught him by surprise. Yes, no ball called very correctly by umpire Goff, the square leg area. I think Shamir is quite renowned to sort of do that. Kunal is not happy. He is almost disagreeing with the umpire, and KL Rahul and Kunal both having a chat with the umpire. As the golden rule goes, Bear, never argue with the umpire, isn't it?
No, I mean, I thought that was a no ball. It was nearly chest high, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
Oh, yes.
What their
it looked dangerous. I mean, it certainly came out.
It slipped out of his hand.
Yeah.
And Shamir is quite used to sort of bowling these no balls and the balls that slip out of his hand quite often. He's well renowned for that. However,
they're going to lose some sportsman's points on that one, aren't they?
Yes, they are. End of the day, just by arguing, the umpire's not going to reverse his decision, is it? So I think they should just get on with the game. But having said that, free hit now. Lomra has a freebie. Let's see what he can do. Looks around the field, a strong lad, Lomra. He can hit the hard ball in, and certainly the dressing room, the management also sort of making some gestures. They're not happy with it. Chabira comes in, right arm over the wicket, and this one's outside the off stump, closer to the wide line. Quite quick there. Lomra not expecting it to go through as quick as that. Swings and misses, no contact. Good ball, good comeback there by Shamira.
Yeah, nice comeback. Full, fast, wide. Knew he was probably going to step out, clear his front foot, and try and clear the boundary straight. Put it wide enough that you couldn't get across to it. And I mean, looking at the replay of that, it was around about waist high. He was up on his toes though. Looked dangerous first up when you saw it.
But Patidar was actually off his heel, wasn't he? He was not on the ground. So very close call, I would have thought. However, Shamira comes in. Right arm steaming in. Right arm over. Outside the off stump. And Lomra dabs it towards the third man area. And the batsmen go through for a quick single. Things slowed down a little bit over the last few overs since they lost Kohli. It's not that Kohli was contributing to the sort of impetus of the innings. However, things slowed down after Kohli went in. Maxwell, although he had a 6, he was a little bit not his usual self, didn't get the momentum going, didn't get the timing right. Bishnoi troubled him with that over before he got out. So Patidar looking steady, but he's not had much of the strike, has he?
No. And, you know, Kohli was only going on marginally over run a ball.
Indeed. Shamira comes in. This one's on a Yorker length. However, Patidar gives himself room by moving on the leg stump and smashes it, smokes it on the off stump, way past the extra cover region for a beautiful looking shot there. And this is the first boundary we've seen in a good number of overs now. Shamira looks like they've got a ball coming through. Sorry, back on.
Sorry. Yeah, I mean, he looked like he played all sorts of the wrong shot, but managed to stick his bat out, didn't he? And top hand came off the bat, bottom hand went through, and there's no one there. So it's kind of lucky.
I think it's quite intentional these days, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely intentional, but I mean, he wasn't set up for that shot, and he was kind of lucky that there's not a fielder there, considering there's 5 out in the outfield.
Shamira comes in. This one's on a fuller length on the leg stump, and nicely sort of played towards the long on area. The batsman will go through for a quick one. What would you think is an ideal score here for a competitive winning score for RCB there?
I think, you know, I still think they're going to need around about 190, maybe a little bit more, 195, going on what happened yesterday. Yeah. I mean, the wicket might be a little bit tricky, but the fact is that the boundary is bloody short at Eden Gardens.
Absolutely.
And that makes a big difference. You can miss-hit 4s and 6s here.
And I think anything closer to 200 or above will be a competitive score. But then they are slowed down a bit just to consolidate now. Shamira comes in, and this one's short and pulled away more towards the fine leg area. Lovely looking shot. He was in control, although it was aerial. He was in control. He knew where the fielder was, and he played it finer than where the fine leg was. And a beautiful shot for Lomra, and it's a boundary. Lomra moves up to 8.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, he just rode it, didn't he? And he let it come onto him and just patted it round the corner, really. It did go aerial for a while, but he knew he was getting it fine enough.
He knew he knew where the fielder was. Yeah. Good by Lomra there. And I think the key will be for these two to stay here at least till about the 15th over. They've got a good Dinesh Karthik to come. They've got Harsha Patel and Hasrang who can bat too. Here he goes. Shamira bowling the last ball of the over.
Oh, that's another one.
Jabs it. Beautifully timed. I didn't expect that was going through the boundary. Beautifully timed. That was coming at full pace. Lomra goes on the back foot, times it beautifully and jabs into the third man area for a second successive boundary. So boundaries coming up a glow now, Bear.
Yeah.
2 + 2 is our man.
That suddenly moves the score a lot. What was it, 112 now? No, 102. No, 106.
6.
After 12, so 8 overs left, at least 10 and over. That's 186. They want a little bit more than that. I think they want another 10 on that, so they'll want around about 11 and a half for these last few overs. They got the wickets in hand, 7 wickets left.
And they're certainly capable of getting those numbers. And I actually missed out Shabazz Ahmed. He's a very handy left-hand batsman who's due to come in next as well. So they do have good batting to come through, and very interesting battle between ball, keen tussle between bat and ball here. As this time is 13th over, 106 for 3. It's going to be Krunal Pandya continuing the honours on the leg stump, and Patida looking very comfortably as they're confidently placed towards the mid-wicket area, and they scramble through, they jog through for an easy single. So what do you think of the changes here for this team's Bear? They brought in Siraj and they dropped out Cowell. I don't think Cowell looked all sorts in the first game, coming in for a very important game. Last game, he didn't really. I didn't think he was quite impressive at all.
Is that Rodman, pal?
Look, Cowell.
Cowell. Oh, right. Okay.
On the leg stump. Sorry, he plays it towards the onside, and the batsman quickly scrambled through for a single. Yeah, back on.
I don't know enough, to be honest.
Siddharth Cowell is his name.
Yeah, Siddharth Cowell. Yeah, I know who he is. I mean, I've got to be honest, I haven't watched enough games to know the difference between the two, to be fair.
So this one, a cheeky single, the batsman come through, and there's no possible chance of an overthrow. They decide against it, never run on a mistake, they say. However, just a single there. Yes, so Siddharth Cowell, I remember him playing. He's been playing for a few seasons. He used to bowl with the headband earlier on. However, yeah, that would have been curtains. That would have been curtains if that throw had hit Quinton de Kock had the presence of mind to come around, pick up the ball and shy at the bowler's end. Unfortunately, it missed the stumps. Kunal comes in. This one's over pitched, and Lumra plays it stylishly on the onside towards the mid-wicket area, and the batsman come and just could take one run. Lumra is on 14, Patida on 59 off 34. And these two looking quite solid out there, without causing too much of danger here, but they're looking solid. It's a good platform that they can build on. Kunal comes in, he's ready now, left arm over the wicket pass by Goff, and this one's way down the leg side, and the batsman moved through. That's a close one, Bear.
I don't like that. I mean, he's not played a shot, he's purposely just taken his knee in, so it's missed his pad.
Yeah, if he didn't, yes, that would have hit his legs, wouldn't it?
Of course, I mean, you can do that, but I don't think the umpires should therefore then give it out.
Oh, this one's perilously close to the diving hands of the third man field. The Krunal is not happy as Mushin Khan diving as the ball on the offside. He tries to hike this one top edge. Mushin Khan dives at his full stretch. Unfortunately, goes past the diving hands. Krunal not happy. But in the end result, it doesn't matter how they come. Patida gets 4 more, and this one was a hike on the leg side, but very, very perilously close to Mushin Khan's diving. Krunal comes in, last ball of the 13th over, and this one, he was trying to hit it away on the leg side, almost curtains for him. Quicker delivery, lost sight of the ball, missed the stump by a whisker. And it's the end of the 13th over, 115 for 3, Patida on 63, Lomra on 14. Over to you, Messi. Sorry, we missed you last over.
That's all right. I think they may be about to do a
I think they are. They're doing a timeout.
So Jay says, every time I reckon Krunal is shite, he takes a wicket. I've said that about Jadeja's slow lobs for years. I fear there's a possibility I know absolutely not. Well, it's the same as the rest of us, isn't it? It's mostly guesswork, Jay, and occasionally we get it right. Warren says the losers of this game are out of the IPL until next week when the IPL 2022.5 season starts. And Jay says we all know the Bear would do a Laker if he got one shot in the IPL. Also batter Kieran Pollard. And Jay says, blimey, Bennett's ball by ball is so enthusiastic, it's gingering up the blood. I feel alive again. And Jeff Perkins has sent us some pictures of the gorilla shuffle of the Jokers moving around in the gorilla pack. And over on YouTube, I've got to say, Jay Solanke is warming
he's back
up
with us.
Yes, he's come on, yes, 6666. He was in good form by the end of yesterday.
He was, yes.
So how do you see it right now?
What? Sorry, go on, Ben.
I think they've had a decent cut of overs, and now with 7 overs left, 115. I think they're a good platform to carry on. They've got wickets in hand. I think they're looking at that 190, 195 now. That's what they want.
Indeed.
In fact, 200 if they could get there would be great. And if DK gets a shot, they might. I saw him battering sixes the other week. There's a chance they could get there.
DK will be fully pumped up now that he's been called to the Indian side as well, isn't it? I mean, it's amazing how he's turned things around. But I think RCB, the balance they have, again, every single person in the team know what their role is in the team, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because at the moment, I think what they lacked today was unfortunately not much of stability at the top, because Duplessis has provided that for them for most of the games, where he holds one end and he takes them through at a good run rate. Maxwell is not used to the holding role. He likes to get going from the word go. Unfortunately, it was not his day today. But I think the changes they made today, man, even sort of keeping back Holder and playing Dushman Chamira. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, it was interesting because they talked to Faf about that, and they figured that his excuse was that Jason Holder is such a good all-rounder. He was wasted at number 8, so they get in a proper quick bowler. That was his thinking on it, and I can have some sympathy with that. Jason Holder, although I do think he's a great T20 bowler himself as well. I don't know what his stats have been like recently, but I do rate him.
And we're just starting back after the break, and and looks like he's got a wicket on the very first ball, Bishnoi. This time he's getting Lomra. It was an over-pitch delivery way outside the off stump. It was an all or nothing ball. It was not a dangerous delivery at all. Lomra reaching out way outside the off stump, and all it did was hit it straight into the hands of KL Rahul. Unfortunately, that's the end of Lomra. Was looking to steady the ship. RCB in all sorts of trouble at the moment. 115 for 4. Mahipal, Lomra, KL Rahul, Bol Bishnoi for 14. Bishnoi has his first wicket. RCB lose their 4th. Yeah?
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Dinesh Karthik comes out now, and he's had a pretty decent IPL. 6 overs of him, pretty much.
Do you think it's a bit early for him, Bear? You think they should have held him back and perhaps sent the other left-hander, Shabazz Ahmed, who can hit the ball?
Nah, at this point in the game, you've only got 7 overs left. You might as well, if he has a quiet 5 balls, he's still got time to catch up, hasn't he? And as long as he's in there after 5 balls and he's got his eye and he starts smashing those sixes about, all is well with the world.
Expectations very high for Karthik. As much as the hitting goes, he also has to make sure that he doesn't lose his wicket. So very, very important part of the game here. I feel that Patida, as I mentioned before, I feel it's his day today, and it'll be good for him to have a bit more strike. He's not been having much of the strike, although he's been there for almost from the very first over of the game. Dinesh Karthik looking as confident as ever, looks around with his stylish helmet and his usual routine gestures with the bat, and here he is ready. Bishnoi with his tail up, right arm over the wicket, pass umpire off there this time. Oh, this one's a leggy. He was playing for the wrong one. This one's pitched just outside the off. It kept low, almost curtains there. I think he meant it to go as a googly, but the ball didn't really turn back, isn't it, Bear? Almost went through and kept low.
I think he didn't expect it to turn so much. He thought maybe it was an off spinner, maybe it was a googly. I don't think he read it out of the hand, and it certainly kept low.
I don't think he knew. I think he knew which way it was going.
Oh no! Actually,
sorry. This time, Bishnoi. I have a bit of a technical issue at this moment here. Bear, what was going on?
That was a googly, and it turned back in, and it crashed into Dinesh Karthik's pads. They have reviewed it. It was given not out. I thought it turned too much. It looked like it was going down leg. It's quite a straight delivery, and it was a googly, and it did turn. You can see his off. Wow, I don't know. It's wow.
Yeah. I think it's going down the leg, guys. I don't know what.
Yeah, I think at best it's clipping leg side. I stick with our initial thing. You could see his off stump when initially set up, and it pitched on about middle and turned, and it's hit him on the crease, high up on the front pad.
Definitely going down the leg. So Bishnoi causing all kinds of trouble with his non-turners as much as his turners, because the batsman playing for the googly earlier, the ball coming in. This will be a very interesting review here. If Karthik...
Well, you can see his leg stump behind him, actually, can't you? Yeah. You can see his leg stump. It's hit him probably about middle and leg.
But it's quite
close. It's actually closer. No, I don't know if it's missing leg completely.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Missing leg completely.
No. Umpire's cool.
Oh, umpire's call.
Clipping.
Oh, well, there you go.
How in the wide world could that be an umpire's call? I'm confused.
Because it's clipping leg stump. It wasn't missing.
Yeah, but I mean, it didn't look like it was missing.
It did look like it was missing.
Ben and I were definitely right, and the technology was wrong.
No, yeah, please. Well, my initial thoughts were it was going down leg side, but
Dinesh Karthik lives another day. This time he's a bit more aggressive. Bishnoi looking to sort of bowl that quicker with his arm, and Karthik sort of on bended knee trying to sweep it across. Didn't get bat on ball. He fights another day. Dinesh Karthik.
It's a good strike rate, that, isn't it, for an entire competition? 189.
Wow,
that's bloody good. Yeah.
3 balls face. He hasn't got off the mark here. Bishnoi causing all kinds of trouble here for Karthik, and this one's just outside the off stump. He fetches it from way outside the off stump and plays it towards the deep square leg area. Very dangerous shot there, especially Bishnoi having the tendency to bring that ball in with his googlies. But Karthik is actually in 10 not-outs in 15 innings. Can you believe it, Ben?
Wow, he's finished innings then, hasn't he? Which is a good thing.
And here he goes. This one's on the leg stump, and Patida plays it gently. The field is quite deep. On the mid-wicket area, the batsmen go for one very quickly. They think about the second and decide against it. So end of the 14th over, RCB lost the toss, put into bat. 100 odd for 3 wickets. Over to you, Messi.
Farong says LSG chasing won the first 2, then lost the next 4 chasing. Hopefully we can turn the form slump around when batting. And Warren says the Bears' defensive crew now shows that he's a fully paid up member of the left-handed spinners union. Well, we never doubted that one.
Absolutely, yeah.
So here's a question for you. You had that discussion about whether he was a googly bowler or an off-break bowler or a leg break bowler. I would put it to you that from the point of view of the batsman, it doesn't matter what sort of bowler he is, it's which way it turns. So an off-break and a googly are the same thing.
Well, yeah, but it's the position of the hand, isn't it? I mean, you'd say he's a leg break bowler.
Yeah, but when the ball pitches, it's what the ball does that matters, isn't it?
Well, no, Messi. I think the googly is when you're a wrist spinner and you bowl it the other way. Let's come to that in a second. Moshin comes in. This one's changing the bowling. And the 15th over, Moshin left arm over is way outside the off stump, and Patida just plays it into the extra cover area. The batsman goes through for a second. Patida's not showing any signs of shifting gears here, Bear.
No, he's kind of gone back a bit, hasn't he? I mean, he hit all those 4s. I do think it's easier to score off the quicker bowlers on this wicket.
But do you think
I think that's what he's waiting for.
He is, but then Moshin Khan's a quick ball, isn't he? However, I think he's perhaps looking to give Karthik a little bit more strike. because he's the one who can sort of he's renowned for his sort of big hitting, isn't he? So perhaps he's doing that whilst having making sure that one end's going. Mushid Khan left arm over the wicket. Here he is, and this time Karthik shuffling across towards the off stump and plays it gently towards the fine leg area. The batsmen go through for one as Patida comes back on strike. Interesting analogy about the googly bowler there, Messi. I mean, usually the googly is a term that's used for leg spinners who bowl with their wrist when they bring the ball in. This is my...
Well, yeah, they open up the back of the wrist, don't they? So it actually ends up being spinning as an off spinner, but it's obviously got more revs on it.
Indeed.
More loop.
Mushid Khan comes in. This one's a stylish looking shot. In the context of the game, I'm not sure how the RCB fans will be with that particular shot. However, Karthik taking some time to have a look at the bowling, get his eye in, and getting ready for the last few overs. Karthik has shown already 10 not outs in 15 innings, and he's on 2 or 5 balls. In the last 15 balls, the run rate has been 5.6. Yeah, that's not good enough, isn't it?
No, it's not. But they'll aim to pick it up. I mean, it was a similar sort of situation yesterday, and then the last 5 overs went for extraordinary amount of runs. When the
it wasn't enough, was it? No, I mean, they paid the penalty for that, didn't they?
Yeah. But even chasing, yesterday, the chasing side was the same. The middle overs were quite tricky to score, and then they suddenly all pick it up again.
Yeah. Mushid Khan comes in this time just outside the off stump, and Dinesh Karthik tucks it into the covers. No chance of run. Karthik looking very watchful, looking thoughtful as well, as he's looking to see the best approach that's needed, whether he's going to construct an innings here. Interesting part of the game. We're almost 3/4 of the innings here. On the 15th over, we look at the emerging player awards here as well. Abhishek Sharma, Tilak Verma, Rinku Singh, and a couple of others there who've been nominated as the emerging players of this tournament. Plenty of young talent coming through, especially from the Indian contingent. Umar Malik, particularly Arshdeep Singh, has been around for a while, have been called up to the Indian team. If the upcoming season, Mushid Khan, this one's hit uppishly. There is a fielder. He gets his hand to it. That's KL Rao, the skipper. He didn't know how to get through that. He just got a thick outside edge, and the ball ballooned into the extra coverage. And KL Rao drive. He was running a full stretch dive. Unfortunately, he couldn't get the ball in his arms. It just popped out. So Karthik is lucky to survive. He's on 4. That's a close call.
Yeah, I think he had it, didn't he? And then I think when his arms hit the ground, it bounced out of his hands. He had it there, and then he didn't. It was just in the end of his fingers. Actually, he was always slightly losing control of it. And then he kind of scrabbled after it on the ground. It was nearly there, so nearly there. It just wouldn't quite sit. It was always on the end of his fingers, tantalising him.
Very close. Karthik is very lucky to survive here. He is looking very, very shaken at this moment in time.
Yeah, that's Gautam Gambhir, isn't it? Gautam Gambhir. Great jingle.
Yes, indeed. The last ball of the 15th over. Here he is, Mushid Khan. This one's shortest delivery on the leg stump, and Karthik on the back foot pulls it towards the deep square leg area where Irvin Lewis picks up. And that marks the end of the 15th over. RCB put into bat in the eliminator. The loser bows out of the tournament, 123 for 4. Batsmen now, Duplessis, Virat Kohli, Maxwell and Lombra. Karthik 5 over 8. Partida 66 of 39. That's the end of my stint. Thank you, everyone. I pass
before you go, Bennett, Warren says, who needs quantum computers when we've got Messrs and Bennett? And Warren says Gary Naylor would have taken that catch.
Thank you, guys.
So Farong is the next tweet for you, Andy.
I think it's me. Me.
Tony. Okay. Cheers.
But I will happily be doing that.
And hello to Ajit, first time today.
Hello. Good afternoon, all. Thank you for inviting me in the most happening quarter of the game, at least of this innings.
Always a pleasure, and I think KL Rahul and Gautam Gambhir on the bench know that was a big wicket potentially. Dinesh Karthik with 5 overs to go. If they'd got rid of him, that really could have made a difference. It's 123 for 4, 5 overs to go. They should be looking 175, 180.
lost a bit of steam in the last 3 overs or so.
They have. I feel like they're almost not quite sure they've got enough wickets in hand to really go for it, but they haven't got much longer. It's going to be Bishnoi, who's been very good so far. It's outside off stump and it's clubbed through extra cover. The fielder will be there. They should pick up just a single.
For a player as well known in the Indian circles as Dinesh Karthik, he's been continually reinventing himself so that people can't pin him down, and mostly he still plays very orthodox cricket shots, right, to score his big runs.
He moves around the crease a lot, but then generally plays, as you say, an orthodox shot when he gets there. That's a bit of a horror from Bishnoi. Patidar has pulled it away into the leg side. Is it going to be 6? Yes, it is. 10 rows back, and a much-needed boundary for RCB.
Oh, I say, champ, give me any lip.
That was a bit of a gimme. I think Patidar will be very happy, and I dare say the way he's begun the last quarter of this innings, he's in with a chance of making 100 if he carries on through to the end.
Yeah, certainly by far the least heralded of RCB's top 4, Faf, Kohli and Maxwell. But it's Patidar who's delivered today so far. He's into the 70s. Significantly more than half the runs, batting 3. It's 130 for 4. He's got his helmet off. As Bishnoi is in again. That's another googly. It's pulled away. That may not have got the distance. The fielder's out there. He's dropped another one, and it's gone for 4. It's all going wrong for Lucknow in the field.
Oh my lord.
Well,
that had really worked the plan, and they had a good fielder in place. Deepak Hooda is a very, very competent fielder.
Should have caught that one.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And instead, it was with this.
The pimps in the crib, man. Drop it like it's hard. Drop it like it's hard. Drop it like it's hard.
Should have caught that.
I think it was a set piece. It was the previous ball was also a similar plan, which he hit very well. If anything, this was sort of hit very flat in the trajectory wise.
Tosses that one up. That one's long and straight. Is it long enough? Yes, it is. Drop catch followed by a 6. And life is not being kind to Ravi Bishnoi right now.
Having been struck by the bats, the ball pitches beyond the boundary. It's a 6.
And we had a little shot of the fielder who dropped that catch, who I can't quite identify actually. Can you see who that is? Hooda.
Deepak Hooda.
He's rubbing salt into the wound, watching that ball sail away for 6. And this is a much needed good over for RCB. 15 so far and 2 balls to go. It's short and he's flayed that one through cover. Long off's not going to get there. Put that straight through the gap, and this could turn the match on its head entirely.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
I think Bishnoi, the bowler, the leg break bowler, is losing his plot a little bit. There is no hang time on the ball anymore. He's bowling flat darts, and it's sort of coming into the hitting arc of a very well set for Patidar, isn't it?
Yeah, well, they've only got themselves to blame. Lucknow, they've dropped both these batsmen. Both should have been taken. That one's up towards long on. It could be 6 more. It is. Oh dear, indeed. It's into the Lucknow dugout, just to again rub salt into the wound. And what an expensive over. That's 27 off that over from Bishnoi. Tony, what does Twitter say about this?
Farong says never dropped a catch. Gary Naylor, or is it Gorilla Hendo who's never dropped one? I can't remember. I think it's Gary Naylor who always makes that extraordinary claim. Anis Rao says Gorilla Cricket, yeah, big fan of DK. In fact, haven't seen him do his horse clip towards the offside this season, which seemed very effective last year. O'Neill Harris says, man, Patidar is fantastic today. Yeah, he has been going very nicely. 92 is not bad going at all.
Well, he's just personally taken 26 off that over.
Emily Elizabeth says, hey Gorilla Cricket, just popping in on my work break to say hello and thanks for streaming. Emily Elizabeth, we are delighted to be doing it and thrilled you're with us. Jay Grover's also leapt over onto YouTube to meet his other Jay Solanki. So you have a plurality of Jays now.
Are we sure they're not the same person?
No. We met. Oh, well, I'm sure we met Jay Solanke before. We had a chat about him yesterday as well.
So yeah, you went in for
Oh, I think
something's going on. What on earth is that noise going on in the background? That's Ajit.
I think so. That was I thought that was a wide, actually. Kartik went for the scoop outside the off stump. It has not been given wide, so well bowled from Avesh. 150 for 4. Still recovering from that remarkable over. We were talking about Patidar might get 100. He's nailed on now if he doesn't get out. He's got 92 with 4 overs left. I said if he doesn't get out. He's not going to finish on 97 not out, put it that way.
So does that somehow, is that some sort of insurance against the commentator's curse?
Simple statement of fact. If you believe that what I say in a studio in Sydenham affects what happens in Eden Gardens, then you can. Anyway, Kartik doesn't care about such musings. He's clubbed that one through extra cover for 4. And if Kartik
my apologies.
No problem. I had to.
That's right. We heard your conversation with the delivery person.
I had to step away. I had to step away to take a call about my boiler being fixed earlier on. It's all happening around here. If Kartik comes to the party here as well, that 190 could be back on for RCB.
Oh dear. No, but I thought it was a timely injection of an RCB fan for this innings with me joining. Don't you think?
What, they accelerated at the point which you appeared?
Pretty much.
Could be.
Right. All right. I'm just trying to counter the commentator's curse.
Oh, flays that one through cover again, Kartik, and it's going to be 4 more.
Give it to me 1 time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Yeah. Give it to me 4 times.
Again, Kartik this doesn't look like the best plan from Avesh. He's just giving Kartik a bit of room outside off stump, and he's just, as you say, orthodox shot. He's giving it the kitchen sink, but still through quite an orthodox bat plane. He's gone for 4.
Pretty much.
Kohli loves it.
He still keeps hitting those, places where you expect there'll always be a gap, deep extra cover. Sometimes these days they do have, a deep corner, but he hits them with straight back mostly.
Well, harder you hit it, the bigger the gaps are. We're seeing that today. Avesh, what's he going to do this time? That is a wide. Kartik, surely, yes, that's a wide. He's gone out to scoop outside off stump again. It worked on the first ball, but not on that one.
I think he deliberately, did he pull away from that?
Yes.
Yeah, he did.
I think that was hard.
I'm leaving that alone.
Well,
no, but I think that's hard from the bowler.
No, it's well outside the blue line.
Yeah.
But he had moved until the point where the ball nearly passed over his own bat, and that cannot be wided because the batsman is moving.
I see what you're saying. It's a bit of a judgment call. Anyway, wide was given, and Avesh Khan suddenly the man with the problem. Short, Kartik. Oh dear, it's not going well for Lucknow. Has a swing. It goes straight through first slip. Obviously, there was no one there. And that's another 4. Now, what can
our jinglers also have gone into an overdrive? They are also having to work overtime.
Well, that's me. I'm jingling a ball by balling, so I am on a double shift here. I'll expect double payment at the end of the day. What is twice 0? Don't say 0.
That's easily done. That's easily done. Yeah. But look, he was trying something unorthodox. Just 1 ball before, while it was judged a wide, I think he was looking to ramp it up over a 3rd man or so. But then he went back to just slogging.
Yeah, just whack it. Just whack it. What's he going to do with this one? It's a good ball from Avesh. It's a Yorker. It's played down to backward point, slightly fumbled, but it will just be a single. And on the past 10 balls, that's a mighty relief for Lucknow.
Look, just a point. I know it's pretty much a batsman's club, but he's standing on middle and off when the ball is being delivered, and he moves across from there all the way nearly to a point where he is just like a foot off the blue line, and that ball should not have been wided. And I'm just saying, I'm a bowler, I do bat a bit, but it does seem a bit unfortunate and unfair. Meanwhile, we saw some fantastic hitting by Patidar.
That's a full toss, and Patidar has patted the ball out to deep mid-wicket. He just figures they'll give it back to Kartik, who's whacking it now. But that's the end of the over, so in fact he'll keep the strike. It's 165 for 4 with 3 overs left in the innings.
Warren, actually. Where shall I start? Or maybe, yes, I'll start with Warren. My money's on Gary Naylor, but as far as the actual number of drops is concerned, I put that money on the over. Okay. It's Gary Naylor's birthday. I don't know if we've mentioned that. If he's listening, do feel free to tweet him and wish him a happy birthday, though. Farong said, just score more runs from that over than Kohli made from the entirety of his innings. Not a good 2 overs, 47, Krunal of Bishnoi. Jay Grover says, do not stain the noble Solanke with the cursed Grover name. Oh, Jay, that's being hard on yourself. O'Neill Harris says they're not really using the short balls well. No, they don't think they are. Leah says that Patidar lad is not that bad at the death. Let's see what the Kartik dude can do with the few overs to go. Barong says, stop that, Leah. And O'Neill Harris says, slower ball, FFS! Exclamation mark.
Well, let's see if Mossin is listening to that. Not really, but it does manage to beat Patidar with that one over the top of the stumps, and there's no run.
I was about to say this is one of the contests I was looking forward to, how Mohsin Khan bowls against some of the top order batters and some of the best batters in IPL, and well, he dismissed very first ball, didn't he?
Well, he's bowled 3 overs, 0.1 for 17, but Bishnoi had equally impressive figures before that last over, destroyed them. Mohsin left arm over, back of a length again, and Patidar swings and takes his hand off the bat, and that was a slower ball, I think. Completely misses it, so he needs to reset a little bit. 2 dot balls there.
Well, just go back and turn the strike over and just get one more run closer to the 100 while let Kartik have all the fun.
Yep.
He's been one of the finds of this tournament as far as Mohsin is concerned for Indian cricket and for cricket in general. He's a very fast lad.
He's in again. That one skewed up in the air. The 100's in jeopardy. 2 fielders going back, but I don't much fancy them. No.
Oh,
I never thought they were going to quite catch that between them. I think one of them ought to have cleared the other one out, but one player had to dive backwards, didn't get there, and Patidar lives on.
Oh, they've fluffed that a bit. Do we have a fun jingle for it?
We should do. I'm running out of drop jingles. They're dropping so many. Let's see if I can find a different one. No, not really.
Well, you're absolutely right. I think they got in each other's way. When there's another guy in your close to your eye, your periphery, you sort of tend to not be comfortable around which way you need to turn. You're just worried you're going to clash into him.
No, and it's really all going wrong for Lucknow in the field. And once again, the ball after, is it going for 6? Is it 100? Yes, it is. It's both of those things. Over deep square leg, the ball after being dropped. Patidar makes his first ever IPL 100. His previous high score was 52, so definitely breaking new ground. And I've got to play you all sorts of jingles. This one, well, it's all simultaneous, but we'll start with this one. And that is, you don't see too many of these in T20 cricket.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
Well, we'll touch on that in a second, because no time to hesitate. The next ball's up. He's missed it. Slow ball. Excuse me, bounces through. Well, if you'd been asked to pick who out of the RCB lineup would score 100 today, would you have said Patidar?
No, you have that right. And well, this was a man who never, who almost didn't play for RCB this season. He was brought in as a last-minute replacement.
Well, he's certainly stepped up, and it could be a match-winning innings. It's 101 off 49. The
absolutely
RCB bench all on their feet, as they should be.
Chuffed for him, and well, what a breakthrough season. He's not done badly at all in terms of as a find of the season.
Having said that, he hit a big 6 and swung and missed 4 balls in this over. He's maybe getting a bit tired. In fact, after all that, there was just a 6 and a single off that over, and probably Lucknow will feel reasonably happy with that. 173 for 4, 2 overs to go. It's looking like 190, unless we can find another spectacular over.
I will back Kartik to do some more fireworks, but Tony, anything to add?
Well, I mean, what have we got left in terms of overs? We are at, 173. 10 and over would get you to 193. That would be, well, that was par, I remember, in 2019, near enough, wasn't it? So, 188 yesterday. I think they'd be happy with that. And I'd be very surprised if they didn't go at 10 and over from here.
Yes, they should be looking at least there. But you can always, a wicket and someone would have to come in fresh. It's going to be... As I don't think Lucknow are going to use a sixth bowler at this stage, so it is going to be Chamira to bowl this over. Chamira.
Oh, my old man Dushmanfer, he wears a Sri Lankan cap. He bowls it nice and quick, though his radar can be crap.
KL Rahul
that
directing.
jingle couldn't have been more appropriate. Right? Absolutely correct so far as his performance for this game is concerned.
Yep, 3 overs to 33, and I'm sure it's going to be Avesh to bowl the last one. Mohsin, the pick of the bowlers, 1 for 25 off his 4.
I think he had a good plan in terms of the areas he was bowling Mohsin. Even at the very end, there was one ball which he latched onto for a 6, but I was really happy to see the way Mohsin was playing with the angles from which he was delivering, as well as the pace at which he was delivering. That was a wonderful over to see at the time.
Okay, well, let's see what's going to happen with this one. Right arm around, it's hit right in front. That must be out. Yes, it is out. It's a Yorker. Batsman stepped across, and despite the right arm, he wants to review it, Kartik, but he's got 2 reviews, but that looks pretty out to me.
Absolutely. In this case, look, as I said, he starts from middle and off. If he misses a ball from there, it doesn't matter unless it's really pitched outside leg or something, you're out. And that was a full toss.
Yeah, the only way I'm going to compare myself to Dinesh Karthik as a batsman is I also kind of stand on off stump. And I know very well if I get hit on the pads with a straight one, I'm going to get given out, so I try to make sure that doesn't happen. But that is smashing middle and off. It's hit him on the instep as well as a nasty one.
I would say that's hurt his feet, no doubt. But I'm going to be very closely looking at the trajectory of the ball. He was hit on the point of off stump, but the ball was angling from right arm around the wicket, from wide of the crease. So I'm going to look at the angle in which the trajectory of the ball is shown. I would be very curious.
No, I think.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, has he got an edge on it?
Yeah.
He's got an edge on it, I think. Ultra Edge seems to think so. Well, maybe that explains why it's so confidently reviewed. I think that's going to be not out. Yes, it is. Decision overturned. Dinesh Karthik lives another day, but at least it was a dot ball for Lucknow. And it was a good ball, to be fair. He was unlucky.
Oh yeah. No, I mean, he tried to take matters into his own hands. He can't trust his fielders anymore. Chamira, they don't seem to catch anything.
Well, no. Unfortunately, we'll never know if that was hitting the stumps. I thought it was, and you thought it might not have been, but I guess we'll never know on that one.
All right.
Chamira, right arm round to Karthik. From quite wide of the crease as well. So full toss, and Karthik's got under this one, and I think he's got enough on that one. And that is the problem with the Yorker. If you get it a little bit wrong, it can very easily go for one of these.
Yep. I mean, it's always coming into your hitting arc, isn't it? If you are sort of stable, the ball that's bowled on leg stump, if you miss your arc, Yorker is a nice full toss, juicy full toss. That's what happened there.
Exactly, and Karthik barely followed through on that one. He just punched that one over long on. It just kept going.
One thing I thought that he did well is he was crouching by the time the delivery was bowled. I think he was expecting this sort of a ball, something that's full, that's going to land in his ankle region or just around that. So he needs to crouch a little to get under it. You saw that was always required. I think he has a good piece of willow in his hand. That helps as well.
It comes into play a lot at this stage of the game. There's a bit of rock, paper, scissors between the batsman and the bowler. As the batsman tries to anticipate what the bowler's going to bowl, and the bowler tries to second guess him, and so on and so on. KL Rahul is moving the field here and there. It's not going to matter if it flies over long on for 6, but I guess that's not really his plan, so he's entitled to do that. And yeah, pensive faces on the Lucknow bench. Gautam Gambhir among them.
They often showed the face of Narendra Hirmani, who was also among the support staff, former leg break bowler from India. He looked distraught, frankly, at some of the bowling Bishnoi was doing.
That's scooped over short third man by Karthik. This is where he starts to get inventive. Opened the face. He went for another Yorker wide outside off stump, and Karthik really just sliced it over backward point, third man, for 4. That was a nice shot, just opened the face.
Now he rolled his wrist on it to make sure it goes wide of that short third man fielder, and in that gap there was actually a wideish third man. He hit it really well to miss both of them, sort of hit it into the gap, but this is what I mean. He's such an accomplished, let's say long format player, or more technically adept, that he's able to maneuver also the angles.
Well, tough job for the bowler here, but he's got that one in as a Yorker. Kartik gets a bottom edge to a short fine leg, and that will just be a single, which is a small victory for the bowler at this point.
That was really well done by the fielder. He had to he had to throw himself to try and stop that boundary, and he was actually quite fine. So I think they've sort of come up with a plan in terms of, if the ball is fired full and fast at your leg, what would you do? You would probably lap it around your leg or try to slash. Actually, they've covered both of these angles well. That boundary was well hit on the off, and this one, I think it was pretty much in their plan as far as LSG are concerned.
Yep. As in again, a slower ball. Kartik Patidar, has picked it up. Has it long enough? You bet it has. And RCB are targeting 200 here. He's having 123. A day out. Yep, he's having a day out. Patidar, 107. He's been dropped twice. I would say both of them should probably have been caught. Certainly the first one. And he's making the most of it.
Absolutely. And he's picked that bones clean out of that slow ball. He almost was expecting it by the looks of it. It was just short of a good length. But even the change in pace didn't make much of a difference. He went through so fluently with his swing for a 6.
Well, Chamir trying to get out of this over. He's not going to without more damage. Lovely shot from Patidar. That might be 6 as well. He stepped across outside off stump. No, it's just bounced just in front of the fence. Lapped it beautifully over short fine leg. Well over short fine leg. 21 off that over. And RCB are 194 with an over to spare.
Yeah, Farong wants to know, will Stoinis bowl the final over?
No.
No, I suspect not. Let me have a look over on YouTube. No, that was really the only question. I am having a few internet problems, so it could well be I might have to drop off in a minute, but everything seems to be going a bit strange here. So it could end up with you and Bear until I can fix it.
Don't worry about it. But yeah, I hope you don't run into those issues.
Yeah.
That was you, or were you reading a tweet?
I'm going to have to reboot. So, guys, I will see you shortly.
Okay, yeah, I can see a couple of tweets here. Anish Rao is disappointed as an LSG supporter, but the game's only half over. Jay says, I appreciate your support, Tony, but you've never met my family. And Josie Oak says, must be nearly 60 for Gary Naylor 999. I don't know, actually. It might be. You never ask a gentleman his age. Anyway, Avesh is going to pull the last over. It's a full toss, but Kartik hasn't really got hold of that one. It's gone out into wide mid-wicket. Between the fielders, it should be 2, and it is.
Yep, I think he was lucky to get away with that. Kartik was crouching a bit too low to make use of a normal, high full toss. But still, they got 2 out of that. And look at the amount of acceleration that's happened. In the last 4.1 overs, they've scored a mere 73 runs.
Wow, it just came up. 81 off 37 is the partnership, and that was probably after a little bit of a slow start. But they've gone ballistic these last 4 overs, and no bowlers really... Well, I think actually Mossin did okay. He just went for the 1-6.
Absolutely. And 4 dots in that over.
Yes. But Avesh Khan's trying to bowl. This one's in the slot, and it's clubbed back past him by Kartik. Banged it straight. 2 bounces. No chance for the fielder to get there. And that is another 4. And it's 200. And Kartik's done this so many times this IPL. He was given a little bit more time to bat in this one, and he's paid that off with 36 off 20.
He's beginning to again pick up. He's trying to push his strike rate up very close to 200 mark. Now it's 180, and I'd rather say travelling northward.
Well, Avesh takes a deep breath. He's got to try to get through these last 4 balls. Andrew Ty on the bench, glad he's not out there bowling the last over.
Yeah.
Haven't seen him the whole tournament, actually. Kartik, what's he going to do this one? It's a short ball, well bowled, and he just had a flick at it, Kartik. I guess whatever he was expecting, it wasn't that. And it's a welcome dot ball for Avesh Khan.
I mean, they've scored a shed load of runs. I don't know, 120 after 15 or something. So it's
yeah.
More like 79 now. 77 now. After the 15th over.
Yep.
Quite a lot of runs.
A lot of runs, and I think it's probably taken the game away from Lucknow unless Quinton de Kock can have another fantastic innings. Avish is in. What's he doing? Just hit the ball. That's wide outside off stump, and I think you'll be happy to see that's not given wide, Ajit, because the batsman
makes sense.
Run almost outside the blue line himself. And why Kartik needs to do that when he's belting the ball everywhere, I don't know.
Well, as you said, it's a bit rock, paper, scissors, isn't it? Yeah. You're trying to guess where it's going to be. Plus, I imagine that's where the gap is.
I guess he's certainly angry with himself, Kartik.
Now, with the pace that Avesh Khan has, the ball that sort of comes at a chest height will be a bit tough to hit. You are neither comfortable cutting that, nor are you trying to drive
that one. Oh dear, he's gone too short. It's bounced over Quinton de Kock for 4. Is he going to get a wide and extra ball as well?
He should do.
The leg umpire was
I think so. It looked high to me. We haven't had an official signal. Yes, we have 4 wides.
5 wides.
5, yep. It's miles over his head.
Oh dear.
So isn't that no ball then?
No, it's still a wide. It's still a wide.
It's always a wide.
But this is again what batsmen like Kartik can do. They can make the bowlers do weird things. Players like Chris Gale in their prime could do this. Bowlers bowl many more wides against them than against other batsmen. And Avesh Khan just got a little bit carried away with the short ball there, and he's ended up with 5 and still has to bowl the next 2.
Yep.
Well, meanwhile we see the 6ers hit by Patidar. All flat hits, powerful hits. The short boundary definitely helps, but take nothing away from this lad. Scoring
really well today.
Ball 100.
111 off 53 is a fantastic innings. And again, for a man with a previous IPL high score of 52, I don't think anyone saw this coming.
Nope. Someone's got to do it, and he takes 1.
Yep. And Kohli's 23 off 22 or whatever it is long forgotten. Except by me.
Yeah, of course, except by you, but
I wanted to ask you, did Kane Williamson do the right thing by going away home to be with his wife as she delivered the baby? I wonder Mrs. Kohli would be thinking the same, maybe. They should have planned a bit better to get him out if there was such a problem.
It seemed to help the Sunrisers batting a bit, but I think they'd already been eliminated by that point.
Yeah.
Kane maybe had his eye on the Test series as well.
The aura that Kohli brings, you never write him off, like what he did one game. It was only one game in about 10 this season. But he did it at least the previous game. It was a do-or-die match and he delivered for his team. Meanwhile,
85 off the last 30 balls. Avesh is in again. It's a Yorker. Kartik's lifted up to long off. He should know long off. Didn't really bottle it. It bounced. Actually didn't hit as hard as I thought, but he's back through for 2, I think.
They get back for 2 on that?
No, I don't think they did. They've just gone through for a single. So I wonder if they're going to run till they get run out on the last ball, or Kohli is giving.
Well, that's what happened yesterday. So if it ended up not being the last ball because it ended up being a wide or a no ball or something.
Oh, there was a strange one yesterday, wasn't there? Yeah.
So just about to run himself out.
2:06, 1 ball to go, and Patidar drills it up to long off. Are they going to go back for 2? Patidar wants to. Kartik doesn't.
It was pointless.
It's going to finish on 207 for 4, and depending on what time of the innings you were thinking, that's anything from 20 to 40 runs more than expected. And I think, for me, that's too many. What do you think, guys?
It certainly looks a tough ask, doesn't it? And it very much depends on KL Rahul
and is KL Rahul going to do his ball eating, or is it because he can't afford to eat too many?
Well, that's the thing. Who knows? I would certainly be going under because they're going to have to go like a train at the beginning.
You'd think.
Good chance of. That's the thing. It could be over very quickly, couldn't it? If KL Rahul, Quinton de Kock, and one other are out in the power play and they only get 50, then you'd say that game is done. Wow. Yeah.
If they get 50 for no loss in the power play, I think they've had a solid start. Because look, KL Rahul will probably drop anchor, look to score at 150 strike rate towards the end of his innings. He's looking to make up as he bats longer. They have hitters around him, right? Huda can hit. Pandey will have to do his bit. I saw Pandey on the field, so I'm expecting he's playing. So all of these other players who are coming in, even Lewis, who didn't get a look in the previous game, where he's a hitter. So I'm thinking Rahul will be your anchor man, but not an anchor who's going to weigh the team down. He's going to keep pushing, maybe 130, 135, and push it far along as the innings goes on. But I think Quinton de Kock and even Lewis will carry the burden of, let's say, hitting it out as they start.
Well, that's what Farong thinks on Twitter. He's disappointed. It was 115 for 4 of 14 overs. So, yeah, they've scored 92 of the last 6 overs. Chasing not a strong point of LSG. Need King Legend or Quinton de Kock to bat long or through the innings, or both. I'm not sure you want KL Rahul to bat through the innings chasing 200 plus, but we'll see. O'Neill Harris, in the first few years of the IPL, they used to have the best bowlers bowling the last over. This IPL, they rarely have the best bowler with the 19th. Perhaps he means usually, but I know what he means. Anyway, we're going to have a quick break.
We have nothing to put on. We're supposed to talk through the break, really, because they're only on for about 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. Well, let's do that. Right. I know I've got 10 overs off after this one, so I can wibble a bit.
So can I. It's all good. I think we're going to usher the last 10 hours of this chase, me and you. So we're going to be here together for a bit longer. But at least for now, I'm happy to keep prattling on. Look, for me, when I look at their batting lineup, right? So I'm now looking at the batting lineup of LSG and the bowling lineup, what's facing. So I have high expectations from Hazelwood. He's been tonked around a little bit in the last 2 to 3 games. For the champion bowler, in the mindset he has, he'll not let that pass. And I dare say LSG might be on the receiving end of it, at least in the power play. What are your thoughts on that?
Wait, did he bowl 4 overs for 64 in one game?
Yeah. Previous game he was 439.
Everyone can have a bad day, in T20.
Well, that's a very bad day.
Yeah, it is a very bad day, which you wouldn't expect. But yeah, I'm kind of a bit with you there, Ajay. I think he's a class bowler.
I'm not that convinced by him as a T20 bowler.
No, but the one thing I a lot in T20s, the ball only does stuff for a very short over. You find if you can get in the groove, the quicker bowlers, the better test bowlers, they try and bowl a test length in the first couple of overs. And sometimes, if it goes well, you can get away with that for 2 overs. And sometimes that can make the difference because, people trying to force it. You get those little nicks through to the keeper. Someone else trying to force it into the leg side, spews it up. The guy catches it, cover, that kind of thing. That's what he's got to try and do. If it comes off, he could get 2 for 8 in his first 2 overs that he bowls.
Exactly.
Probably opening.
Well, it doesn't necessarily transfer. I mean, Cummins is regarded as, probably rightly, as one of the best test bowlers in the world. He's got battered out of this IPL. He's gone for stacks.
Yeah, no, I agree. It can do. But I mean, I've watched a lot of games where nothing fancy. The bowlers don't try fancy shit for the first couple of overs because the ball is new, it's hard, and they're trying to bowl those hard lengths that they know it's in that kind of corridor. It's close enough to the off stump that if they're trying to force it and they get it wrong, they'll get the nicks, or they'll try and turn it around the corner on the leg side. It's just that little bit outside the line enough that they skew it up into the offside, and that's the game of chicken. I think you play at the top of a T20 if you're a fast bowler, because ideally I think you want to be able to bowl that kind of line, because if it goes well, it's actually hard to hit.
Yeah, I think I'm going to say we've seen a bit of bite, a bit of grip with the spinners. Maybe Hasaranga is going to be the key bowler.
Well, yeah,
exactly
in this chase.
Exactly. 2 more bowlers I would like to watch out for. So apart from Hazelwood, you have Hazaranga and Harshal Patel, who sort of slowly built up into a good form as the tournament has gone on for RCB. And he's now sort of in his place where he'll give you a 30 for 2 most games out of his 4 overs, bowling at the 31. Right? So if I were to be the LSG management talking to their batters now, just in their previous game, they made 210 with just the 2 batters going right through. In this game, you forget that you just need to do it with 2 batters, but you have a good mixture of hitters and people who can hold. So you have Mananwara who can hold, and you have the captain who can hold, KL Rahul. But you have hitters in Quinton de Kock, Evan Lewis, Deepak Huda, Marcus Stoinis. That's a fantastic lineup. So the way I'm looking at it, you need something like 70 in the last 5.5 overs, and with about 5 to 6 wickets in hand, and at least one hitter needs to be entrenched. That's all you need.
Stoinis.
They have a decent chance of chasing it down.
Yeah.
That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, they don't want us to hold Stoinis back too long.
You wouldn't have thought. I mean, he is a good hitter if he gets going.
Well, they've got a chance. You know, they've got good players, and we shouldn't write them off entirely. But I think they're only going to win this one time in 4.
Let's see what the bookies say, shall we?
Yes, why not?
Mm-hmm.
In the meantime, you can help us out on Patreon, patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket, 1R2Ls. $10 or more a month will give you a regular shout out. $2 a month will get you our undying gratitude, and that's got to be worth something in this crazy world. You'll get all sorts of perks. You get early access to our podcast. You get special interviews. What else do you get?
You get a weekly newsletter.
Yeah.
And you get access to. We started a Discord group.
Oh yeah, everybody, all the cool kids are on Discord.
Well, exactly. So private sort of Patreon only
Discord group. I shall join that and see what the bants is on there.
Wow. It's different to the WhatsApp group. It's good fun. There's lots of different groups, and you can with Discord you've got lots of different rooms as well. I suppose.
Yeah, you've got all kinds of things. A lot of it seems to be the most. They seem to have cornered that market.
Yes. My daughters and sons are on it all the time when they're playing video games. It's good for that.
It's got to be better than TikTok.
Yeah, well, TikTok. Well, I swear, I've said this to many people. The man who invites, the guy who invents the medium where it flies off the shelves, if you like, with 2-second views, and you can sell effective advertising for that. That's it, isn't it?
Yeah.
The goldfish. The goldfish app for people with so little attention span, but we can still sell you a £3,000 Gucci bag has made it, I reckon.
Yeah.
The bookies odds. LSG are 12-5. The RCBs are 3-1 on.
Yeah, there you go.
That's about right.
They seem to be more or less same lines as me for once.
A fool of the first wicket. 27.5. You see, that's good, isn't it? Because you got KL Rahul and Quinton de Kock. It's worth having a punt at.
So, I'm sorry to interrupt. I was looking at the bowling figures. So, if you take out what Mohsin Khan did, which was 4 overs, 25 for 1, the rest of the lineup has gone at 11.5 to be over.
Yes.
That must be disappointing if you're LSG.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, their bowling's maybe not been their strength. They obviously didn't want to trust Stoinis or anybody else with an extra over, which was probably the right thing to do. And sometimes you put your best bowlers out there and they just get clumped.
Yep, I mean, I'm a big fan of either in the last 4 to 5 hours, don't give it to a part-timer. You have to trust your main bowler because he's been the one who's been practicing. Your part-timer might actually be put to the sword at any other time as well, but I would not risk a part-timer in the last 3 to 4 hours when especially the opposition is always looking to build the momentum.
Well, sometimes when a team's bowling second, they'll feel they need a wicket or two, and they will put their best bowlers on a bit earlier than they might like. But generally, that's the case. Yeah. Are we about to start? Or we've got another couple of minutes.
I don't know.
I'll tell you what. I'll let Bennett come in and see what his thoughts are at the halfway stage, which is my excuse for going and eating my vegan sausage roll.
Well, you go and do that. I'll hop into your seat, and the 4 of us can carry on talking. We are about to start the second innings. I'm just going to switch chairs. Hold on. Talk away, Bennett. What do you think?
So here's my advice to you, Bear. I would take something on LSG to win, and with luck, somebody will make some quick runs in the first 8 overs. The odds will shorten. You can hedge it and come back in again with the RCBs.
Well, yeah. See that? I mean, that's a strategy, but I'm not going to go there. You see, I am going to
go under.
I'm going under. Of course, I'm going under. I'm going under for 4 wickets, and the reason being that it could go horribly wrong, of course, but they've got to go out the traps at something crazy, right? They've got to go over 10 and over for 20 overs. Yeah. You've got the big boys at the top. I mean, they do have hitters, and they've got batters down the order, but obviously they'll want something out of those top 2. As we saw, What's his name? Who was the guy who got runs? Patida,
yeah.
I mean, who'd have thought he was going to get a ton? So there's always a jack in a box out of there. No one expects to be the hero. Could be the hero, but I mean, people will be expecting it. It's Quentin de Kock and Kyle Rahul. They've scored a shed load of runs in this tournament already, and they'll be looking for them to do something if the RCBs can get one or both of those two reasonably early within the first sort of 7 overs. It might put the cat amongst the pigeons. That'd be my bet. So that's why I'm going under. I think they've got to go hard, and I think they might lose a wicket early.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. It's Bennett on Sikram here back on the Hello Bear and Messi. Yeah, I mean, interesting, because when I saw this young chap batting earlier on, I did say it seemed like it was going to be his day, isn't it, earlier on?
Yeah.
And yes, something, I just had the gut feeling there, and he did sort of, this is the beauty of this team. He put his hand up, and this is why I feel that RCB are going to be a threat, because they're coming from nowhere. I mean, nobody expected sort of them to be in the playoffs, did they? They didn't have a right. They just almost bulldozed themselves, invited themselves to the party here, which I think is a great score from where they were after losing their skipper in the very first over, and two of their most destructive batsmen, Maxwell and Kohli, earlier on. Patida, little known compared to these big names, he shouldered his team, and hats off to him. I know he had a few kind of misses, sort of a couple of misses, but hats off to him there, man. I thought he played a
he played a stunning innings, didn't he? I mean, he pulled him out of the attack. And Dinesh Karthik did what Dinesh Karthik does at the end. He smashed all past the ground. I mean, he didn't have a very good, particularly last over, but I think they've done the damage before that, you know. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting.
Is Tony trying to get back in, Bear?
Not yet. He's fallen off the internet again. So I'm basically taking over for him until he arrives back.
Right.
So
and I think there was a time when Patida was, I think when we were on air, Bear, you and myself, we were talking about why has he like slowed down, or he's just sort of trying to pick the singles and rotate the strike, and it just showed a lot of character and maturity for him to sort of take on that mantle. Disappointing from the Lucknow Super Giants bowling attack. I think Dushmantha Chamira coming back in place of Holder kind of didn't really do his bit, and I think except for Mushin Khan, who was like 4 overs 25 runs or whatever, the others were taken to the sword, weren't they?
Yeah, but that seems to be the pattern, doesn't it, Bennett? I mean, the spinners come on. It's obviously trickier to hit the spinners. Even though you say that, you know, the spinners still went for 35, 48 runs, but they didn't seem to be getting hit. But they do. But it does seem that that the classic over sort of 7 to 14, 15. If you've got two spinners, they pretty much bowl all of that period. Everyone, no one's trying to take them to the cleaners all the time. Try not to get out. The ball is turning, and a lot of these guys are bowling. Have got there's a lot of leggies, and they've all got googlies and top spinners, and no one seems to pick it out of hand. Everyone's trying to play it off the pitch. So if you get it slightly wrong, you end up just turning it somewhere for a single or patting it out to them. And there's always a guy in the deep, so there's hardly anyone in. So it's always a single anyway.
Yeah.
And it's just if you can, you've got to be proactive against spinners, haven't you? You've got to take your chance and actually try and hit them.
Of course, and they did have their sort of luck as well, isn't it? I mean, Dinesh Karthik, the LBW, very, very close. I thought the second one that he had before he had actually, that was a close score from point of view of it hit his sort of edge, isn't he? Like edge of the bat. He was lucky. If not for the edge, that would have been no way. It would have been a no-brainer for the umpire. But having said that, I'm excited to see the openers bat, considering the last knock that Quinton de Kock sort of had here. Here they are, out there in the middle.
Well, indeed. And one thing that has upset me, actually, in this tournament, I will play a jingle and then I will talk about it.
Quinton de Kock has a name you can mock, but he's really quite useful at cricket. I have heard that he can open the bat even if he's not keeping wickets.
And of course, King Legend. opening? Oh, of course. This man is going to open the bowling.
When you gotta fight your way from the streets, gotta find a way to land in your food. There's only one man who can save us now. It's Mama Siraj.
He's been called back in. He's been called in for Jason Holder. Isn't that right? Am I right now? Have I got the wrong bloody team?
No, Moshin Khan, wrong team. Moshin Khan was called in for Jason. Well, Siraj came back for Cowell. Siddharth Cowell.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah. Oh, well, this is what you were going on about earlier, yes.
That's correct, yeah.
Well, Siraj is a quality bowler.
He's
I'd go with Siraj over Cool most of the time, I think. First ball is an appeal for everybody. It's not going to be out. It hit him outside leg stump. It's tailing down leg side. But Siraj was very excited, understandably.
Isn't he always excited?
Yeah, he's always
appeal?
excited. Yeah, he is, very much so. They're not going to go for the review, rightly so. Yeah, one of my things, Bennett, is the reviewing in this tournament has been appalling.
Yes.
You know, you have 2 reviews in 20 overs, and half the time people don't really use them.
Indeed, and it's more in sometimes anticipation than in hope, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's the point. You've got 2 reviews. If you really think something is out, you might as well use one. I mean, you've still got the, you know, the desperation one if you need it.
I agree.
That's why you shouldn't have 2 reviews in a T20. That's an inside edge onto the pad. Just comes right down the wicket to the bowler and there's no run.
I fully agree, Bear. I mean, if they have not taken at least one at the end of the innings, that's a really shame.
Exactly.
Close one.
That one of Rishabh Pants last week was just crazy.
And there was also that one, as Mitch Marsh, wasn't there, in that game we covered 2 weeks ago?
Right.
And Mitch Marsh came in, third ball, pinged in front of Trent Bolt at him, and looked absolutely LBW for me all day long. No one fucking reviewed it. He went on to get 73 or 80 odd off, 30 balls, as that's played down the leg side. I'm not sure if that was pad or bat. It was dropped by Dinesh Karthik, so we'll be hoping there was no bat. It's probably thigh pad. There is no run. 1 for none after 3 balls.
Was that off the bat there?
I don't know. The way Karthik is looking, I don't think it was.
I think it was off the thigh pad.
I thought it was off the thigh pad as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think Karthik is.
No. It's actually, I think it's off around about the gloves or the splice of the bat. It's nowhere near his thigh. It's still going quickly down the leg side. Dinesh Karthik had a long way to go, having just smashed it around a part and only had 10 minutes off the pitch. Maybe he's feeling a little bit stiff.
I think he's struggling with his foot there. If you remember the one that got him on his foot, he's in some discomfort there. His mobility is hampered. Let's hope that he's agile enough to keep wickets.
Well, now there's a slip in, I think, for KL Rahul. There is. He's about a third slip, but he instead Siraj bowls it into his hip, so he turns it down the long leg. There's a man down there. Looked like Stoinis, but it's not. No, and it's a single.
They've got a good variety, isn't it, in their bowling, Bear? Really good. He's in pain. Dinesh Karthik certainly in pain.
Yeah, he's definitely in pain, isn't he? Who have they got? They got Josh Hazelwood.
And they've got Harshal Patel. He's been really sort of great. And the 2 spinners, Chahal and Ashwin. They've got Shabazz Ahmed, his left arm spinner. Bring some variety there.
Hasaranga. Now, De Kock has pulled that into the stands behind square leg, and it's the first one of these in the first over. 6 runs. Banged it in short, but it's way too straight. It hasn't got up. It's been picked up sweetly actually by Quinton de Kock. He loves that shot. Just helps it around and over deep backwards. Well, almost long leg really. Just scooped it round. It wasn't short. It was reasonably full in fact. And the score moves on to 8. Last ball hit down the ground. Hasn't really got anything on it, and there you go. That's it. Quinton de Kock. There's my under. Woohoo! I'm so right. Quinton de Kock has mistimed that, and that's a big wicket for the RCBs. Attempting to hit it over the leg side, having just got 6. He's mistimed it, scooped it. It's not really gone, well, probably a yard outside the ring at a wide mid-on. Mid-on, of course, it's up because it's the first few overs. In fact, it's toe end. And he's just been snaffled. Who do we see? Who caught that? It's
It's skipper Faf du Plessis.
Faf du Plessis has caught that.
He's got hands safe as houses.
And they are very pumped. Kohli is being Kohli-like and very excited.
Why wouldn't they be? The man who's been in terrific form. I mean, he's had one of the best IPL innings that one could see, being out in the very first over of RCB. Certainly have got back into this game in a very, very strong fashion here.
Well, exactly. Give him a send-off. And that's exactly what they needed.
So Jay Grover says, I wish to take some zops, curl up and fall asleep in Ajit's hood while he reads David Copperfield out loud. Whatever. Warren says, forget the last die. Here's one more likely for the Bears IPL over. It's the 12-sided die. Josie Oak says, the Discord group mostly focuses on right-wing politicians and associated bad language. It varies from day to day.
It varies from day to day. We were covering the Australian election over the weekend. A lot of our Australian patrons were quite happy with what happened, I seem to remember. Understandably so.
That's quite true. Warren says, not the first time the Bear has taken LSG. Did I mention I'm dyslexic?
Yes. Well, that would be true, Jay. If the letters were right.
That's Warren, not Jay.
Warren. Well, there you go, Warren. That's also true. New batsman.
Man, you don't have to live on the bread line.
Oh, he's not facing those. KL Rahul is. And that one is a slow ball, keeps low as we have a new bowler.
It's Josh Hazelwood. That's actually probably the second over.
It is Josh Hazelwood, and he has a jingle. If I can find him, it goes like this.
This is a jingle for Josh Hazelwood. This is a jingle for Josh Hazelwood.
And he bowls pretty straight into the pads. KL Rahul goes across, clips in out towards deep mid wicket. There isn't a man at deep mid wicket. That's a really good, well placed shot. Now two men converged on it. They kind of slid. They could have been in touch with the sponge when they stopped it, whilst crashing into each other. The ball squirted out and then started trickling towards the sponge.
And they kind of lost the ball.
They lost the ball again, and then it kind of dribbled on more towards the sponge. Oh, they
hit each other there, the shoulder.
Yeah. It did stop. Oh, it stopped before the sponge. Well, it stopped.
I think it hit the boundary line there.
I don't think it did, you know. I think it just stopped short. You have to see it from the side. I don't think there's a lot in it. But
I think he's past that.
I think they've kept it to 3. Who's that?
Oh dear, Harshal Patel looks like he's injured himself, and that's going to be an absolute disaster, because he is one of their main bowlers. He's the one that bowls the mid.
Who was it? Who's that? Who barged into?
Lorimer, isn't it? Lorimer, the other guy.
Okay. Well, he was chasing it from straight, and Harshal Patel was coming from the side. And he's gone right into the side of him. Headbutted him in the ribs, basically, as he slid on the ground. Guided by Vorak down to third man. It'll be a single. He saved the run though. God damn it.
Yeah. Hazelwood has been one of the bowlers that's really impressed me in the last few seasons, not just in this season, but how he converted himself from being an ideal test bowler into a match-winning T20 bowler with CSK last season. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I don't think he has loads of variation. It was interesting, wasn't it, that after Hazelwood in, defending from the crease, KL who's square on the offside. It was interesting when the last T20 World Cup was in Dubai and the UAE, and the pitches were dead and low and not particularly quick. And Australia went over there with basically 4 quick bowlers who kind of bowl length and hard lengths, and everyone thought they probably wouldn't do very well, and it turned out to be still quite effective. You can bowl quick and into the deck. doesn't really matter that much. It's still hard to play, and they are probably the quickest attack out of the lot around the world. Man for man, that is across the entire attack, as that's just worked around the corner by Hazelwood.
I think also the dead ball, the hard ball that he bowls on a good length from a height, because he's a tall lad. It's quite difficult to get away, and he's so pinpoint accurate. Doesn't a bit like Glenn McGrath like. He can come in all day and just bowl that test match line in length, which can be a little bit difficult to get away.
It can, and because he only has to bowl 4 overs rather than trying to keep it down to 135 to 137, you can really let it go, get up to 139 into the low 140s, you know, because he can bowl that fast. And if you've only got to bowl 4 overs, you can do it, right? Exactly. As that's driven square by Vora. There's a deeper set point on the edge of the 30-yard circle. He feels that, and it's no run to any over, 13 for 1 after 2.
Barong's getting nervous. He says, judging from our recent chasing form, I'm not that confident. Kardec could have been out 2 balls of the partnership had the umpire raised his finger. That's cricket. Sloppy fielding and drop catches didn't help. Mark Zipp said took a break from record cleaning in the innings break. Yard cell setup requires supervision. Jorge the cat is up to the task. And sends us a picture of Jorge keeping an eye on things. And Jay says, hang the fuck on, missus. Do you really think I'd have the brass neck to take the piss out of someone's drug boots? No, it wasn't me that said it.
Yeah.
It was Bear that thought it was you. Blimey, hypocrisy is inevitable. Shamelessness is not. Unrelated, I tried to join the Discord this morning but forgot my phone number.
Oh dear.
Love it, Jay. No, I didn't accuse you of doing that at all. I think Bear just misheard it, Jay.
Yes, indeed. Well, Cal Rahul is going to continue. Now, I'm hoping that Tony's going to turn up at some point. Otherwise, I'm on for the entirety of this innings. Siraj is going to continue. First ball of his second over. Cal Rahul goes back, hits it square out to point. They should get 1. They come back for 2, I think.
Just the 1, I think.
Just the 1? Okay. Yeah. Should have been just 1. Fielder did have a little way to go. We never see, because all they do is show us bloody adverts on the big LCD screens in the ground. Get your credit card and get 100% cash back. Piss off.
Bear, I'll just keep doing the socials and you can have 5 overs off if you want to, right? Okay.
Okay, cheers, man. That would be very handy. You never know, Tony might turn up again. Yeah, that's a good shot by K.R. Rahul. It's short and wide. But there is a man down at deep backward points, and so it'll only be a single.
So the next slot there, if you want to just take a break, I can take it through with whoever.
Yeah, Ajit's coming back if Messers takes over.
Yeah, I'll be alright.
And then I'll come back for the last 2. Oh no, Tone's here. Having said that. So
there you go.
There you go.
All good.
Having just said he might not be turning up again, he has turned up.
Siraj with his tail up now, isn't he? After getting the first wicket.
Yep, indeed. And Vora, a lot of bottom hand, trying to work it into the leg side. Gets it nowhere, just goes back down the track to the bowler, and there is no run.
Emily Elizabeth on YouTube says, hey Gorillas, just popping in on my work break to say hello and thanks for streaming. It's our pleasure, Emily. And Oddman says, do you think Rajasthan should have played more like RCB did today? Well, I think that's certainly arguable. I think they just got a bit stuck, didn't they? For those overs sort of 11 to 15, something like that.
And I think, to be fair, even RCB did get stuck during that period, but it's just that they built up. The end was like, Patidar and Karthik, they really had a nice finish, whereas Rajasthan Royals struggled with Butler getting out. Even the last over, they struggled to get runs on the board. The last few overs was not as great as they could have, with the comical run out of Parag and Ashwin and the likes of it.
There's been some interesting running in the last couple of weeks.
Well, you're always going to get that. Siraj comes in.
That Wade thing yesterday was shambles.
Yeah, that was disgraceful, and he didn't do anything with it either, as well, did he? Vora again trying to work that into the leg side, and gets it nowhere except for back to the bowler. There's no run.
The sixers of the season, Josh Butler is leading without sort of any surprise, and it's the English contingent again. Liam Livingston at number 2, 34. Russell 32 sixes, KL Rahul 25, and Sanju Samson 24.
Well, the only two, Andre Russell and Liam Livingston are out, so I can't see anyone taking. But that's extraordinary.
Livingston's out as well, so Samson and
he's 14 sixes behind. Well, I suppose he can play. I suppose if he plays today, Friday and Sunday, he could do it.
It will be interesting to see if they can keep that going during the T20 World Cup in Australia.
Well, yeah, I mean that's going to be an interesting one, isn't it? Short, terrible ball by Siraj. Dinesh Karthik can't hold on to it, but he does stop it, and they'll get a wide, 2 wides as it goes on down towards the fine leg. Poor ball from Siraj.
I think it's been a good start by RCB here, because I mean LSG on the back foot, they're trying to build up a partnership as well as trying to keep the scoreboard ticking. I think if RCB can continue to sort of keep the screws on, they have a good chance, because they're really now trying to consolidate. Losing de Kock has been a very, very big hole in their momentum here. It's a pause.
Indeed, Siraj in 2 down the leg side. Hit down to deep backwards square leg, however. He's nicely placed. And just be the 1 run.
It's always been around these two, isn't it, Bear? I mean, Rahul and Quinton de Kock. Huda comes in and plays a really good innings. Benoni at the end. Is he playing today? Benoni, he plays a good sort of quick fire knock at the end. Kunal Pandya can score some runs, but it's just these 2 guys, at least one of them, that have to take them through up to at least the halfway, 3/4 of the way of the innings. If not, the others are not able to capitalize on it.
Exactly. Vora facing up drives that up to mid-on. They go through for a quick single. They succeed, and that should be the end of the over. Now, Tony, are you there? Are you going to come on?
Hold on, we're not up to 5 overs yet.
Aren't we?
See, sorry.
Oh, it doesn't matter. He's supposed to be on anyway. Tone?
Right.
Yes, I am here. I am here.
Okay. Well, you can take over.
Do you want me to take over from you?
Yes. Because
what have you left me with? What dregs have you left me with?
2 overs.
You've got
2 overs worth of magnificent.
2 more overs of ball by ball, Tony.
I shall.
And then you're on to social.
I am.
Neil Harris says, didn't Tymon Mills play in this IPL? I think he disappeared early on and wasn't seen again. I think he injured himself very early.
He injured himself, and he sort of flew back home after that.
Yeah. It is the English fast bowler's way. Don't expect anything different. 24-1. Crikey, 207. I'm not sure any of us saw that coming, did we? That was remarkable. That's a heck of a target. 208 to chase. 20-1. They've already lost Quinton de Kock, which definitely was not in the LSG game plan. Remember, they've yet to beat a team from amongst the qualifiers. Shabazz has somehow sneaked through Vora down the leg side. It's going to be, I think, leg buys, but is it also going to be wides?
I think it was a possible stumping chance as well, Tony, because he did come out there and missed the ball completely, lost sight of it fully, the batsman, and so did Dinesh Karthik. Karthik struggling after being hit on the foot. He's not his normal self in terms of mobility. Certainly a chance there. His foot
yeah, he steps outside of it, so you couldn't call it a wide. I'm not sure it was a stumping. I don't think Karthik had got 4 and oh, maybe he was. It was everyone seemed to mix up that up. Round the wicket, climbed into by Vora. He's got all of that high over mid wicket. It's 6 runs. What a shot! Shabazz got belted.
Manish Vora sort of getting some momentum there.
Yeah, he certainly did. That, if anyone's counting, well, obviously someone is. The 1025th 6. Was that 1025? Was that all in all the IPL or just this year?
Just this year. All
just this. Crikey Moses. 1025. Well unblowed. Yeah, Shabazz there. Perhaps a little bit discombobbled by the first ball, but that one was absolutely launched by Vora. So he's gone to 8 off 7. Shabazz comes around the wicket, left arm. That's up in the air. Spooned up. Oh, and just short of the man at extra cover. Who is, of course, Faf himself, I think.
Yeah, Faf did. I mean,
not a good day out for him so far. Let's be honest.
Not at all. Manish Vora's living dangerously. I mean, he hit the ball, almost spooned it, as you said, Tony, and he was lucky to be lucky to get away with the stumping as well.
Well, in a way, his spoon was deep enough that the ball went high enough and dropped short of Faf as he came. I'm not sure Faf picked it up particularly well though, because he seemed very hesitant running in. And that would make you think he's not picking the ball up in those Eden Gardens lights.
Yes.
He is right back on the boundary, so we'll give Vera the benefit of the doubt. KL Rahul is on 9. It's 31 for 1. Onto the back foot goes KL Rahul. Punches it really straight to short mid-wicket. Very well placed. And there will be no run. Can't have too many dot balls in this chase, not after 207 was thrashed towards the latter order. It's quite a fantastic effort. This is pushed away into the offside. Again, there is no run. I mean, you have to say it was largely just an extraordinary knock, was it not, from Rajat Patidar, who was quite fantastic. 112 not out in the end for him. Shabazz around the wicket. Carved straight to the ring of 3 though. Cover. Again, no run.
End of over number 4.
End of over, indeed.
Actually, oh no, Warren says, says, to be fair, the room on Discord is mainly Gorilla Hendo's room, so there's plenty of rounds.
I'm still trying to work Discord out, because it seems to have all those different avenues of, like a tree, of different chats you can go in. So I'll suddenly get an alert and then not always be able to find it because it's in some subset of, Hendo's rant subset or something.
Well, if you look to the left-hand side, Tony, and see which one is highlighted, that'll be the one that you can find something here. And Warren says, "I'm not sure I know this thing of which you speak."
Warren's one of the main people there. We're delighted to have him too.
He's replying to something. Leah.
Well, it's Josh Hazelwood time. Oh, it's not. He's been Josh Hazelwood's time all this over. I was struggling to pick up the pace, and he's been launched by Vora backward of square. 4 runs. Michael Goff signals that 4 runs. It is.
That shot was a bit more in control, and it looked as if he had the sense of authority there, the way he played that.
It's lovely wrists. Flicked it supremely with his wrists. And I'm afraid one of Australia's finest is on the wrong end of the 4 runs there. He's got a rueful little look on his face.
It's not like him to bowl down the leg, is it? He's usually a lot more accurate.
This one is beautifully driven straight. Now, did that go straight into the fence? No. Michael Goff raised his arm. 6 runs. Beautiful shot. Up and over extra cover.
That was on a full length, Tony, and I think given the confidence that Vora has had playing the shot before, this was a lot more easier for him with the full face of the bat and clearly sort of over wide on the wee. Beautiful looking style.
That was a super shot. And up went Michael Goff's arms. Great name for a pub. He's from Hartlepool, Michael Goff. I was trying to look at other famous people from Hartlepool. I thought Brian Clough was, but he was born in Middlesbrough. The most famous person I knew, other than that, from Hartlepool was Jeremy Spencer, original guitarist of Fleetwood Mac. Other than that, I was struggling to find celebrities from Hartlepool.
There are celebrities Jeremys everywhere.
Celebrity Jeremys everywhere. There are indeed. Anyway, in comes Hazelwood. This one's pulled away towards mid-wicket. Taken at mid-wicket. Brilliant catch. Diving away to his right. That's a superb catch. And that is a very timely wicket for the RCBs. Just as the Supergiants were thinking they might be putting their foot to the metal,
I think
they have been slowed down.
I think they needed that, Tony, because these two were looking to break away a little bit, from the shackles that they were in. But now it will be the interesting time at Chahal and Maninder Hasra, who's taken 30 wickets, and Harsha Patel. These 3 are the core of the bowling. who bowl in the middle overs and towards the latter part. Be interesting to see how they come up.
Lovely catch by Shabazz Ahmed. Flung himself to his right, and Manan Vora, who had been looking like he was about to go from 0 to 70 in very little time at all, has gone, and it's going to be Deepak Hooda, the new man at the crease. Also not slow to get going, is he?
Yeah. KR Rahul's on 9 from 11 though, and I mean, they can't afford to keep doing that.
But Deepak Hooda is a batsman who doesn't take time to get in, so he's usually very quick off the mark. It'll be good. KL Rahul now is perhaps thinking of anchoring the innings. It's a very hard situation, having lost 2 wickets. So Rahul will be in 2 minds on how to construct his innings. It will be good if Hooda can take some pressure off it.
Well, let's have a look. Deepak Hooda is going to face Australia's Josh Hazlewood, and he's immediately driving, but he drives straight to extra cover, and there is no run. It's Faf du Plessis who's smiling now. He wasn't earlier. He was looking quite crestfallen. He's got the nickname Hurricane, hasn't he, Deepak Hooda? He must have that either for his speed or for the fact he's notorious for his wind. One would assume it's possibly his speed. and probably as a teammate stuck in a bubble with him, hope that would be the game. 41 for 2. Josh Hazlewood is right arm over, short, again, driven superbly, but driven straight to cover. Once more, it's a dot ball.
Good piece of fielding there by Hasranga, diving full strength, full length actually to his right to stop that.
He did, Winan and Hasaranga. In fact, they've been by and large lively about their work, whereas we seem to see the Super Giants got a bit sloppy, didn't they? There were 2 or 3 occasions where I think one of them was in fact Deepak Hooda, who just seemed to let one through his legs at one point, and they weren't on their mettle as they would have wanted to be in a game of this importance.
They were not.
41 for 2. The Eliminator, as the name suggests, is if you lose, you're out. None of this qualifier, getting a second chance stuff. This one is driven a bit again. Oh, this one does bisect cover and extra cover. It's beautifully threaded between the 2 of them for 4 runs.
That was an absolute beautiful.
It's me, says she. It's me, says she.
Very nicely played indeed.
Because you're going to take over on socials, and the next tweet is from Jay, directed to you, so that couldn't be.
Well, I'm nervous already.
No, it's all right. So
oh, good. All right. Well, I will go and see what is being sent in my direction.
I'll catch you in 5 overs.
All right. Well, what Jay did say, in fact, was, Tony, don't worry about it. I preemptively banned myself from Discord just to save time. I don't know what don't, Jay. I'm sure it would be great fun. Right. If you don't know why we're talking about Discord, it is because we have our own Patreon lounge on there for those who become Gorilla Patrons, as well as all the other incredible benefits of regular content. Great guests. We've got Ian O'Brien on this week talking about the New Zealand series and the Bishop and Bear pub, our virtual pub, the weekly Smacksman newsletter, free merchandise, opportunity to sponsor the show, shout outs, all kinds of amazing stuff you get as a patron. So it's well worth it. But you also get the chance to be in our own lounge only for our patrons, and you can chat amongst each other and say what you think of us privately if you like. Anyway, it's not me, is it?
It's me now. Right. Good evening, everyone. It's Bennett Second here on this, taking you through to the next 5 overs as Mohammad Siraj comes in. This is one nicely played boundary for Deepak KL Rahul, who takes his ball from short delivery on mid-length leg and nicely places it towards the mid-wicket area, and the batsman get a boundary for that. It's a good start to the over. It's always nice to get a boundary off the first ball. Puts the ball under pressure. At this moment of time, 208 is the target needed. LSG 49 for 2. KL Rahul moving to 13 off 12 balls. Siraj comes in. This one shortish, and it's hit quite aerial, and it clears the boundary there, the deep square leg area, and that's the 6. KL Rahul looking to sort of build his innings up by moving on to the gears. 10 runs off 2 balls here. Siraj trying to bowl it short there and paying the price, and KL Rahul has got a 6 and a boundary in 2 balls here in this over.
Absolutely. Look, I was surprised he only got to play 11 balls, but I think he sort of played himself in while the others kept going. I think Vohra was sent in with a clear mandate that he needs to take on the bowlers. This is a crucial over, as well as RCB have bowled. I think if they let go of this over, LSG win the power play.
Very much so, Ajit. Sorry, I didn't see you in there. I apologize, Ajit. I didn't realize you were already there. I didn't acknowledge you, so I'm sorry. Yeah. So KL Rahul here looking to sort of take current 10 runs per over is what they're at. The required run rate is 10.55. I think the important fact is they've lost 2 early wickets, and they will be now facing the most important stage of that ball just climbed up on him, did they, Ajit? And
yes, I mean
comfortable.
An effort ball, shoulder ball as they say, and that rose enough to take the top edge or the shoulder of the bat, but not to carry all the way through. Indeed. I think
here he comes in, over pitched again. He moves his left leg around and smashes it over the deep mid wicket area. It's a mighty 6, and KL Rahul certainly building up the momentum here. Score moving up to 61 for 2. KL Rahul 25 of 15. Huda 4 of 3. That's maximum runs there. Ajit, beautiful shot there.
Yeah, I mean, he's setting himself up. He's moved his front leg out of the way and waiting, and you're giving him a ball that's on his midriff. You have pace for sure, but that's going to be bread and butter for a batsman of his class.
Indeed. And the beautiful thing about KL Rahul is he's a batsman who can easily change gears without one noticing, isn't it? He anchors the innings one moment, then suddenly he changes his gear like what he's doing in this over. He's already got 16 runs, I believe. Here he comes in over pitched, and he hits this ball towards the short third man region. I think it was uppish, it was in the air. One into Hasaranga takes it. They're not sure whether he's gone straight or not. Hasaranga is calling for a replay. The umpires are sending it up, are they, Ajit?
Yeah, I think they're discussing among themselves, but it looks like a storm in a teacup for me. That looked like a grounded shot. But I think they have referred it finally.
Indeed. And again, like we were discussing earlier on, there is absolutely no harm in going up, isn't there? You never know. Sometimes you can't see the naked eye, as we know. So, interesting call here. We're going to wait for the third umpire to make his decision. Hasaranga wasn't sure whether he'd taken it. So, Lucknow Super Giants winning the toss and inviting RCB to take. They scored 208, and now in their turn are 61 for 2. For those of you who have joined in case you're not aware, so this is the eliminator stage that we are in. The team that loses this match will be out of the tournament. The team that wins this game will play Rajasthan Royals.
All right.
On Friday.
That looked interesting. So he's actually hit it on the full. I don't know if Hasaranga actually got his hands underneath that. First of all, that was a wonderful effort. At point, it was actually hit on the full. It was not on the.
I think he's taken that.
That looks very interesting now. I'm looking for a further replay where you see what happens on Hasaranga's hand.
I think he's out.
That went straight off the bat. That's a wonderful catch, and I dare say a game-changing one if he's actually pouched that.
Indeed. I think he's gone there. Let's wait for the umpire to signal. There was some element of doubt whether the ball had come off the ground or if the fielder had taken it clean. This is what we're checking as we speak. And Hasaranga looks
sure, right? It looks to me like that bounced into his hands.
That bounced.
Behind.
Indeed. This could be a game changer here for RCB if that catch is taken. KL Rahul in this over has looked dangerous. They say 2 sixes and a boundary, and look.
That's one bounce. And I dare say he saved a 4 if nothing. That was a wonderful piece of effort. That was traveling and it was right at his legs. For him to dive and actually get his hands underneath it.
It's a bounce. It looked. You're right. You know, it could have been a boundary. Hasaranga is an excellent fielder. He's very agile, and he certainly saved 4 runs for his team. So 16 runs coming off the Siraj over so far with 1 ball to go. Rahul on 25. And this is an over full delivery, and the bat played towards the mid-off area. The batsman scrambled through for a quick run to finish the over. 17 runs off that over, Ajit.
Yeah, it is a big over. What I said, I think RCB have let go of a little bit of that control. They have 2 wickets, but I should be a bit more blunt about it. I think the wicket of Manan Vohra was a bit expendable. I mean, that wicket was it's not really a big deal in the bigger picture as far as LSG are concerned. Quinton de Kock definitely. So as far as I'm concerned, LSG have won this party with just giving 2 wickets away but scoring at 10 runs an over. What I saw, Siraj is bowling with a lot of knees. Most of those balls were very close to 90 miles per hour, if not less. I was actually expecting that they would take a break here, a strategic break. So I prattled on, my bad.
Well, maybe they can't have a strategic break on the back of a review that went on forever. I'm sure Bruce Oxenford is probably getting paid by the 30 seconds worth of you can eke it out every time. My friends at PCM, but they certainly made that one last.
Having said that, and I think that the most important part of this innings is now when number one bowler is going to bowl on the other side. We're going to have Chahal come in, and is it Chahal? Chahal.
No, Chahal plays
sorry, Rajasthan. Who's the other spinner from the other side?
So they have Shabazz, who's bowled 1 over pretty decently in the power play, but I think they're going to trust. Let's say Vanindu Hasaranga and maybe give it to one Maxwell. I'm expecting Maxwell might have a few overs as well.
But usually Maxwell bowls quite early on, doesn't he? But here he comes in. This is when it's over pitched. It didn't get the right length, and risky looking shot from KL Rahul towards a deep long on area, and the batsmen take 1. They decide against the second run. 208 was the target. 63 for 2. The batsman out, Manan Vohra. Of Josh Hazelwood, a brilliant catch by Shabazz Ahmed to dismiss him, and also Quinton de Kock was out quite earlier on. So KL Rahul is the main man here, and this one's outside the off stump. He pulls it away, makes room for himself, pulls it on the leg.
Very nearly carried.
Very nearly carried.
Man running in.
Very nearly. And the batsman just scrambled through for a 6 hit. Quite uppishly though, it's sort of fading there. And Kohli was almost there, wasn't he, Ajit?
Absolutely, it was just a yard in front of him. So, but the way I saw it, I think Huda's going to play him like a googly bowler who gets 1 ball to turn away occasionally.
Right? Yeah. So that's one's a googly one. Ball coming in, watchful, KL Rahul watchful. They'll do well to watch Hasaranga off. Just to make sure
they're going to get 1 hittable ball, and in that case, the rest they're going to probably see him off 8 and over. I think both parties would be happy. Absolutely. It's about giving him wickets.
Absolutely. Hasaranga comes in. This is pushed away to the covers, and the batsmen go through for a single. Yes, Ajit. I think they have to ensure they don't lose any more wickets as much as consolidating their position. Because Hasaranga is a wicket taker, isn't he? And he's lethal, even though in this part of the play. Here he comes in, throw it away on the off stump, and Huda drives it flowingly towards the long off area, and the batsmen go through for a single. They've been quite watchful in this over, Ajit.
They will. I mean, look, he's tossing up the ball. There is some air time, and he's built up a reputation in this very tournament as somebody who's a bit tough to get away. So, not quite Rashid Khan yet.
Here he comes in outside the off stump, a bit flatter this time, and on the back foot, KL Rahul slaps it towards extra cover region, and the batsmen take 1. Good, decent over, just 5 runs coming off. 67 for 2, Huda 5, KL Rahul 29. Tony.
Well, over on YouTube, there's a question posed by Odd Man, which I actually don't think is an odd question, or I don't know why he's called Odd Man, but he will know that better than I. Do you think that Rajasthan should have played more like RCB today? Well, there's something about RCB. I've noticed the positivity in their body language fielding for a start. They had that fantastic acceleration towards the end, of course. And as they accelerated, the super giants seemed to get rather sloppy and a little crestfallen. And I can see it at the moment. I can see it in Kohli. I can see it in Faf. There's a spring in their step and a smile on their face.
There is a fire in their belly. This is what I was describing yesterday. We were talking about it in commentary yesterday, weren't we, Ajit? The fire in the belly, and the team that didn't belong or just narrowly got into the sort of last stages of this tournament. They have a lot of hunger here, and again, LSG have not won against any of these bigger teams. So this will be a very keenly contested game. They have everything to play for. And
having said that, I won't write LSG off yet. I think they have a bunch of good hitters. These two are all right. Rahul is doing all right, and Huda is sort of building up. And I would expect Huda to start hitting once he faces about 10 balls. In the meantime, it's Shahbaz Ahmed, what we had expected, back into the attack.
Indeed, Shahbaz Ahmed comes in on the leg stump and plays it back to the ball. No chance of run. Badoni is not playing, isn't he?
No, there's no Badoni. They've gone in with Vora. Badoni, because I think they wanted a bit more hitting power near the top of the order.
But that's why
Badoni is more of a...
Yeah, sorry, he's a finisher, isn't he? He's a finisher. Yeah. But the problem, they're going to miss Holder because they've played Dushman Shamid. Here he comes in, Shahbaz Ahmed outside the off stump. This time KL Rahul steps away towards the leg stump, gives himself room and slaps it towards the cover area, and the batsmen go for a single. I think KL Rahul's wicket is the key here, Ajit, because you know, if RCB can get him, I think that's half the battle won, in my view.
That's a good call. I agree with you. He is the stability around which the rest of the order can hit.
Indeed.
Huda, I'm expecting a couple more balls. He's just sizing his options here. And I dare say, last 2 balls of this over, Shahbaz Ahmed will be under a bit of pressure. Indeed. Let's see if that comes true.
Absolutely. Shahbaz Ahmed comes in, left arm round through the wicket, and this one's on the leg stump, over-pitched. He tries to break free. Unfortunately, that one just going to the deep square leg area. Huda will have to take some pressure off KL Rahul because they've got Stonis to come. We know what Stonis can do. He can destroy any bowling apart on any day. But we don't want him coming in too early. I think this is the next.
There is a trump card. There is a trump card, Bennett. A trump card was called Evan Lewis.
Evan Lewis is next. Yes, absolutely. Yes. I missed the change. So I would have thought it would be nice to have had him quite earlier up the order. He opens and bats at number 3.
The way I look at it, they are holding Evan Lewis back for the back 10 because they expect Hasaranga to bowl a few more overs then, and Shahbaz Ahmed or let's say the other spinner. So I'm actually thinking they're actually holding him back because he's a lefty.
Good thought.
Apart from Pitney de Kock, the rest are all right-handers.
Good thought there. And that one's outside the off stump, and he gives himself room. Huda, that is an absolute creamer. He gives himself room. The ball was over-pitched, and he creams it over the extra cover area in absolute stylish fashion. That looked like a rocket on a very lower end on the sky. Going
somebody in a uniform.
Absolutely. Beautiful.
Somebody in the uniform is wringing his hands. He got his hands on that.
Got his hands on the ball.
Just a lofted cover drive. Looked so elegant, but it's traveled so far. Wonderful shot.
Elegant, very low, beautiful stroke, and Huda will certainly build up some confidence from that shot. And LSG on the go here now.
You won't get a jingle. The bear appears to have disappeared either to the woods or the fridge.
Comes in down the leg side and certainly called a wide by the umpire. 7.5 overs, 1 ball remaining, 77 for 2. They're really on par with the run rate, aren't they, Ajit? They're not sort of fallen behind.
This is what I said. The last 2 balls, they're going to put him under pressure.
And they play gently, not much of pace, just slowly nudges it towards the mid-wicket area. The fielder was quite deep there, hence the batsman taking the first run fast. They come back for 2 at the end of the 8th over. 79 for 2. Shahbaz 2 overs, not for 19, chasing victory target of 208. Huda 15, KL Rahul 31. Tony.
Farong was saying, decent catch, the old cliche, catches win matches, along with shite gets wickets. Well, we have a t-shirt for that. I'm not sure if we have a catches win matches one, but we certainly have a shit gets wickets t-shirt, which you can find at GorillaCricket.com, and then you just go to our merchandise store and you find all kinds of fantastic Gorilla merchandise. Warren says, you're a little muted, but I'm not sure who he was referring to when he said
I think it was messages earlier in the year.
Okay. And I can't Tanvir, just hello to him. He seems to have sent a clip, but I'm not sure I should be opening it, so I'll leave it for now. And I think that gets us pretty much up to date, to be honest.
Thank you, Tony. Is Hasaranga continuing the attack ball in the 9th over? Quick observation, Ajit. Now that Holder is not there, once these players that we mentioned, namely Lewis Hassan comes in again, sorry, and this one's on the off stump. Rahul goes on the back foot, trying to maneuver the ball towards the leg stump, but trying to pace it in a way with not much of power so they can get the second run. Fortunately, this one didn't work in the way he expected to. Hasranga, the wily fox, is trying to spin a web around the LSG batsman. He's ready now with his variations. Here he is, and this one's he's not giving enough air for the batsman to take him on flatter on midland leg, and this one's Huda comes off his crease.
Let me anticipate your question. So I think you are going to ask who's going to be the finisher in case a couple of these big names fail. They don't have that option. Marcus Stoinis and Krunal Pandya, who's been brought into the 11 in place of
Gautam. Yeah, Hasran comes in, midland leg, and KL Rahul plays towards midfield area, quick run. No, what I was saying was, with Holder not in the side, we are having Shamira bat as high as number 8. Mushin Khan, Avesh Khan, and Ravi Bishnoi. So they have to play around these players. Evan Lewis, Marcus Stoinis, Krunal Pandya. I mean, if you ask me, here he comes in. This one's he comes in, takes it on the full, plays it towards the deep square leg area. The batsman can only take one as it goes straight to the wicket, to the deep square leg. Fielder KL Rahul, one more, 33 of 26. Partnership, 42 runs of 26 balls. So my point was that Evan Lewis, Marcus Stoinis, Krunal Pandya, to me, although they're trump cards and whatnot, whatever you said before, they're quite similar in the way they play their game, aren't they? So if that's why KL Rahul needs to bat through. This one's on the off stump, goes zoot straight through, didn't turn, no variation. That was more of a zooter, I would call it.
Absolutely, that's the right adjective I would have picked as well.
Yes, very good delivery there. The batsman looking not sure whether it is turning on the leg or coming back, and at the end of the day, it did neither. I'm not sure whether the intention or not. It was maybe cause of the pitch. However, a good variation there. So Ajay, that was my concern.
Let me pick it up for you. So we have the right time now. We have what do we call that, Tony?
We call it a Woodstock cricket strategic timeout, if you like, where you can get discount, 15% discount, I think, on any gear if you buy it via Gorilla Cricket, GorillaCricket.com.
Hasranga comes in. Sorry, it's just a flatter delivery, and this one, KL Rahul goes on the back foot, pulls it towards the mid-wicket area, and the batsmen go through for 1, and they come back for 2, don't they? Sorry, my
no, it's just 1
connection. I apologize. My connection's gone a little bit sort of wonky. Apologize for that. Just the 1. So good over. 2 overs for 10. Hasranga. Ajit, go on. You will finish up this.
So
20. Yeah.
They have backed their top 6 or 7 to do all the run scoring. They've gone for a bit old school way of choosing, where you say the last 4 or the last 3 really need not be concerning themselves. That's at very generously put. That's 2 9s and 2 10s in the last 4 that LSG have. And well, Bishnoi can bat a bit, but the rest I'm not so sure. Right?
Bishnoi is coming in at 11, Ajit. So that means the others are better than him.
That's the showing. That's what they show us. I expect him to come in at 8 or maybe 9. But look, Chamira can hit the long ball.
Chamira can do that. Yeah.
So it should never come down to that. So what they're backing is their batters to actually deliver, and KL Rahul is entrenched. He's doing his bit, scoring at 120, 125. So the onus will fall on Deepak Huda. I told you, he's now at the critical mass. 10 balls are gone. He's 170 strike rate. He set up beautifully, right? And as I said correctly, they're going to target Shahbaz Ahmed. So Shahbaz Ahmed has bowled 2 overs. I expect Maxwell to bowl a couple of overs here because he's more wilier of the two. Shahbaz Ahmed is more orthodox with his left arm spin. And when it comes to Hasaranga, they've already played him out 2 overs for 10. Yeah. So when you look at the run rate, they're still above 9 an over currently. The required is a very manageable 11. Yeah. Look, unless they have a couple of fallow overs from here, which I don't expect Huda to let go, they are going to be up and about. What we need to remember, RCB were 84 for 3 in their 10 overs, right? And they didn't do a whole lot between 10 and 15. So you can recover even if there is a small fallow phase.
You can, but Patida batted through. He changed gears and he held one end, And for me, KL Rahul is an absolute must, because he's the one man who can is slightly different in terms of temperament and how he can sort of hold one end compared to the other 4 or 5 that we spoke about. Lewis knows just one way, Marcus Stoinis is the same, and so is Kunal Pandya. So as much as we would have them in the next 2-3 overs without losing any, because Huda can hit and KL Rahul, obviously we know that he can change gears. So it will be a very important stage of the game, the next 3 to 5 overs, I would say.
Yes. Yeah. Between here and over number 12, I expect LSG to be somewhere between 110 for 2 or 3. That's what they would be thinking when they've gone in and talked. The next 4 overs very crucial for them, because and maybe even the 13th over, I say.
Who do you think has the upper hand at the moment, Ajit?
For now, it's very close to even Stevens. I would say 55 RCB, 45 LSG.
Yeah.
I would like to know Tony's thoughts.
I think they're not so far behind the rate, but my instinct is towards the RCBs at the moment.
Yeah, I would say 65-35 to RCB, just on the back of it's Harshal Patel who's bowling his first over, and that's a good decent length outside the off stump on a good decent length, and KL Rahul watchfully plays it to in the covers. See, Patel, we know what he's capable of. He had an injury earlier on, and I thought that was a big worry for RCB fans if he didn't come back. He is such a canny bowler. He with his the change of pace and his wily way of actually outplaying the batsman. So between him and Hasaranga will be the key. But then I think the 2 overs that Maxwell or Shabazz is going to bowl, that's the over that they have to cover.
Wait, there's just a ball there.
You missed the whole ball.
Harshal Patel comes in, and this one's played towards a short third man area. The batsmen go through for a single, no chance of a run. Yes, sorry guys, what was that?
No, I think is it okay if we swap for the last over because I think I'm slightly ahead. You can do a bit of analyzing if that's your way. I think you are a whole ball behind. So there are 2 balls in this over already bowled.
Oh, sorry, because I think my connection is has gone a little bit behind. Yeah, we can do that.
It's Harshal Patel.
Third ball of the over, Harshal Patel over the wicket. That's a short of length ball that Huda's thrown his hands at, and that's a wonderful take, I think, by the looks of it, at third man. Or is it? Well, Hasaranga is not so sure. He took the ball on the full, but it looks like he may have brushed the Toblerone. He really looks dejected as he lies there on the field. Tony?
What did I think? I
think he missed that catch. I think either he took the catch and he may have touched the Toblerone, or he grasped it.
Let me see. No, he's got it safely in
his hand. I think
he's
injured himself.
But then he needs to lift his legs up, and I think he, as you rightly
say,
I
think he's good.
May have just nicked the Toblerone on the top of it. That's why he looks a bit dejected.
Let's put it up, but
he threw the ball away, but it was long after he.
I would make a case.
He didn't catch the ball, did he? He didn't take the catch.
If he did not touch the Toblerone in the first go, I would make a case that he's actually caught the ball, because he had it in his grasp for 3 to 4 seconds, and then he decided to throw it up, thinking he's going to touch the Toblerone.
Yeah, to me that's
an interesting call.
That's a catch.
It's been referred, so we are waiting what the third umpire thinks. Hasaranga,
you've got to eke it out more. Yeah, you've got to get your sponsors' money's worth.
I think it's not a 6 and it's not a catch.
Wow.
I think it is a catch. So there we go. We're interesting difference of opinion on that one.
I think that's a catch because he had enough control of it to actually throw it. It was not like it slipped out of his grasp. So I'm going to wait on this. I think that's out. They're still referring it. You're right, Tony. They're still leaking a little bit more. Look, until now, if he has not touched the Toblerone, that's out. Then he lets the ball go. When he's surely going to touch the Toblerone, his momentum is going to carry him across.
Yeah,
that is the moment. That is the moment where I'm not sure if his knee brushed the Toblerone.
I don't think he's brushed the placard there.
It's a bit of visuals for those listening in. Our apologies.
Brushing the Toblerone sounds like an interesting
euphemism.
Yes,
I'll pass that.
He's one for brushing the Toblerone.
I think I'm back now, guys. So I'll take over. So I think they have not given it as a 6, neither is it an out, isn't it? So Harshal Patel, 3 balls into the over. Here he is bowling to KL Rahul, and this one's played on the mid-wicket area. The batsmen go through for 1, and that's all they get. So 9.4 overs, 86 for 2. Very close call earlier on, and brilliant effort at the boundary line by Wanindu Hasranga, who came running in from the long on area and took the catch, put the ball up in the air, and he was lucky he didn't kill himself there with the way he somersaulted with his legs, and extremely lucky that he's on his feet.
He would have known had he brushed the Toblerone. But he didn't seem to give any clear signal either way, did he?
He didn't. Huda faces Harsha Patel. This one's a slower delivery, climbed on him, and he didn't know much about that, Huda. And he tries to play it and was beaten for the pace of that ball. The ball balloons up towards the onside. There's no fielder there, fortunately for him, and the batsmen go through for a single. He looked quite sheepish there with that shot. It was just absolutely outplayed him and outthought him. This is what I was saying about earlier on how this is the shortest delivery. This one, we can't see the fielder there.
It's a replay. It's a replay. It's a replay of the previous one. They're just showing what happened in the center while we were only looking at what happened at the boundary.
We were looking on that. This is back again to live cricket, and KL Rahul plays it to the onside. The batsmen get 1, and they think about the second, and they decide against it. So at the end of 10 overs, LSG 89 for 2, chasing a victory target of 208. Huda on 19, KL Rahul on 37. Harsha Patel's first over went for 5 runs. And that's the end of my stint, ladies and gentlemen. Well, thank you for having me, Ajit.
Before you go, Bennett, I have to say I completely agree with you. I totally disagree with Ajit and Tony. That clearly could not have been a catch. Because
unfortunately, I think he had enough control of it.
No,
because he wouldn't have thrown it away then.
Yeah,
exactly. If that's out,
the point.
Can I just say, if that's out, then you'd never need to do a relay catch. You could just throw it on the ground
and say I was in control.
Yeah.
No, but when that is being thrown, somebody else is taking it in a relay.
Andy's point is, if you could catch the ball and then in your follow through go over the boundary, then if you threw it before you went over the boundary, you could say I was in control. It's about the full movement of the body, and therefore he wasn't in control. His body hadn't stopped moving. He was clearly going to, and he did actually end up touching the sponge, and therefore it would have been 6 runs.
I see the logic, but however, doesn't the loss of the game?
Okay, the game continues, and KL Rahul. Thank you, Bennett.
Alright, guys, thank you
for joining us today.
Cheers.
And KL Rahul, in amongst all that, hit a lovely little shot, little lap through first slip for 4 runs.
So what do we reckon?
Well, this game's still on. It's difficult though, and depending. Well, they've still got Evan Lewis and Marcus Stoinis, so it's not like it's all on this pair. But there's a lot to do with Overson Hasaranga and Harshal Patel. So, but the game is still on. KL Rahul clips that one up to wide long on. It'll be an easy single.
Well, let's see what the bookies have.
The next 4 overs are crucial because those are the overs in the innings earlier today and both innings yesterday where it was really hard to score fast.
Yeah,
if they can keep it going.
Both sides went like a train at the end yesterday as well.
Yeah.
And you've got to expect that, once you get the spinners out of the way, it seems to get a lot easier for some weird reason. Maybe just confidence to think. 2-1. I'm going on LSG.
I think 2-1's a bit skinny. They seem to have 3 fielders behind point on the offside, which is a lot. That one is clipped up to long on to be another single. 114 off 58 before that ball. And it's doable, but I don't think they get these 1 in 3. I'm more like 1 in 4 or 5.
Yeah, exactly. But they're offering the skinny odds, and I need to keep myself interested in the game. And
well, that's.
So I'm betting on the underdog.
In that case, no problem with that. Hey, no problem with anything. It's your money.
Yeah, true. Exactly.
Shabazz continues. Left arm around, outside off stump, and it's sliced towards a short third man who almost thought he had a chance at that one, but not quite. It'll just be a single.
I've also I'm relying on KL Rahul here, but I've seen him go like an absolute train in the last 5 overs.
He can do. It's exactly 2 runs a ball at the moment.
That was the amazing catch the other day.
And yes, that was Evan Lewis's catch, which you also have to consider context. Oh my goodness me, the bat went a lot further than the ball there. Who'd lost the bat? The bat's gone rocketing away to square leg. The ball's gone nowhere except into Dinesh Karthik's gloves. In fact, it's gone rocketing away to mid-wicket. His KL Rahul has fetched the bat back for him. The upshot of all that was no run.
You can ask for a new glove now, isn't it? The other thing that happened yesterday's game was about 4 hours and 10 minutes.
Yeah, it can take quite a while.
Jeez.
That bat is spinning away like a BBL bat toss. Last ball of the over. It's been a good one for Shabazz so far. Just the one boundary off the first ball.
Yeah, well, the worm is certainly showing that LSG are slightly ahead and a fewer wickets down.
A bit harsh. I thought that was all right. It was wide outside off stump. It looked inside the blue line to me, but the umpire says wide.
Yeah, I'd say that's probably not a wide.
That one has got the bottom edge from Huda trying to sweep. It's gone out to deep backward square. They're going to look for two, but it'll just be the one. In the end, I think they scored off most of the deliveries of that over. So it's 98 for 2 off 11, and it's still 2 runs a ball.
Yep.
So Jay says, Ajit and Bennett, two sides of the same coin. Ajit relaxes and lulls me into a full sense of security. Then Bennett comes on ball by ball and says, holy fucking shit, the aliens are invading. Bennett scares me a wee bit. Farong says, bugger, it's pissing down on my tin roof here in Mirpur. Went for the headphones only to discover one wire speaker is not functioning. Oh well, at least I still have electricity for the time being.
Wow,
quick, boil water for the next cup of tea. And Jay says, if someone asked me to review or translate something called brushing the Toblerone, I'm running a fucking mile.
And that's saying a lot considering the work Jay does.
Exactly.
LSG, of course, also have crew now in the sheds, so you know they have some.
They got some bangers, haven't they?
Yep. Stoinis is helmeted, and he may be coming in next, perhaps, which would be an interesting move.
Yeah.
Lewis, Pandya, and Stoinis. I might. Well,
he's very hit or miss, Stoinis, isn't he?
Yeah. If he hits, he can be devastating, exactly. But
Harshal Patel, who's been growing in stature as an IPL bowler, and that one again has hit Huda on the hip. Missed its run out towards cover point, and they'll take some kind of leg by.
Might have hurt a little bit. Completely missed it, didn't he? Might
have dug him in just a nasty spot just above the
hip
bone, yeah, above the thigh pad.
Yeah. Brushed it off though.
Alert enough to come through for the single. 109 off 53. KL Rahul doing a bit of gardening in the crease.
Wasting some more bloody time.
Did I tell you about the game played a few weeks ago? Team took 3 hours 10 to bowl 40 overs.
Yeah, I think you told me that. That's outrageous.
Oh, what?
And at one point, the captain said to the bowler, "Come on, buddy, like the IPL." And I thought the only thing that's IPL about you guys is your overrate. Unfortunately, I thought about it the next day, so I couldn't come back with a snappy comeback.
I mean, were they running off 50-yard run-ups or something?
They're just changing the field every ball.
Oh, Jesus.
That one's a slower ball from Harshal. It's well bowled. Rahul is through the shot much too early. It bounces twice before it gets to Karthik.
Like you real plans for 360 players at that level of cricket, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, literally, the guy bowled me a loosener. First ball of the innings, it was me a short wide ball outside off stump, so I hit it behind point for 4, and they move a fielder to where I just hit it.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
And it was like that for 40 overs.
Oh, no.
Did you beat them?
No, he didn't. They won.
Oh, no! That's even worse! That's tragic, man.
Well, they were batting in the dark in the end, but by that time they had their eyes in. Never mind, can't win them all.
Oh dear.
We had a very enjoyable game last Sunday, and the opposition were very good sports, and you win some, you lose some in both respects. Harshal is in again. That's pulled away hard by KL Rahul, but it's straight to the fielder, a deep square leg, just be a single. Now Harshal actually left the field early on after he collided with a teammate, didn't he?
So he got head butted in the ribs.
And I think we just got a shot of the teammate who did it, which maybe means he came on a bit later than they would have liked, but it's working so far. He's bowled 8 or 9. He's bowled 9 balls, I think, without a boundary. 100 for 2 is the score. 208 needed to win. And here comes Harshal. Steps across a little bit, KL Rahul, and can only punch it past the bowler to mid-off. That will be a single. I think he was trying to take advantage of mid-off and extra cover being in the ring, but the ball wasn't quite there to do it.
Yeah, that's what he's very good at, isn't it? It's the playing straight and inside out. He's quite classy at that, KL Rahul. Plays a lot through the offside.
Yeah, and they're not really giving a chance to free his arms. One way of tracking this is how many runs it is above 2 runs a ball. It's now 107 off 50. They need to find 2 a ball plus 7.
Yeah, it's a fair few balls to do it though.
Well, that's even more of a problem, to be honest. That's another good ball from Harshal. He's bowling very well. It was a slower bouncer. Yeah. KL Rahul left it. He thought it was going over his head. It didn't. And that's another dot. And this is a terrific over, especially if he can get out of this last ball. I think, Jez, you just made the point that these are the overs that are very difficult to score in.
Yeah. Well, the 12th over in the RCB innings, they scored 16 runs. And this over, so far they've scored, 3? So it's a big change.
And we have some overs coming up. It was around 14 that RCB really took off. That was again, and again, a very short ball. It might have been a wide, but KL Rahul again felt he had to hit that one. Yeah, and only club it up to mid-on. It's a terrific over from Harsh. I'm not sure exactly how many went for, but it wasn't many. And they need 106 of 48.
Jack Rover says, Andy, it's the euphemisms which end up being the most twisted. You can see euphemism in pretty well anything if you look hard enough too.
Oh,
that's
you can, yeah.
That's it as far as tweets are concerned.
Do you know what he was referring to? I've got my goldfish memory on. I can't think.
Yeah, I can't think.
When he said he'd run a mile before reviewing.
Oh yes, a Toblerone thing.
Brushing the Toblerone.
That wasn't me.
Oh dear.
Yeah. I mean, there's always a big over around the corner there.
They need more.
You got to believe.
Need one more than one. I mean,
true.
They could hit 20.
They need one. They need one in the next 3 overs, though.
They could hit 20 off the next over, and they'd still need more than 2 a ball.
Yes.
It's interesting, though. I mean, I'm looking at the Manhattan from the RCB innings, and they went from overs 11 onwards. They went 6, 16, 2, 6. 26,
then they took
15, and 8. So it's up and down all over the place, isn't it?
Well, I think Patidar really took that over from
somebody.
Shamira, I think.
Yeah.
And that was what really kicked them off. Well, Lucknow don't need to worry about that. They just got to try and score these runs to keep themselves in this year's IPL. Sorry, Jez. That one is punched up to cover. They'll get through for a single.
What were you saying, Jez?
I thought maybe we'd gone on to another bloody timeout.
No, we've done them both now. We've done them both. No, we haven't. There's another one coming.
There is another one.
I look forward to that.
Yeah. Waste of my life.
Huda's back on strike to Shabazz. And he punches that one through extra cover, but there's a man out there. It's just going to be a single. These singles aren't doing it.
Nope.
Someone has got to try to hit some sixes.
Yeah. I think it's shit or get off the pot time, isn't it?
Pretty much. 104 for 2. They're halfway there in terms of runs. Now Stoinis has got his helmet on and Lewis hasn't, which does suggest that Stoinis might be next.
Yeah, he's looking quite antsy too, Stoinis.
Down the track comes KL Rahul, but only punches it out to cover for a single.
Now this is a question where they got the steel in them to not panic.
47 off 41 now from King Legend. He's starting to munch those balls, if you want a euphemism.
Was it KL who retired himself earlier?
No, it was Ashwin.
Ashwin.
There's no chance. There's no chance KL would ever do that. That one's up in the air. It's 1 bounce. It's 2 bounces. And Faf had to just throw that one away just in case he got to the rope, but it's safely fielded for 2. No, I think KL Rahul is possibly the last player in the IPL who would retire himself. Perhaps equal with Virat Kohli.
Yeah, I was going to say Kohli would have to be up there, wouldn't he?
He needs to start timing them, doesn't he? He's going to have any chance.
He's got to go over. He's got to try and go over for 6.
Yeah.
Comes Shabazz again. It's tossed up. He's just had a big heave at that one, Huda. It's got the underside of the bat. It's gone out to deep square. And now they're starting to try too hard, and it's very difficult.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You've got to pull yourself. It is very difficult from here, but you've got to believe, haven't you? You've got to believe you can have 2 overs of 20 each. That's 60 of the balls. That's 60 of the runs.
To be honest with you, you just got to try hit every ball for a boundary at this point. They now need two a ball plus 14.
Yeah.
It's 100 off 7 overs in 1 ball.
Yeah.
I mean, just imagine that 20 years ago. Imagine even considering that as an option. Rahul cuts that. Hasarang, a good bit of fielding. It'll just be a single. It's the end of the over. It's another good one for RCB, and I think they've got this one in the bank.
I reckon you're right.
Yeah.
There we go.
Time out.
Time out. They're close. Oh, God. So Jay says the opposition were very good sports. Does that mean they lost?
Yeah, they lost quite heavily. Yes.
The 4 hours for 40 overs captain now reckons he's a tactical genius.
Yeah, of course.
Of course he does. Yeah, yeah.
He said the Book of Genesis would be vastly improved by tactical timeouts.
Book of anything.
Oh shit, there's a bit of excitement. I've got the door open so the dog can go in and out. This bloody great rat's just walked in.
Oh, what?
Rat?
Yeah, the fruit rats that go up in the vines here.
You don't seem as concerned about that as I would be.
No, they're okay. There are heaps of them live outside. Rats and possums and...
you're much more relaxed about these things in Australia, aren't you? I mean, at least it's not a poisonous snake. That's what you're thinking.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
the possums make a hell of a din in the roof. I came down in the kitchen one morning and found a possum had fallen down behind the fridge and couldn't find its way out. It makes life interesting.
Yeah, it does make life interesting. You know.
Some people reckon if we nuke ourselves, then the next intelligent animal could come from the raccoons and the possums.
Oh my word!
Well, I don't think the possums are that smart.
Doesn't sound like it.
Sitting outside, and one will just fall out of the tree because it's too heavy for the branches on, and it'll bounce up and it'll look at me and just to say, "I meant to do that," and just wander off again.
Oh, different.
So yeah, I wouldn't bet on them dominating the world somehow.
Well, maybe the dinosaurs said the same thing.
Do they chew through wires?
Not for long.
They can do it. It's a pain in the fucking ass if they do. I tell you.
Do they fry themselves? And they did. Did you find fried possum?
Yum yum.
I haven't found any yet, but they piss in the ceiling, which is a real problem.
Yeah, that's the problem with animals. They're not really
and they make a hell of a din when they're fighting.
And
but, you know, you get used to it. They were here first.
Well, yeah.
So we got what, 6 overs left?
6 overs left, and a really
7, I think.
7.
7, is it
100
right?
off 7, yeah.
A very uphill struggle here.
And really, I just think,
wow,
whatever he does from now, 47 off 41 from your captain, it's not good enough.
It's not.
Yeah, but if he accelerates,
you know,
if
the worms are almost exactly together. I mean, RCB about 2 runs ahead on the worm.
Yeah, but RCB went absolutely ballistic after this.
Well, yes.
Yeah, but they could do the same.
Exactly. I mean, this is almost the identical conversation we had yesterday, and it was actually ended up a really close game, because they were so far out. But they picked it up as well in the second inning. So when you expected them to fold, I mean, this is it. It takes balls to go from here. And you might not get there, but you've got to believe. And KL Rahul's got to believe that he's the man who can do it, you know?
Well, I'm sure he does. He's not short of self-confidence.
Yeah.
We will be getting started again in just a moment. The timeout clock has ticked to 0, but they still haven't started again.
Because they've got to show us another fucking montage.
It's a montage. Everybody loves a montage. Even Rocky had a montage.
Arjit says, I'm wearing a shirt with a collar today. Where's Joe Grover? And Farong says, the problem for LSG late was 4 of the last 5 overs went for 75 runs.
Yeah.
Jason says, munch those balls is mainstream. You can but scratch the surface of the depravity that keeps you in beer money.
I'm sure. You'll have to send me some of that sometime, Jay. I'd love to read it.
I don't think I want to read any of it.
Right, it's going to be Hazelwood out of nowhere, and that's whacked away for 6.
Ooh, here we go.
Yeah, perhaps we indeed go.
Oh, I say! Say, champ, give me any lift.
See, this is where length really doesn't work. You know.
I think Hazelwood has to be the bowler they target.
Because he will try and bowl that hard length. He doesn't really have a lot of variation.
No, that's right. Well, Rahul's got to 50, merits of which are debatable, but 50 is 50.
It's 50, and you know that can't be bad. Yeah, it's 50, and you know you should be glad.
This over's going for 24.
Okay, it'll need to, but maybe it will. Hazelwood, who has occasionally gone for some tap this IPL. Rahul just pushes that one up towards line. He's tried to take the pace off it for 2, and he has done so successfully. That barely reached the edge of the circle.
Yeah, it did. And he slipped, and he still got back. It's good running.
You know, I think the bowler should have been after that one.
Yeah.
Don't have to do that in a test match.
What, chase after your own
Chase
ball?
after your own bowling to mid-wicket.
Yeah, totally. Is the warm-up game, the Kiwis playing England, has that happened yet? Because the test is next week.
The Kiwis playing England?
No,
they played Sussex last week, didn't they?
Hazelwood's back, and that one's a bit quicker, and Rahul is flashes underneath it, doesn't connect. No run.
No, the England sort of representative side, it's going to be 12-a-side type nonsense.
Alright.
That sounds something that should be taken seriously.
Well, yeah, but I think it's a sort of chance for Ollie Robinson to get into the squad by the back door because he's playing.
But he's only got so many overs in him. If they use them up against 12 Kiwis, he'll be fucked.
Especially with them having an extra one.
Yes, that's right.
Here's Hazelwood. And helped away by Rahul. It is not going to go for 4. 2 bounces the fielder is in. It's just going to be 1, I think. Yep. So he again picked the first ball up for 6, but hasn't done much after that this over. 90 off 38. And Huda's back on strike. He's on 26 off 20, and he's really, I think he's absolutely got to swing for the ropes.
Yes.
He's really got to shit or get off the pot and let Stoinis or Lewis come in. Rahul's not going to do it, so I think he'd better. In comes Hazelwood. He has tried. It's gone up towards long on. Oh yeah, it's gone for 6. It's caught by one of his teammates just standing over the boundary. So Huda delivering just what we need.
You have a direct line there, Andy.
I did.
I believe in miracles since you came to bat. You sexy thing, I believe in
He really had to
miracles.
strong arm that as well, didn't he? In no real position.
He did. I wonder if RCB have backed themselves into a corner a little bit here. They're going to. It's tough to introduce someone like Maxwell at this point. I mean, they might have to stick with Hazelwood, who I think is the most line-upable of the bowlers. That one has gone out towards point. Bounce, the fielder is in. Should just be a single. They walk through for a single, so they picked up 10 or 11 off of that over. 12 actually. 125 for 2 with 6 overs to go.
Jay says, I've just realised Andy is a vegan not because of morality or economics. He just wants a bargaining chip when the possums take over the world.
Oh, absolutely.
and Leah says, Andy's wrong. The species that would survive a nuclear holocaust are, of course, not pandas, but cockroaches.
Oh, I know they'd survive, but they wouldn't
evolve.
Intelligence. That's what the
she
point
says
is.
they can think with their anus. This is not a joke.
Well, and we can't. Looking at what we're doing to the world.
Yeah, looking at what we're doing to the world and the state of our politics.
Right, this is going to be a test. Finish off, Jez. Yep.
Perko says, if Messi is using the antics of individual possums to rule out the possibility of their species developing intelligence, I presume that means he has given up on humans too. I gave up on humans ages ago.
Hasaranga. Oh, it's a very round arm from Hasaranga. It didn't really work because Huda's climbed into it and hit it a long way over mid-wicket for 6.
Good start to the over again.
Yeah.
Having been struck by the bats, the ball pitches beyond the boundary. It's a 6.
Just watching it go back over his head.
Long way. Well, I did have a direct line to Deepak Hooda, I think, because he's just whacked 2 6s. 77 off 35. They're catching up a bit. See what Hasaranga does with this. One's tossed up and keeps a little bit low, and a big swing over the ball from Hooda. He slipped forward, but his foot was still anchored to the crease, so he's okay there. But it is a dot ball.
This is the thing. This is where the batsman takes a chance, swings through the line, get the length right, and it goes. Get it wrong.
Yep, and of course, if that had been on the stumps and he'd missed it, he would have bowled him, because that's how cricket works.
Yep.
Hooda is down
I'm
the
glad
track.
you broke that to us.
Well, I'll tell you why in a minute. Hooda, it's down the track for that one, and he's hit that one 25 yards back. So it's all or nothing these days.
Yeah. We only need to do it 3 times and over.
It's because people would, I would play a shot in the nets, and just because my pads were in front of the stumps, people say, "Oh, that was out if you missed it." And oh, yeah, that's how straight balls work.
Yeah,
yes. That was a lovely shot by Hooda, 2 steps down the wicket, and a little yes from him as he saw it sailing over mid-on, 98 metres. According to Ball Tracker, and Hasaranga
getting a bit of tap,
sucking his breath in through his teeth there. Lucknow bench liking that one. And that's not bad actually. Say goodbye to my little friend. I just got the reference. Hasaranga's in again, tossed up again. Bowled him, just like you said. He missed it. It was straight. It hit the stumps. Like I told you, that's how cricket works. And he is out.
It was actually googly. He did hang it out there. It's a good ball.
Well, that's the way to do it. You said she'll get off the pot.
Yeah.
And then he can have Steiners come in and do the same stuff.
Yeah, I think he hit 3 6s and then got out in about 5 balls. Perfect.
He hung that up a little bit outside off stump. It was a googly. It turned in. Knocked it. It's a fucking good ball.
It's a good ball.
I mean, he's got to play that shot anyway.
He's looking at forward square leg as the ball hits off stump. But no harm in that, and he did absolutely the right thing there, Hooda. He picked up 3 6s. He's exited the stage and left someone else to come in and try and do some more damage, but it has brought Lucknow back into this game somewhat. They need 72 off 32 balls, and it is going to be the man with the helmet.
All the side wants is a Marcus Stoinis. He's the solution, and all the side wants is a Marcus Stoinis. Yeah.
I think you said earlier, Jez, he's a bit all or nothing, Stoinis.
Yeah, last innings he was very, very ordinary, wasn't he?
Well, he's got his team's IPL season on the line. 72 off 32. That's what he.
That's where you earn your coins.
Where you earn your coin. That's what you practice for.
Yeah.
He may just have a look at. No one can blame him for having a look at 2 balls from Hasaranga.
Is this Hasaranga's last over?
No, he's got one more.
Oh, okay.
Which I'm sure will be the 16th, because they wouldn't want to bowl him any later than that unless they want to make a very brave decision.
I wouldn't be surprised if they put Maxwell on for 1 over after this.
I think it's too late to bring the part-timer on.
You reckon?
Yeah, Stoinis plays that one down into his foot, and there's no run.
He didn't know what that was. He was playing it completely off the wicket.
Yeah.
That's when he went deep in his crease. I'll have a look, see what it does. And
Only
wafted his bat at it.
147 runs this IPL, but they've often used him quite late in the innings. Tossed up,
and
he's hit that one. I think that has gone for 6 over mid-wicket. Gosh, that was really I think that was 3 6s and a wicket and 2 dots from Hasaranga, but it was a 6.
Interesting.
Whoa! So it's going to be another tight bear game. I'm going to leave you guys and catch up with you on Friday evening, I guess.
Okay, and more or less straight to your bed. I think it's about 1 a.m. out there, isn't it?
It is indeed. It's what is it?
Who's supposed to be back?
2 a.m.
Is Ajit coming back?
I'm on social. Bennett did say goodbye, so I guess I think it's Ajit and Tony probably.
It's supposed to be Ajit, but he's not on the Zoom.
Not yet.
Do you want to hang in there, Messi? Can you go through?
I think he's gone.
Oh no, Ajit's there. Ajit's there. So Ajit's there. Let Ajit in.
Yep.
No, this one.
Okay, I see. Yep.
Boom.
Yep.
And we're off. Sorry. Technical difficulties, as per normal. Who's this bowling? Siraj is going to bowl his final over. He's got 1 for 31. Bowling the 16th.
Hello.
Hazelwood's got a bowl. Hello, Ajit. You're here for the last 5. It's tense, isn't it?
Thank you.
What are you?
Oh, yeah.
Smash straight back down the ground. Strong armed by KL Rahul. It'll be a single. You were saying 60 off the last 4, weren't you?
Exactly. They're exactly placed where I thought they should be. 70 of the last 5 or so, with about 7, even 6 wickets in hand. I think Huda did really well. And that last over from Hasaranga did a lot of damage. Those 7 to 8 balls between Hazelwood and Hasaranga, 4 sixes. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, it is. That's true. I mean, that's what they've got to do, but they've got to keep doing it now to the end, basically. So, you know.
They painted themselves into a corner.
Yeah.
But they have batters to hit them out of it.
Well, this is it, isn't it? You've got to say Stoinis, Evan Lewis. Who's after Evan?
Krunal, I would say.
Krunal, yeah, Krunal can give it a bang as well. So you've got 3 bangers and you've only got 5 overs. So you're giving yourself puncher's chance. I got 2 to 1 on Lucknow, just because I bet on the underdog. It gives me something to, shout out.
You're talking to the wrong man.
Are you?
You know where my heart lies.
You're a Lucknow man, yeah?
No. I'm from Bangalore. I come from Bangalore.
Okay. So. You're an RCB's man. Siraj in. And not hit particularly well by Stoinis. Probably aiming down the ground. Gets the thickish outside edge into the ground. Goes to point. There is a single. 2 off the first 2 balls. Not good. Need some 6s.
I think they have 2 overs from Harshal Patel. And 1 over more between, let's say, I think I'm not sure if they're going to go with Hasaranga or with Josh Hazelwood. But maybe they have to go with both of them.
They do have to go with. They have to go with both, or a 6th bowler.
Okay, because Harshal's still got 2 left. Yeah.
I don't think he'll get away with 2 overs 8 again. But yeah, let's see.
Well, that's banged into the pitch. That's a good ball, I think. It certainly shouldn't be given as a wide. Didn't look it. KL Rahul didn't play a shot at it, and I don't know why.
What happened there?
What I think's happening is when it's a slower short ball like that, I think the batsman is expecting it to bounce over his head, and by the time he realises it's a slower ball that's not going to bounce as much, it's past him.
So there's something that some bowlers like I don't know if Hazelwood has it in his armory.
Not
it doesn't come naturally to him, surely.
No.
Yeah.
No, you see, I think at this point in the game, Hazelwood is quite hittable. I think he's good up top, less useful at the end. Well, that's slammed by KL Rahul. Has he got enough on that? Yeah, he has got enough on that. That's gone back over long on. KL Rahul coming to the party. 6 runs, just what they needed. And so that takes it. So
10 faces all round, eh?
Yeah, exactly. What, 58 required off 4? You wanted 60 off the last 4. You got under 60.
I think they're going closer to where they need to be, and it looks like one big hit, a 6 every over is possible in this ground. So that means you need some sensible cricket around it.
These 2 overs from Harshal, I think, are going to be key.
Absolutely, but how much can Harshal do? You will still have 1 over from a spinner, 1 over from another pacer who bowls hard lengths, test lengths. It's going to be very interesting. I say over the last 10 balls or so, this game has swung back into balance.
Yeah, well, at the end of this over, I'll tell you what the bookies are thinking. Or maybe I'll try and get it up in the meantime. I keep putting my foot on my headphones and they're disappearing. Siraj is in, played out. Trying attempted through cover. Great time. Well, decent timing, but not much power from Rahul. Only gets a single. 56 required of 25. Just over 2 a ball.
It's very doable for me. I mean, look, as I said, 1-6 an over, and then maybe 1-2 an over, and you have the number of runs you need, because you'll probably run for every other shot, whether you miss the ball, whether you pick the ball, you're going to run.
Yeah, true.
So,
well, the bookies,
right, and then
the bookies have now come into 6 to 4. Bangalore 15 to 8 on.
Yeah.
All right. They still think Bangalore are on.
I agree that I would still have Bangalore as favourites, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's doable, but I still rather be the bowling team.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is where Bangalore used to bottle it up previously. At the crunch in the last 3 or 4 overs, they used to leak so many runs, they would give a game away. What has changed in the DNA or the mindset of this game, of this team, that they are now able to, whether they deliver or not, it remains to be seen. This is really something I'm looking forward to since Faf has taken over. Can they deliver at the crunch? They failed pretty miserably previously under a certain Virat Kohli.
Okay, well, that's all going to be a wide first ball of this over. No, it's not.
No, there's still one more left.
Still the last ball of Siraj is over. Jesus, they're being really slow here, actually, I have to say.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm happy, but I'm sure. Gives us a bit more time to talk about cricket, and the sponsors are surely happy, but this is not good cricket if you think about it.
No, I mean, it's supposed to be a quick game, but I mean, there's tactics between every ball here. Anyway, Siraj, last ball potentially of the over. It's full. It's a Yorker outside wide of off stump. Maybe even a slow. No, it wasn't a slow.
It was a full pace one.
And Stoinis played over the top of it. He's 7 off 4, and that's the end of the 16th over. 4 overs, 55 runs required.
Farong is up against it. Dan Rain, where's my PDF book on converting your rickshaw into a canoe?
Oh shit.
There's candles at the ready for the electricity to go out. It's already happened 3 times today. Good luck, Farong.
Christ.
Well,
is it coming into rainy season?
Phones, eh?
Must be rainy season.
Yeah, I think this is it. Hasaranga has to bowl this over. They can't leave him any later.
No. Well, this is it.
It depends on which side is the longer fence. I think they still look at it. It doesn't matter. But I think he might now have the longer fence on the leg side. Yeah, you're right.
Well, it doesn't really matter which side. It's just got to go over it, doesn't it? And if you're a Lucknow fan, or chasing money as I am. 1 for 28.
Another talking point.
Yeah.
Was whether Harshal would bowl the 17th and the 19th, or whether he would bowl the 18th and the 20th. This more or less seals it. He bowls the 18th and the 20th. Then Hazel would bowl the 19th. Something to look forward to.
Yes,
well,
has to, yes.
Down the track comes Rahul. Doesn't get to the pitch and ends up just working into the leg side. There's no, a little bit of a shake of head. I think he's frustrated.
I think he's also tired. That's the sense I get from his body language a little bit. It could be frustration. It could be lack of hitting. But it could be that he's a bit tired. It's a sapping day in Kolkata. I'm sure it's a humid day.
He's captain as well. He had a lot to do in the field, and when they were leaking runs and catches were being dropped, and that, trust me, that does drain you. Any captain will tell you.
Oh yeah, 2 of us can agree on that. I know what you mean.
Well, here comes it, second ball of the over. It's one of those flat ones again, hoiked by Stoinis out towards cow corner. Get through.
Well, a single, that's nice. But what did he do when he delivered? Look at that. He crouches.
Yeah.
I had not seen that previously, and we get a replay of the previous over with 3 sixes. Look, that's very interesting. It goes against everything you're taught as a leg break bowler. I'm one of those. You're at the top of your delivery. You're almost as high as you can reach.
Yeah, well, he's bowled on the stumps, and Stoinis has played that pretty well, actually. He's gone right across and then slog swept it behind square over long leg for 6 runs. That's a good shot.
That was Rahul, I think.
That was Rahul, I was going to say, yeah.
Yeah. Well done him. Look, he's beginning to pick up. He walked across the stumps, knew it was going to be googly heading towards middle. Well, if he missed it, it would have been interesting, but he was not going to miss that, was he?
Well, yeah, straight ball again. If he missed it, it would have hit the stumps.
Yep.
But he didn't miss it. He smashed it for 6 runs.
And look, that's the big hit of the over. Now, can you hang in there, get the singles and doubles, push it towards the last 2 overs?
Yeah, you need another 4 at least.
Oh, yeah, hit, make this the big over.
That can.
Well, it's an attempted sweep again, but I think he's beaten the man. He has beaten the man who's short on a 45. That's the man up inside the ring. It's beaten and gone inside him. It's not particularly well hit shot, but he's got 4 runs for it.
Give it to me 1 time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Yeah. to me one time.
Just an inside edge, really.
He was a bit lucky.
Bottom edge, yeah.
Bottom edge, yeah.
But I was a bit surprised to see the bowler not change much. It was a leg break, it was not a googly, but the line and length was absolutely, at least the starting point was the same.
Well, you got to believe, haven't you? As a bowler as well, you know. You got to believe you can do it to them. That was a googly again. Bit shorter, go a hole deep in the crease. I can only hit it out to wide mid wicket, and he'll get himself a single. One ball to go in the over. 166 for 3.
If you look at the required number of balls and runs, 4 sixers will give the game to LSG.
Yes.
Or 5 boundaries. Can they get there? Even 6 boundaries, let's say. Can they get there though? And they have the personnel.
1 in 3 balls, essentially. 1 in 3 hits needs to be a boundary. There could be one of them, or it could be out. It's gone straight. No, and it's neither. As Faf du Plessis comes around from wide long off, but manages to cut it off. Stoinis gets a single. And that's the end of the 17th over. 167 for 341 required off 3 overs. Seen that done quite a lot of times.
Well, it's 14 and over, and they got 14 off that one. So that's another one knocked off. Yeah. Leah's doing the I'm watching Kent v Somerset joke. Look forward to many iterations of that this summer.
Yeah.
Jay says it's not fixed for gambling, it's fixed for strategic timeouts.
Well, when I look at the result of how Mumbai versus DC went, Delhi Capitals, I have some other thoughts, but I think we should park it for another time, maybe for a special episode.
The late lamented Deccan Chargers.
Sorry, Delhi Capitals. No, DC, my head still goes back to that team with guaranteed.
It's almost like if there was an IPL Peter Kay, you would go, oh, do you remember the Deccan Chargers?
Simmons played for them. Yeah.
Well, Harshall is going to bowl the 18th and the 20th then, which means Hazelwood's going to bowl the 19th. That could be fun.
Oh, this is cooking up to a good finish.
Yeah.
Can Hazelwood stop being a test match bowler for an over?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? He doesn't really. He doesn't have loads of variety, does he? He has. He
does have some good slow balls.
Yes, he has some good ones, but I mean they're not wacky ones, are they? They're just variations on cutters, essentially. Really.
I mean, look, if he's bowling at Rahul, that might be enough. At Stoinis, it might not be. But look, if you get away with 4 singles in an over, you take a punt on the other 2, and you maybe hope on giving away only a boundary rather than 2 sixers. You're still okay, you come out shining. It depends on the number of runs he has to defend. If it's anything around 30, and if he does that, 18 in the last over, that's anybody's game, right?
Yeah, well,
you will not have a Miller.
The other day it was David Miller's. Yesterday, in fact. Round the wicket, horrible fucking delivery. That's a wide for the first ball of the over to Stoinis.
I would have given that a no ball. Did it even pitch in the cut strip?
Well, that's true. Possibly, actually.
That's a no ball then.
I mean, well, I think it was a full toss actually. So.
Oh, they might be talking about it.
Absolutely.
Well, can they do that?
I think it was outside the cut strip. That's a no ball.
Let's have another look. Well, yes, but after it passed the crease. I'm not.
That's a no ball.
You may
it
well
pitched
be
outside
right.
the cut
right.
strip.
Yeah.
No. Hey, come on.
He's going to give a wide.
He's giving a
I
wide.
honestly don't know what the law is. It's an odd one because it's.
So, it's the cut strip, and anything outside the cut strip. This is how I understood it. Is a no ball.
It might be when it passes the batsman.
The cut strip though.
So it might be at the popping crease or whatever, the front foot crease.
Okay.
Well,
I'll take this.
That maybe
we often have these sort of.
That's maybe a hole in the law. So it's been given a wide anyway. So it's not free hits. That's
round a wicket again. Now that's it has pitched, but it's going to be 5 wides and it deserves it. That's a shit delivery. He's tried the same thing again. It's even wider. It's gone through the keeper. He didn't have a chance. In fact, it went through short third man, who didn't have a chance, and it's gone for 5 wides.
So umpires spread your wings and call wide.
That was horrible.
That was horrible. I mean, he's overthinking a little bit here. Surely you come over the wicket. If you can't bowl that well, I mean, why are you bowling right arm round the wicket to a right-hander?
I guess he's trying.
Well, he's trying to get it in that avenue, isn't he? So he can have all his fielders out behind square on the offside. But if you can't bowl it,
I'll tell you what, the Lucknow bench doesn't have a problem cheering 5 wide.
No, it doesn't.
6 runs. 6 runs, no balls bowled.
Yeah, exactly. 35 now off 18. That's well gettable. Under 2 and over for 2 all for the first time. Although it's now gone over again, as that's short. An attempted pull by Stoinis. 35 off 17. They caught them all up. Pretty much.
Oh, 6 free runs at that point.
Yeah, exactly.
I think mental resilience as a bowler has a big part to play in the last couple of overs in such a contest. In IPL in general, but you need to think of each ball as an event. That you say, well, I bowled a couple of amber heard balls, and then I'm back, and I have to bowl a couple of good ones.
Win the next ball.
Yeah.
Precisely. Every ball is an event. So I'm marveling at the mental strength these guys are conditioning themselves with.
Well, it's another short ball, and Stoinis wants a wide, but
I don't know why they keep leaving.
They keep leaving it.
You might as well have a whack at them.
I mean, often when you see it from front on the camera, sometimes it's a hell of a lot higher than you think it is, but those didn't look high at all, and the umpire seems to agree.
It was only the 6th stump, I thought. That was a weird leap, pretty similar to what Rahul did. Let's see if Harshal, the bowler, has learned from what Siraj did wrong. Siraj bowled a similar line and next ball, which got back for a 6, flat back.
Well,
what does Harshal
just
do?
Under, it's just past the peak of his helmet.
It almost could have done the old, what's the name? Pole thing.
All right.
No idea what you're
No idea what I'm talking about.
That's out.
That's out.
Yep.
As he's square cut that Stoinis straight to points on the boundary.
Patidar there.
Plucked him straight out. Hit it hard
supposedly
enough.
held on.
Nicely well hit, but straight at a man, and he has to go caught. Stoinis gone 9 for 9, 173 for 4. Periscope.
Oh right, okay.
Pole thing. The name escaped. He nearly periscoped it through to the keeper.
Got it. Yeah, yeah.
Jesus Christ. Sad, isn't it?
How much of the chances of LSG are affected by this? Why has Evan Lewis been held back until this long? And what does this mean? This would have been a wide, by the way. I thought it was very wide.
No, they're checking for 2 balls over the shoulder, and it pretty clearly wasn't.
Come on.
So they get away with that, yeah.
He was jumping when he hit it, but it was, quadricep high, if there's such a thing.
Oh man, what? They can't. What? Yeah, if he hit it, they shouldn't even be talking about it anyway.
I'm not sure how the 2 over the shoulder rule works. You'll really have to ask someone else. But he hasn't been given out, and he ended up with 9 off 9. I suppose he might claim he faced those 6 wides, so he gets them as well.
Yeah, true.
I had friends of mine did that at school. I didn't get 0. There was a wide.
Exactly.
Doesn't count for you, mate. Well, Evan Lewis is coming out. They've got right hand, left hand at the end of the day. Okay, well, 77 of 54.
Strong enough to carry him. He is Evan. He's Evan Lewis.
Well, all your pre-season, all your auction, all your strategizing, 14 games, 15, 16 games, it all comes down to this.
15 balls, 35 runs required.
Absolutely. And I would say they've gone a bit wrong with their gambling. Evan Lewis takes a little bit more time to get himself, his aim, his
Would you have gone Krunal?
He's not a finisher. But it remains to be seen, because the guy who follows him, Pandya, can also hit that, Krunal. And he's also a lefty. So, for me, Rahul has done his work. His accelerating, his strike rate is 142, moving more northward. But the other guy on the other end needs to deliver.
Well, first ball, Evan Lewis drives out to deep cover. And there is a man out there, funnily enough, and it'll usually 1 run.
Something interesting. There was a man at deep point, there was a man at deep cover. This was a set piece.
Yeah.
They wanted to exchange strike.
But
they wanted to change the strike over.
Oh right,
they are
okay.
happier bowling at Rahul, because they set 2 point fielders. The 2 fielders in the deep. He was going to bowl a full ball out, hang it out there, let the new batter take a single. They are more happier bowling at Rahul, because it looks like the leg side boundary is shorter in this end, They would rather Rahul, who's more classier, will try to go more with the flow of the ball rather than go for an ugly hike across the line of the ball. They want to bowl at the right hand. This is what I understand. Let's see if I've understood it right.
But then you bowled one on his legs, slower ball into
Got
his
away
pads.
with it, though.
Did get away with it. Needs to get it further round. Would have been 4 runs. I think Rahul can hit it. Well, theoretically, he's a 360 player. I mean, he does have lots of jabs and little swats around the corner and ramps. He can play all those shots.
As horribly as he started, Harshal, I must say he's pulled it back.
Yeah.
For a guy who conceded 6 runs without bowling a ball, he's hardly given any runs away, only singles.
Yeah. Well, last ball needed 6 here, didn't they?
Would help.
And they don't get it. It's a big heave by Evan Lewis.
After 6 free runs at the start, that was a good over.
Yeah, they really pulled that back.
That's a wonderful over.
Well, yeah. 175 for 4, 33 required off the last 2 overs.
Jay is impressed with your collar, Ajit. He says, good to see Ajit making a sartorial effort. Touch of the demos. Although he says it's a low bar next to us, and he still keeps saying, I have 1 shirt. I have 10 shirts. They're all the same. Warren says that was a bare no ball. Leah says, right, won a championship with Deccan Chargers. Really? Did they win the IPL?
I have no idea.
I have no idea either.
They did. The second season, Kumble was captaining RCB. They lost in the finals. I'll always rue the day that RCB couldn't convert that to a win. They had Deccan Chargers tied down to 136 at the end of the first inning. They couldn't finish the game off.
Right. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair enough. And Rohit also took a hat trick for them. I had heard that somewhere.
Yes,
Harris
he did.
Loves bare descriptions. I'm sure that was about the Periscope. Anyway, this is going to be a key over. I think it's going to be Hazelwood. It has to be Hazelwood.
Well, it has to be Hazelwood indeed. And yes, this will be. Length balls getting smashed into the crowd, or will he come up with the goods?
How many?
No, I think it will be climbing balls at the chest or just on the 5th or 6th stump at a right-hander, a classical right-hander.
Yeah, well,
I'm thinking Hazelwood will win this.
Well, I think he can pick them up. I think you'd be surprised. I think a batsman quite likes that, especially if there's enough width on it. They can get across and get up inside still and hoik it.
Right.
We shall see. Well, Hazelwood is coming in to bowl the 19th over. And the first ball is full and outside off stump. Very well bowled.
Beautifully
just
bowled.
Inside the blue wide line, and it's a dot ball. So there we go.
What I see is the point fielder. Point fielder is way squarer. I sort of anticipated this is what he's going to do rather than go for the what I had been targeting, because the point fielder is way too wide. It's way too square. So they're going to expect the balls to be full and very close to the crease. He's going to not have a lot of time to just hit the ball, slice it.
He's got 2 men behind square on the offside. Now is that going to be given as a wide? It is going to be given as a wide. It was just outside the blue line. He did go across and reversed him, got himself in all sorts of trouble, Kyle Rahul, but he gets away with it and gets the wide. 32 off 11. That was 50-50 for me, but I mean it was wide, I suppose.
It was wide.
Yeah.
Look, if you look at his foot, it's still only just outside the off stump. He's
exactly.
not.
I was going to say he's not moved too far. He's got himself in all sorts of trouble, but
it's a batsman's game.
Yeah, very much so. 32 off 11. Here comes Hazelwood. Slam back down the ground. Not great timing by KL Rahul. Couldn't get underneath it. It was very low full toss on off stump, and just gets a single down to long on.
When you look at how he's performed, 3 balls, 3 Yorkers, 1 wide. That's a win all the way. Because I think it's all about the lengths. Looking at the field that's been set, a clear mandate all the way, pitch the ball in the crease if you can.
Yeah,
I'm now curious.
It only takes a few good balls, and now they need 3 runs a ball.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's very difficult. That's exactly. You're going to have to hit 4 6s in these 10 balls, I think.
3 will do it, but we'll need a lot of running or a lot of Harshal Patel.
And you got guys only faced 2 balls there as well. Evan Lewis, Cole.
He's in a mindset on opener. He takes about 1 or 2 overs. His engine takes a bit more warming up, but I'm sure it's a very powerful one.
Yeah, I saw him hit 180 against England once. That's a wide down leg side. Only just, but it is nonetheless.
I'm still concentrating on that length. That length is impeccable. That was still a Yorker. He was beaten, It missed. It went around his legs is another thing. The ball was delivered accurately. That would have been a beautiful ball if Rahul was on strike. Unfortunately, it was Evan Lewis. But the way they plan it, a wide at the end of the innings is better than a shit ball that goes for a 6.
Well, that was also true. As long as the next ball doesn't go for a 6, though.
Yeah.
And then it's 7 off one ball. Which is worse than 6, obviously. Hazelwood is in. That's another wide down leg side.
Dragged it down, yeah.
Well, that gives 2 runs back to the batting side. 29, we're going to have quite a 10 marginally under 3 a ball now.
But look, this is what I meant. It's the mandate is the length rather than the line, because I still think he's been given a clear mandate. Get it up in the crease, no matter who's facing.
Yeah,
so
but if he gets that slightly wrong, he actually strays onto his legs, and that's a pickup shot for most of these guys. This goes a long way back behind square leg. So here comes Hazelwood in, and he slows that down a little bit. They're going to go run through for the run anyway. They do get the bye. It was a big head in the air, big swing by Evan Lewis. Missed it completely. As a slow ball went across him that time. I haven't bowled 2 wides down the leg side. Couldn't get anything on it. Rahul wants to get up the other end and get on strike. Seen enough, and made him run
I
through.
think that's what it was.
That was sensible, actually. Sensible from Rahul.
Yeah, it
Looks
was.
like Evan Lewis is...
he's just swinging, isn't he? I mean, his head's nowhere.
Oh dear, that was a run-out chance.
It was a big run-out chance, but Hazelwood wasn't behind the stumps, and he lazily put his palm down. Maybe he thinks there's enough runs to play with. It's more about not giving away overthrows.
Yeah, don't do it.
The way I calculated, he had 5 more than what I would have expected.
And he's gone, and that's it. That's the game. KL Rahul has gone. He's gone across, had to make something happen. He's gone across his stumps. He's tried to ramp Hazelwood over the man short. He's on a 45. There was the gap there. If he could get over him, he couldn't. It was snapped up easily. Didn't really have to jump. And I didn't see who caught it, but you have to say goodbye to KL Rahul. 185. Shabazz, there you go.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Is that you, Bear?
Yeah.
That jingle?
Well, not on base, but
not on base. No. I think someone chopped it out and put it obviously behind that.
Was that a red guitar? I wonder. Behind on the base, the red guitar made of redwood. But never mind.
No. Yeah. What?
79 off 58, KL Rahul. Do you think that's good enough in the context of that? He's batted half the innings for 79 when they need 208.
Not really.
I don't.
No. I would have said he needed a couple more boundary shots in there. He should have finished close to 150, which was his mandate, I would say. As I said, you keep increasing. If you get to 15 overs or more, you need to have a strike rate of 150.
Well, they fucked it now, aren't they? 28 required.
With 2 new batsmen.
8 balls, 2 new batsmen. Yeah. Krunal Pandya and Lewis. Lewis has faced 3 balls. Krunal Pandya's about to face his first ball. 2 lefties. But it's only 5 sixes really out of these 8 balls. And he's going to be out first ball.
Oh dear.
Krunal Pandya, well, he might complain that maybe as a no ball. They might have a look at it. But it's a very high ball. It's about thigh high. Maybe a slow ball and dipping. Krunal tries to work at the leg side, gets a bit of leading edge, and just spoons it straight back to Hazelwood. Caught and bowled. 28. 7 balls left. Ooh, 28 runs required.
And take a hike right out of here.
Well, that was a Yorker that went horribly wrong, I would think, but it's your day.
Your history.
Yeah, ended up a knee-high full toss. And this is the thing, when you need 2 a ball plus, a lot has to go right.
Yeah.
It's very difficult if you lose a set batsman, but the batsman can't think about that because they've still got to keep scoring.
Yeah.
It was always going to be difficult. It was doable, but it was always going to be difficult. And now you're down to Shamira. I think the fat lady is clearing
the fat lady
throat.
has sung. I think this is
clearing her throat. Yep.
They should get this done quick.
28 if I look at the last 11 balls, they have considered no boundaries and taken 3 wickets.
Yeah.
After that horrific start to the over from Harshal, RCB have done no wrong here. And I think because of that, they might come out as deserved winners. Well, stranger things have happened. Dhoni hit 26 of somebody. In the last over, it was Umesh Yadav. So I'm going to hold my breath for a bit longer.
I don't think these guys
well,
are
he's on a hat trick.
Even Evan Lewis.
Archimera can hit a long ball.
He's on a hat trick. I'm more interested in that first. If he gets a hat trick.
Wow, yeah.
Bring the field in. Maybe not.
You can consider 6 here. It's okay. 22 or 28. There is a difference, I understand, but you would maybe risk trying to get a wicket, finish it off for sure. Once Chamira leaves, I dare say there are no big hitters left.
No.
On one end at least. So it might be worth the punt. I'm looking at the field if I get a chance. Oh no.
Hazelwood is smashed straight back down the ground by Chamira. He's going to get 4. He's just about going to get 4. Is that Cody? Cody's very angry as he comes sliding
Maxwell,
in.
by the looks
Was it
of
Maxwell? Yeah, it was Maxie.
Yeah.
It's coming charging in from mid-off. He's managed to get there, palmed it, but not clean contact. It's gone underneath him and just drilled it into the sponge before he could stop it again. It was hit very powerfully back through the bowler.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Warren says
Wonderful
it's all gone bear-shaped. Well, it was exciting for a bit. Jeff says England made Johnson Prime Minister. That possum is looking good for a Nobel Prize. And people are talking about England, Jez and Warren, but let's finish this game first. You wouldn't be happy if there was like 1 over left in a Test match and I started talking about the IPL.
Well, we might well do in that situation, to be fair, if it's England getting battered once again.
The way I look at it, if Harshal Patel can start it, the start is over any better than the previous attempt. I think they are home, not dry.
Yeah.
Shortly after that.
As Douglas Adams would say, home and vigorously toweling themselves off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If the first ball goes for 6, it'll be interesting. Evan Lewis is facing. And here comes the first ball. It's driven hard by Lewis, but straight to extra cover.
I'll tell you one thing, RCB have fielded a lot better than Lucknow did.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And that's just a single.
Look, another dot ball, you make it a near impossibility. Yeah, you make it a 1 in a million. Right? 4 sixes or 4 balls.
Yeah, Hasaranga.
So that's what they'll be targeting.
Took one for the team there.
Yeah, that was hard, wasn't it?
Yep.
He's fielded well, Hasaranga.
Yep.
But unfortunate with that catch.
He is a 3D player. Not a lot of people give him credit for that. He's a wonderful fielder actually.
Yeah.
He often fields in gully or point, even in test games. So trust him to take those blinders that come.
Yeah, he's a good player. He's pretty young as well, isn't he? If I remember right. He looks quite older, but I think he's quite...
I think only 26 or so.
Yeah. Wide. To Chamira.
Almost a set piece, that one.
Yeah.
I think he has the room to play around a little bit, Harshad. It's not 16 or 17. He can risk a boundary or even a couple of wides. That's all right.
I think a guy with 36 career IPL runs isn't going to take Harshal apart.
No. Highly unlikely. It's all set for him to become a hero, Andy. It's all set for him to become a hero.
Exactly.
Harshal is in. Attempted pull. And Evan Lewis was thinking about calling through for a run, which was probably sensible. But, well, not sensible. A good thought, but the ball went straight through to DK, who ran up to the stumps, took the bails off. They are going to check whether it's a run out, because obviously Chamira was started to go, because he probably thought that was a good idea too, but it was just never going to happen. And so we're going to waste some valuable time here, having a look. He is back.
Oh, wow.
DK through the
that was closer than one had imagined.
Yeah. And I guess they have to check. They could have been quicker about it.
I saw one a couple of days ago. They reviewed it and the batsman wasn't in the frame. He was like 4 yards away from being in.
That's terrible.
That's the sponsors, isn't it? They need to get there.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Now it's becoming very close to even mathematically impossible. One more dot ball. That's
well, yeah, they need a 6 off this ball to keep going. And Chamira is facing. Oh, well, he's
had a go.
He's had a go, and I think he's got it. Well, there you go. There's one. There's one. I need 3 more. Come on, Chamira. 6 runs off that. 16 required of 3.
6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6.
I just checked, by the way. Hasaranga is 24, and he has a brother, Chaduranga De Silva, who played for Sri Lanka and was also a leg break bowler. Something I discovered. But coming back to this game, I think we shouldn't count our chickens too early, if you're an RCB fan especially.
Oh,
but
come
I
on.
think if LSG were to fall 10 runs short, it would really come back on those batsmen who played through over number, let's say 8 through 15, where a little bit more initiative could have seen them home.
Yeah,
that's a heartbreak.
But you could easily say that their bowlers fucking lost it at one point and got
fielding.
switched
How
around
about
the
the fielding?
and the fielding. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, it is what it is. You've got to chase down to 208, and I mean, 192 for 6 is not a bad effort.
Well, I think they've done after losing De Kock very early. If someone's on the pitch, we always like to see that.
Oh dear.
For crying out loud.
I think we had a streaker there. I think the cameras have wisely found a way, but there may have been a streaker. By the looks of certain ladies in the crowd, I'm going to let her
taking
follow
a picture and laughing.
Yep.
Perhaps it's cold out there.
Yeah. How much was the amount of clothing this streaker may have had? All right. So getting back to what I was saying, well, back to serious cricket topic there.
Yep, Chimera, having hit 6, has got to hit 6, and round the wicket is our man, the bowler. He is hit down too long on.
Harshall thinks it's over. He doesn't think he's going to bowl another wide. I'm not so sure.
Oh yeah, exactly. He's around the wicket, throwing it across.
All right, RCB seem to be.
Bangalore think it's 1. It is 15 off 2, but as long as Harshall doesn't bowl another 5 wides, they should be okay.
But then I go back to bowling over the wicket and just bowl length and get hit.
You saw that ball.
Get hit for 2 sixes and take it.
If you see that ball, that's what he was trying in those first 2 balls in that 6.
Well, he's gone over the wicket, and Evan Lewis has come in and had a lot of big swings and no dings, just head up in the air, giving it a big Humpty, and not connecting with anything, as that one goes through to DK, and is pretty much it. 15 required off 1 ball, impossible. It would need 2 no balls to get hit for 6, and
in
a
the
6
meantime,
off the last ball.
VC has gone. In the meantime, DKVC has gone Dhoni's way, only 1 glove on to get a run out if required.
Well, that might be a wide last ball. I wouldn't bother giving it.
No.
They haven't given it.
No, it's not a wide.
It's okay. Well, it's thrown far across. Evan Lewis, another big swing, didn't hit it. Rubbish. 2 off 6 for Evan Lewis. Maybe that's why he didn't come out before Stoinis.
I guess. Well, it looks like it, doesn't it?
And yeah, maybe he is an opener. Maybe you need to stick him at the top of the order, and he's.
Well, they'll have to think about that next season.
Yes, exactly. They're not going to have a chance.
It's a real heartbreak.
It is.
LSG.
And the RCBs and Kohli march on with Faf at the helm.
I think they deserved it. I think they deserved to win that. As much to some of Lucknow's failing, they dropped 2 crucial catches which they really paid for, and both should have been taken. Let Bangalore really get away, and don't forget Patidar's 100. You know that's a remarkable innings, breakthrough innings for him.
Absolutely. And so we march on.
He came in at number 3, and when you look at the exact stage, I remember I made a mental note of it for myself. I think KL Rahul was 30 runs behind him after 15 overs, with nearly the same number of balls faced.
Yeah.
So Patidar had 100 or 46. Or 45, and KL Rahul 52 balls, he had only about 67-68 runs, and that's going to make a difference for your team, isn't it, at the end?
Absolutely. And it's good, the RCBs march on. Lovely. So they are into Friday's game, where they will play. Who lost yesterday?
They play the Rajasthan Royals. It's the Royal Rumble. It's the Royal Rumble.
Yes.
It's going to be quite a spectacle, I'm hoping. It won't be a dud. I think it will be everything as us fans would look forward to, and the way both teams are primed. Rajasthan Royals have been really good. They took the top 2 spot, but spare a thought for LSG. They were in with a shout of being a top 2 team up until the last league game, and how badly did they screw the pooch here in the last in the qualifier.
Yeah. Oh well, that's the way it goes. We're going to say goodbye. I think that's it for me.
Let me do some tweets.
Last tweets then.
O'Neill Harris, thanks and hearts. Farong, thanks for the call. Going up country when next match is on. Shall see how we go tuning in. Well, as long as you're still afloat, Farong. Jay says thank you very much. Off to the blast and see you on Sunday. Friday. Friday it is. We're back on Friday.
Right, yep, we are back on Friday.
He also says a streaker. Is it a masculine one? Of course it's a masculine one. There's only been 1 female streaker in history, and she kept her trousers on. Yeah, that's about it for today. I'll see you on Sunday. Who's coming in on Friday?
I don't know. I'm not. Max is in. Max is in. Tony's in the studio, I think. Max is on. Are you on, Ajit?
Yes, I hope to be on the air.
I think Bennett might be on as well. There's someone else too.
Yeah, and if you want to keep up with cricket, you can tune in to Kent being 63 for 4 off 11.
In the Blast. And some.
It's good though, the Blast.
And they have a Dutchman there, Van der Merwe.
Yeah, okay. Play the theme tune. We're out.
Yes, we are.
See you on Friday. See you on Friday.
Yep.
Thank you. Good evening.
Bye.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket.
Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Carol Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerrilla Cricket.